I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reasoned proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated, define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cry, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact is near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap they never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when they explanation.
All this knowledge on the flow. I've been golden from the go. Let these pseudo scholars know. Baby, welcome to the show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait. Show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding leases in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light. Enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go. Let these pseudo scholars flow. Baby, welcome to the flow. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weakened. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow. I've been goated from the go.
Democrats were against the vaccine when Trump was president. Here's Joe Biden.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president announced tomorrow we have a vaccine, would you take it? Only if it was completely transparent that other experts in the country could look at it. Only if we knew all of what went into it. If Donald Trump can't give answers and the administration can't give answers to these three questions, the American people should not have confidence.
But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Oh my God, there's the president and the vice president fomenting vaccine hesitancy. They would get kicked off YouTube for that.
So let me be clear. I trust vaccines. I trust scientists, but I don't trust Donald Trump. And at this moment, the American people can't either.
So that was him fomenting vaccine hesitancy. Here is Andrew Cuomo. Watch this. They gave him an Emmy for his handling of COVID, where he was killing thousands of old people because, there we go.
Is the vaccine safe? Frankly, I'm not going to trust the federal government's opinion.
The American people don't trust the process. I don't trust the process. I don't trust the president. And I don't trust the FDA.
So there you go. There's your three favorite Democrat shit libs. Andrew Cuomo, they gave him an Emmy. I think Democrats were against the vaccine when Trump was president. Here's Joe Biden.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president...
Hey, why you clowning like that, man? Shout out to Joe Biden, man. One of the first people in America fomenting vaccine hesitancy on the hot sauce 19 Jimmy jab. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely the soldier boy of that. We can't take that from him. Right after that, he turned around and tried to force mandates on the whole country. So, yeah, don't forget who this guy is. But I just had to warm up with something funny, man. You know, and it's hilarious what's going on. Welcome back to Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Tonight, we will be talking about Dr. Robert Malone, a figure who, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, has become controversial in the world of science and public debate. Here, the principle I want to establish before we get into this video and discussion. We're going to do an open panel at the end of this. In science, ideas are debated, not censored. If an idea is wrong, you challenge it. If the evidence is weak, you show us why. If a person's conclusions don't hold up, you tear their argument apart. That's how intellectual progress works. We didn't have that when it came to the science on vaccines. Okay? Information shouldn't be gatekept simply because it doesn't fit whatever narrative that you want it to, or your uncomfortable, controversial echo chamber. Echo, I can't think of that. I was trying to make it sound all fly. But yeah, you know, disagreement shouldn't automatically become an excuse to silence the discussion. So tonight we're going to do something that, you know, seems increasingly rare around here in these conscious community streets. We're going to examine both sides of the arguments. We'll look at the claims surrounding Robert Malone. We're going to examine the evidence and the criticisms. We're going to give you both sides of the argument, because the goal isn't to tell you what to think. The goal is to give you enough information to think for yourself. I'm not going to tell you whether to take something or whether not to. Ultimately, you have to make that decision for you and your loved ones. And frankly, nobody needs more echo chamber scholarship where everybody agrees, nobody gets challenged, and confirmation bias is dressed up as intellectual superiority. I guess that's a good word to use there. So buckle up. Tonight, we're separating the claims from the criticisms, the evidence from the rhetoric, and the controversy from the actual arguments. This is Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. How y'all feeling tonight? We got Oli and we got Humble Mystic in the building. Humble Mystic out on a Saturday night. How you feeling, Humble? Okay, they're probably checking something out. I also have we have a video to watch from Robert Malone, and after Robert Malone's video, I'm going to open the panel while I do a presentation on the argument, and then we're going to have the community chime in and give their opinions. So that's how we're running the format tonight. This video is only about 45 minutes. Let me pop the chat up. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to get straight into the video.
We are pleased to have with us renowned inventor of the mRNA vaccine technology. As a researcher at the Salk Institute, he pioneered in vitro RNA transfection technology. He subsequently pioneered many new innovations in the fields of RNA vaccination and immunization. We welcome his expertise. He is Dr. Robert Malone. Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks for the opportunity, Jimmy, and I look forward to sharing ideas with you and with your audience.
So, you seem to be the leading guy on mRNA vaccines. Could you explain to our audience what an mRNA vaccine is and how they protect against infectious diseases?
So that's a question that can carry us forward for the next 2 hours, or I can try to oversimplify everything. And so please forgive me, because that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
Or we won't be able to talk about anything else. So I don't mean to in any way talk down to anyone, and if there's any molecular virologists in the audience, I apologize in advance. The core idea here and insight is that methods developed for gene therapy purposes, for correcting genetic errors, defects, can also be applied to generating immune response. So mRNA vaccines employ a molecule called RNA, which is in most cases derived from DNA. In the case of the virus itself, SARS-CoV-2, that's an RNA virus. That's how it carries its genetic information. It can be done either way, with DNA or with RNA in different viruses. But for this virus, it uses mRNA. It uses RNA. People are confused about the M part of the RNA. That's nothing to be afraid of. There are different types of RNA in cells. Some RNAs are used as scaffolding, as structure, for the little tiny biorobots inside of all of our cells called ribosomes that manufacture proteins. So that's one kind of RNA, ribosomal RNA. mRNA, the M stands for message, is the type of RNA that's used to carry information from the center part of your cell, the nucleus, where the DNA lives, out to those little protein manufacturing biorobots that are out in the cytoplasm, the outer part of your cell, that actually make the proteins. So don't be intimidated. The mRNA is just designating that it's one particular type of RNA. It's a message that goes to these little protein manufacturing facilities called ribosomes and causes them to make the protein from the virus, called spike in this case. And it's a slightly modified version of spike. It was designed to make that protein that's produced a little easier for your B cells to recognize to make antibodies. Now, there's a lot of information that data suggesting that actually that wasn't the necessary, that modification, but it was believed to have been necessary back when they engineered the vaccine. The spike protein that's produced is largely the same as the spike protein produced from the virus. And we do know that the spike produced from the virus has certain types of toxicities. The people that did the engineering were not aware of those toxicities and problems at the time they did it. So yes, they did make some modifications to the spike protein when they engineered it for putting it into these genetic vaccines, but they weren't designed specifically to make it more safe. They were designed to make it more immunogenic, a better immunogen. Now, the important thing to understand about all this, I think, for all of us, is there are no perfect vaccines. Just like there are no perfect drugs. Just like if I, with my table saw or a drill or anything else, if I use it wrong, inappropriately, without caution, I can cut off my finger or do damage. Likewise, drugs and vaccines have to be used intelligently and cautiously, and we have to understand the risks so that we can avoid them when it makes sense. And so there's much discussion and consternation about the fact that we.
And I want to say that sounds fair. That sounds scientific. He's not trying to sell you anything. You know what I'm saying? He's not intellectually grifting or panhandling out here. He's genuinely concerned about the health of the public, and again, not self-identified, co-creator of mRNA technology. Let's get into it.
Don't fully understand the risks of these experimental products. And I think that there's merit to that. But like with everything in life, there's risks when we get into an airplane. There's risks when we get into our cars. And we, all of us, have learned to deal with those risks. What we think about, what we do, is we say, oh, when I get into my car and I need to go to the shopping center, is it a good idea to travel 65 in a 35-mile-an-hour zone? No, probably not. There's a good chance you're going to get a car wreck. So we all the time make decisions about what we do and how we do it based on an understanding of risks. The same is true with medicines, and the same is true for physicians. What's important for us to understand is because we're going to take risks, we need to understand those risks, and we need to have the information necessary for us to make an informed decision about whether or not we wish to take those risks. And that's kind of the core of my position here, is let's use the vaccines intelligently, and let's make sure that we really understand the risks and that you and your audience
And it's like you're not getting both sides of the argument from these other channels. These other channels have become echo chambers, almost as if they're getting a check from Pfizer, them damn selves. And it's given agent, you know what I'm saying, whether they know it or not. So, even if you debunk the other side of the argument, at least do that. Start bringing it up so that way people know that it exists. Again, when I do my presentations, I show you how to dismantle people's arguments and what fallacies to call out and so you know how to maneuver in these debate streets, because it can get hectic in some of these groups or, in some of these comment sections. So again, today we're going to go over that after this video. We're going to show you some of the fallacies that they bring when trying to argue against Dr. Robert Malone, what he's talking about. But ultimately, the decision is up to you. And then we're going to open a panel so we can hear from the community about what they think about what Robert Malone has to say. Let's get back into it.
Understand the risks because it's your body and you have the right to accept or reject a medical treatment. I believe that is a fundamental right.
So as long as as long as you left it there, let me just go ahead and I'm going to jump ahead and just ask you a question. What are the bioethics of the current campaign to get the vaccine in everyone's arm?
Personally, I find this public position confusing. It's not consistent with my training and my understanding of the proper practice of medicine and the proper practice of regulatory oversight. These vaccines are known. The government acknowledges that there are risks associated with these vaccines. This was not the case 6 to 9 months ago. So now they've taken the position, they acknowledge there are risks, and the risks that they formally acknowledge in the licensure package for the BioNTech product are incomplete. There are known in the literature numerous other risks, and the FDA in that licensure package acknowledges that there are other risks that remain uncharacterized, risks such as birth defects, the extent of which the cardiac risks manifest, etc. In addition, there are many other risks such as reactivation of latent viruses. We know this as shingles, also Epstein-Barr virus, cytomegalovirus, and other viruses that can be triggered by vaccination, may also be triggered by the infection. So there is a portfolio of risks, only some of which are understood to any significant degree, many of which are known to exist, but they're not well characterized yet, even after all these many months of dosing of these experimental products. In my opinion, based on both decades of practice and international consensus as embodied in the Nuremberg trials and the Helsinki Accord and the Belmont Report here in the United States, and captured in the Code of Federal Regulations, that's to say federal case law, as it's what's commonly known as the common rule. There are well-established practices which must be followed for experimental products, and in general need to be followed for all medical procedures, such as when you go and have a surgery. You look like you're about in the same age bracket, more or less, as I am, and you may have experienced a colonoscopy or other practices. And if so, you'll recall when you had those that the surgeon came in and described, or whoever was going to perform the procedure, described the risks and asked you if you willingly accepted those risks. That's typical medical practice. That's how we should perform medicine. We need to inform you of the risks in a full sense for a procedure or a medical product. Those have to be expressed in common language so that you can understand them. I can't hide those risks using fancy medical language. And you have to willingly accept those risks, whether it's an experimental product or a therapeutic or product that has already been approved. So 3 key things: full and complete disclosure of risks, as best as they're known at that time. The risks have to be communicated to you in language that you can understand. And you have the right an obligation to willingly accept those risks. In my opinion, the rights of the collective do not outweigh the rights of the individual, and that is explicitly true with medical practice. Now, there are those in the New York Times, the Washington Post, and others where you've seen op-eds. And for instance, Atlantic Monthly, my journal that I'm not very happy with right now because of their attacking me. But you've seen these articles in the headlines of the Toronto Star, basically saying that it's acceptable to withhold medical care from those who have not taken vaccine.
What?
I strongly object to this. Okay. So there is a logic that if you don't accept vaccine, you really don't deserve to be treated on the same basis as somebody who did if you come into the hospital. Okay. And that is a slippery slope.
Whew.
We go from there.
Now, just for context, this is what was going on during the pandemic. They were saying if you weren't vaccinated, you couldn't come into the hospitals. Yeah, I couldn't see. There were people who I couldn't see before they passed away, not from COVID, but just because I wasn't vaccinated. So that was really shitty. But yeah, little context. I'll let it continue.
So what's the next thing? Well, let's see. The people that are at highest risk are obese. Well, obesity is something that you could control. That's your fault. You had too many McFries and too much sugary Coca-Cola. And so it's your fault that you're obese and at high risk for COVID. So maybe we shouldn't treat you. Maybe we shouldn't treat you if you smoked. It goes on and on and on. How deep is that hole? I strongly object to that kind of logic, but it's being promoted both across the United States in high-profile, papers of record, and in Canada, across Canada, like the Toronto Star. So you ask about the ethics. I strongly object to mandatory vaccination for multiple reasons. I believe it's not ethical, and it's also not good medical practice from the standpoint of a virologist and vaccinologist. What we're doing by excessively using vaccine inappropriately for people who don't really need it is that we're driving the virus to be able to escape through evolutionary selection the benefits of the vaccine. Now, we all understand how this works intuitively.
And that's very important because, as you see, vaccines find a host who, excuse me, I said vaccines. The virus finds a host who has the vaccine, and then the virus mutates. And this is how variants are created. And I was always confused, like, well, how are we planning to vaccinate our way out of this? Won't it be an endless cycle of variants? And what happens if you get a severely extreme one? Does it turn into some I Am Legend type stuff where it could potentially wipe out the whole population? I mean, I know that they plan ahead and have scientific models to predict how this should go, but I don't know. I just have questions. That doesn't mean that there aren't answers. Maybe it just means that I haven't stumbled across all of them. But if anybody out there has the answer to that one, shoot that info my way. I would love to go over that and bring it up. Because again, I'm not anti-vax. I'm just pro going over both sides of the argument. And I definitely don't think all vaccines are created equal. This vaccine was was the first of its kind. And I'm going to go ahead and let Robert Malone continue.
Because most of us are aware that the agricultural practice in feedlots and other places of medicating or chicken houses, of medicating poultry and livestock indiscriminately with antibiotics leads to antibiotic-resistant superbugs that then turn around and attack us, okay? It's the same basic logic. Overuse of vaccines will drive the development of viruses that are able to evade vaccination. Now, who cares? Because we know that natural infection provides broader, longer lasting, and up to 20-fold more effective immune response in terms of preventing reinfection than vaccine does. So if the vaccine is no longer effective, why should I care? Because I'll just get natural infection and that'll be better in the end anyhow. The answer is that we do have people in our population that are at high risk. The risk if you catch this virus and you're elderly and have significant other comorbidities like pre-existing heart conditions, obesity, or other characteristics, your risk is quite high. You know, it can range up to 50% probability of death depending on your pre-existing conditions. And the people that will suffer from this
That's in line with what Bill Gates was saying as well. Um, People with pre-existing conditions and the elderly. So, yeah, he's right on point. He's been on point. What Bill Gates used when Bill Gates was telling people that, they're not realizing he was trashing the vaccine and basically telling them why he cashed out and sold all his stock. Like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It didn't really, it didn't do what we thought it was gonna do. It didn't stop transmission. It had, it only worked in. He had three main reasons. I can't remember right now. I just drew a blank. Been watching so much. Not watching so much, but studying a lot, man. All these flashcards and definitions in my head. But yeah, nonetheless, Bill Gates trashed it, sold all his stock. He's working on something new now. That's when I really felt like, oh, okay. Follow the money. You got to follow the money too. Let's get into what Robert Malone has to say about this.
Naive, inappropriate policy of global universal forced vaccination when the potent virus escape mutants develop is going to be those people that are at high risk, the people that most need vaccine. So what we risk doing is destroying the one really effective weapon that we have. It's already happening. The effectiveness of the vaccine is dropping quite rapidly because of the evolution of the virus to escape it. This is one of the lessons coming out of Israel and the UK, is that high levels of vaccination are associated with escape mutants. Those escape mutants are able to infect even the vaccinated. The vaccinated do shed virus and replicate virus at levels at least that of those that are unvaccinated and maybe higher. They still do get disease, although maybe less disease. And in some ways that might be worse because that means the vaccinated that do have breakthrough infections are walking around feeling relatively healthy and yet producing and shedding just as much virus as the people that have received vaccine. And so we have a word for that. We call it super spreaders. So this is just the whole policy is poorly thought out, and so poorly thought out that you're left with wondering, are these people just not very aware and experienced? Is this incompetence? Or is this the consequence of the pressure of the pharmaceutical industry on the people making decisions? And I'm not those people. I can't get in their heads. I don't know what's going on. But there are a lot of signs that we're seeing what the term is regulatory capture. That really doesn't even cover what we're talking about. Let's say undue influence of the pharmaceutical industry on the entire public health enterprise decision-making process. because you either are left saying these people are grossly incompetent or their decisions are being inappropriately influenced. It's hard for me to come up with other explanations.
So let me ask you, I heard you say, so you're kind of explaining something I heard you say before, that we can't vaccinate our way out of this pandemic and we shouldn't be trying to do that. And you kind of, I think what you just did was kind of explain why. Can you just expand on that a little more?
So, for me, you can appreciate I'm a little sensitive to people taking credit for my ideas. And so it's really important to me to give credit to other people. It's, like I say, I've been sensitized to this. So in my case, there are many other physicians and scientists, and most notably Gert van den Bosch, who I used to work with at Solvay, have pointed out that and really championed the logic and taken the hits in the press and Wikipedia and everywhere else for having done so, making the point that in a outbreak, when there is very active spread of high levels of virus, you cannot vaccinate your way out of the risk of that virus during an active outbreak with an imperfect, leaky vaccine. And that's what we have. We have a vaccine that currently, various estimates coming from Israel and other places, suggest that its ability to prevent infection is something in the range of 40 to 60%. So let's just take the middle point there. That means that if you go kiss your spouse and she's got an active virus infection, in general, your probability of being protected in that case, where you've been exposed to a goodly amount of virus, is about half. So half of you that have that experience may be protected if you've taken vaccine, the other half won't. And if you do get infected, the virus will replicate at least, if not higher levels of replication in your body than if you weren't vaccinated. And you will be producing the same or higher levels of virus in your nose, in your mouth, in the places where you can shed it and potentially infect other people, the same levels or higher than somebody who had been previously vaccinated. Now, what that means functionally is that with these now further evolved virus strains like Delta, Lambda, and Mu, we're in a situation in which the virus is increasingly infectious, increasingly able to transmit from one person to another person. And when you do the math, the epidemiology can model these things. When you do the math, even if we all had perfect...
Oh no, I got to pause it because that's the craziest part for me. That if you're vaccinated, when you do run back into the virus again, you're more likely to get a way more severe case than if you weren't vaccinated. So it's like it's almost increasing your chances of death. I don't know. It's not making sense to me. You're also more likely to contract it as well. It's just it's not the logic isn't logic, but go ahead and clip that one. Make it a soundbite. You feel me? I know my ops going to. I gave you another one.
Practice an N95 masks all the time. The best we could do is slow these viruses down. They will spread through the population. Okay, so we need to come to grips with that. These are leaky vaccines, and this policy of universal vaccination isn't going to get us to being able to get back to normal. Furthermore, what we now know, as if that isn't bad enough, is that to the extent they do provide protection, the protection seems to peter out at about half a year after vaccination. So then we're in a position where, well, maybe we can revaccinate. And we've heard the Biden administration talking about taking the jab again, so a third jab. The problem with that is that they made those decisions without actually having any data to support that. And that has kind of been a problem all the way through this when we've heard Dr. Fauci or others saying, well, we should do this, or we should do that, or we should do the other thing. And they're flying by the seat of their pants. They're substituting opinion for data. And that might be okay if we were doing animal experiments or we had a few monkeys that we were going to be testing out, a hypothesis. But it's not okay when we're going to implement authoritarian measures across the country or across the world in which we mandate everybody takes this, that, or the other intervention. You darn well better have rock solid data saying that that's a good idea. And even then, I object to doing it. I believe in the sanctity of the individual is more important than the sanctity of the collective. That's my.
And I ain't gonna lie, this is one issue that people were click tight about. You know what I'm saying? No matter what your background or race. I see the same sentiments when it comes to this COVID thing as when it comes to like gun rights. Like I even saw the racist white people coming out like, I ain't taking no shot over my dead body. Like, you gonna have to come and hold me down and force it on me. Like, you ain't sticking that in me. So it was just good to see people, sticking together on this one, who had questions that they didn't feel like were answered.
Personal opinion, and I think I'm backed by an ancient document. It's a little over 200 years old, called the Constitution of the United States. So that's where I stand, is the sanctity of the individual, and the underlying logic here that's being advanced will not get us to where the promised land that we're being pointed towards. It will not get us back to normalcy. It won't get us back to economic strength. It won't get us back to our jobs. And this logic that we're going to mandate vaccination in, this company or that company, or across the military or whatever, when you look at it now, it is outdated and grossly naive. The vaccinated can spread infection and disease. The unvaccinated can spread infectious disease. And the vaccine, to the extent the vaccine provides benefit, it only is good for about 6 months. So then, okay, are we all going to take revaccination every 6 months? Could there be a problem with that? Well, actually, there is. Okay, that logic, it absolutely requires data. Because those of us that have gray hair and have been around a little while in the vaccine world know and understand immunology, know that there's a thing called high zone tolerance. Vaccines are not linear. Dose response in vaccines are not linear. The immune system is really complicated, and more is not always better. Sometimes more can turn off the immune system, can shut it down. So we can't just assume that a third jab.
And I actually have a video on that with how it's turning down the T-cell immune response and kind of acting as a booster to cancer, So I'm going to let the actual doctors break that down for you. I think somebody came off mute, or maybe that was me lagging. But yeah, we're going to have somebody break that down because there are actually studies out on that, and that's exactly what's going on. Exactly what he predicted early. This video is about 3 years old. We're watching. This is him a few months after the rollout. After a few of the studies and the science came out, he was commenting on the actual efficacy of the vaccine. I also have some new stuff, but I like to roll this stuff out slowly, and I want to give you guys context. So I don't want to start with the most recent stuff because you guys have to see how this all played out and how more information has been coming out and it's been ignored and swept under the rug because COVID isn't the number one issue right now. But there's a lot of stuff going on that people aren't speaking on, and it needs to be brought to light. Granted, the whole Fauci thing brought the topic back around for us, so I guess it's an excuse for me to go ahead and spread some truth and go over both sides of the argument. Back to Robert Malone, though.
Or a fourth jab or a fifth jab is going to do good. It actually might make the immune response worse, not only in people who have just received vaccine, but potentially also in those that have the benefits of natural infection. So it's just bad science, it's bad policy, it's bad.
Hey, one, if you talking, I think you're on mute. I don't know if you can.
Oh, sure am. Good looking. I am over here muted. I was saying, shout out Omar. He says, I was gonna let this play. I'll let his question interrupt this because I think it's important. He asked A1, what made the COVID vaccination unique from other vaccinations? And I did cover this on the presentation I did, Unc West Scientific Double Standards, and it was something else. Go back and check that out. But I will share this. Let me share this tab instead. Make sure that you guys can see this. You can't. Okay. What makes this vaccine unique from other vaccines is, let me get into it. We need to go back. Okay. What makes this vaccine different from other vaccines is the mechanism, the function, and the way that the virus or mechanism is delivered, I should say. The mechanism for prior vaccines, they used to kill virus or weaken live virus or purify viral proteins. This mechanism is like a synthetic model, and they download they download the model offline, and then they kind of grow these in a cell, and then they use lipid nanoparticles, which lipid is just like fat that is encapsulated in that it uses to enter the cell, or attached to the cell. But yeah, and the function is, after you take the vaccine, the human body is instructed to manufacture the viral protein itself, whereas prior they were giving your body the pre-made proteins and introducing it to your immune system. So this is completely different in function, delivery, and mechanism. It's the first of its kind, and we got somebody hitting that link. Don't think I'm about to let you interrupt the doctor, but let me come and see who this is. We got this humble mystic to the stage. Drop your other one, humble, if you ain't gonna use it. But yeah, those are the main key differences amongst a few other things. But these are the major ones that we have to look at and address. So the reason I had this in the presentation was because I was showing you how to defend some of the basic arguments that the pseudo killers give out. When you tell them, when someone responds to your specific point about mRNA technology by lecturing you on Salk's polio vaccine or Edward Jenner's smallpox experiments or how measles vaccines worked in the past, which is what the pseudo killers were doing to sidestep my argument. They would say, oh, you an anti-vaccine, but you don't know about the measles, you don't know about polio. Like, no, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I I support vaccines. I know about how these vaccines work. This one doesn't work the same. Maybe you're confused. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I don't know. Then we're not even talking about the same thing anymore when they do this, which is why I had to point this out because it was hard for me to have a coherent conversation with them. What they were doing was a false equivalence, it's a straw man, and it's an appeal to history. And it's a linguistic trap. The false equivalence occurs when two distinctly different things are treated as identical simply because they share a superficial label. The superficial label is vaccine. So he's assuming that the vaccines of polio, measles, and everything else is the same as the mRNA vaccine when he tries to rebuttal you like this. And it's a false equivalence, and you got to call out the fallacy. And then you can go back and show him why they're different, which is mechanism, delivery, and function. And you can show him why these two shouldn't be compared and why it's a false equivalence for you to do that. Evaluating an mRNA vaccine as if it is the exact same thing as a 1950s inactivated virus shot ignores every fundamental difference in mechanism, biodistribution, and manufacturing. And they trying to pull a fast one on you. And then I guess maybe it's their rulers to see how much you really know before they engage. Because I'm sure if you step up the level of scholarship, they probably will too. Or they'll probably sick one of their heavy hitters on you. Because they got some people over there who are educated in how vaccines work. But it's the basic cookie cutter outline stuff, you know. Yeah, you know, we know you know what the book says. But now we need you to think on your feet because that's not how predictions are made. Predictions aren't by the book. You know, all of this stuff, this is different. You know, we have to see how this plays out, and we're still finding out more and more every day. And I'm going to continue to bring you this stuff because nobody wants more echo chamber scholarship. I'm going to bring you stuff, and I'm going to be playing some of my old videos as well. I want to play them just to see how I grew as a host and how some of the things I was wrong on. I was watching one, I was wrong on something. You know, I don't need to put a formal correction out because nobody even remembers those videos, but I'm going to bring it up and laugh at myself, and we're going to go over that and, you know, show where I stand corrected now. Some stuff I'm going to be bringing up where there is some pseudoisms in vaccines. Everybody who's vaccine hesitant isn't educated about the situation. So I am going to be going over some videos, laughing at people who are vaccine hesitant and pseudo as hell about it because it's funny when you see them. But nonetheless, you know, check this presentation out. This was Unc West Scientific Double Standards. And I went over how this argument just doesn't cross the threshold. Comparing the 1790s and 1950s to 2020s mRNA technology doesn't work. And it's a poor argument and it's a poor rebuttal. And, you know, I was showing you how to easily defeat this. Okay, we got this comment over my presentation. Let me take that down. But yeah, let's get back into the video though. Professor.
And
not professor.
We've got to slow down. The government has.
Dr. Robert Malone was getting it in.
To get away from this seat of the pants, you know, fly by intuition kind of thinking based on the opinion of one individual, which seems to be often what's going on, and you know who I'm speaking of. And we have to get back to this thing called evidence-based medicine, which is what I was trained to do, and most of us were trained to do. The other thing we got to get back to, in my opinion, is stopping this bureaucrats or Tony Fauci dictating to physicians how they should practice medicine. Allow physicians to practice medicine, to practice their art, for good heavens. There are drugs that many physicians, and there is significant data supporting this, believe can keep people out of the hospital. Now, for some reason, and you and I have theories about what that might be, having to do with conflicts of interest and the financial interests of the pharmaceutical industry. For some reason, the government is adamantly opposed to early treatment. I don't get it. It's bad medicine. It's bad policy. When have we ever had a situation where patients go to the emergency room, they go to the hospital, they go to their physicians, they say, I'm having trouble breathing, doc. Somebody tests their blood oxygen and says, well, it's low, but it's not low enough. Go back home and come back when you're really sick. When have we ever had this? This is insanity. And it's totally antithetical to good medical practice. And now we're having a position where, appointed bureaucrats in state medical boards and the American Medical Association in Chicago, which is largely a bunch of lobbyists, sit around and say, oh no, thou shalt not do this or thou shalt not do that, based on what appears to be lobbying and influence of the pharmaceutical industry. It is killing Americans. It is killing people worldwide. And how do we know that? Okay, we're always told we have the best medical system in the world, right? Well, we certainly have the most expensive. That is for sure. And if you run the graph and look at outcomes from COVID and you compare them by nation in terms of death and mortality incidence per case, what you see in those curves is that just about everybody is beating the pants off of us, including the poor countries that are using things like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. So something's not right here. We're spending tons of money. The government is telling physicians how to practice medicine. And people are dying here at a higher rate than they are in a lot of other places. And I think that there's certainly the signs that something's rotten in Denmark. And why don't we get back to a position where we stop letting the pharmaceutical industry dictate what we should do and start allowing physicians to practice their art?
So just so I'm clear on what you mean when you say, so you're definitely pro-vax. You're that your whole life has been dedicated to developing vaccines, and you're the pioneer of the mRNA vaccine technology. So what do you mean when you say so? Because you're pro-vaccine, but this vaccine you say is leaky. What does leaky mean?
Almost all vaccines are leaky. It's a question of degree. So this is actually a technical term. I didn't just make it up. What it has to do with is the ability, it's a characterization of the ability of the vaccine to prevent the spread of the disease between individuals. And ideally, a vaccine that's going to be used for containment or prevention. For instance, we talk about the pediatric vaccines, or we talk about influenza vaccines, okay? We try to administer those in times when the virus is not circulating, okay? The way those things work is we give as many people as possible before the virus is circulating. So for instance, with influenza, we deploy influenza vaccine in the off season. And it provides imperfect protection, but enough protection that the virus can't get its foot in the door and start spreading wildly within the population. That's the logic. In this case, the wolf is not just in the door, he's in the kitchen, right? He's in our houses and our businesses and our workplaces and everything else. And that takes a different strategy. So a leaky vaccine, virtually all vaccines are leaky. Those of us that have done animal research and non-human primate research in vaccines know that you can overwhelm any vaccine with enough virus or pathogen, okay? So no vaccine is perfect, but this one is particularly imperfect in that the protection against disease is modest. You know, as I mentioned, protection against infection is something like 40 to 60% and going down as the virus evolves. And that's
Right there, Omar. To your point earlier, you were on another channel and you had stopped somebody when they were trying to say that when it goes down, it goes to 75%. And you was like, no, no, no. You put words in Bill Gates' mouth. Right there, he said you start at like 40 to 60. Then it goes down from there after the next one. So you actually have something to clip and some science for next time that you run into that brother. Uh, did you have any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you heard so far?
Of course I did. So first of all, shout out to my brother A1 Easy, my good brother A1. Of course, shout out to the Titan Debate League. And of course, always shout out to my brother Oli with the Oliism. My two good brothers. So I was over there. I really enjoyed the dialogue. We had a dialogue. But coming from the questions that I was asking, I don't want to say that Unc was being disingenuous. I just, based upon the questions, I think it came more from a point of pride. He didn't want to make it kind of seem like, as far as me showing him up, which I really wasn't trying to do. And I was just coming because is as far as that subject, I would probably say that uh, Unc would be more of an authoritative figure than me. You know what I'm saying? But like I told him, I'm not a stupid Hebrew brother. I have an origin. And of course, my origins come from uh, taking a liking to history, math, and science. Even though I never really mastered it, you know what I'm saying? But, before I was just, talking about being a Hebrew and Bible this and Bible that, I do have an origin. So I do have some insight on it. And the thing was, I asked specific questions. And the questions was, you can't put words in Bill Gates' mouth. Bill Gates never said, oh, you lose 80% protection. Bill Gates never said you lose 75% protection. Actually, check this out. Check this out. Listen to this right quick. Listen. You just asked me to unmute, but this is why this is unfair. You don't want to ask, my bad. You don't want to answer my question. When he said that you lose, what does he mean by that?
Said you lose protection.
So if you lose protection, what does that mean?
That means that it's not as effective.
No. So this is my question. If you lose protection, are you protected or non-protected?
No, you're losing protection.
No.
Protected.
I answered my question. If you lose protection, at that point, once you lose protection, are you protected or unprotected? Once you lose protection.
Okay, so I see how you taking it. You said we lose protection.
No. Please,
No, I'm saying it. You're basically saying that you're no longer protected at that point, correct?
Listen, if I put a condom on, I'm protected. Once I lose that protection and take it off, am I protected or unprotected?
I'm saying that means you're no longer protected, right?
Now, see, Robert Malone answered that question for you right here. You want me to play that for you, Omar?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna play it for you again. I just rewinded just a little bit.
Leaky vaccine, virtually all vaccines are leaky. Those of us that have done animal research and non-human primate research in vaccines know that you can overwhelm any vaccine with enough virus or pathogen, okay? So no vaccine is perfect, but this one is particularly imperfect in that the protection against disease is modest. You know, as I mentioned, protection against infection is something like 40 to 60% and going down.
So he said protection is only 40 to 60% to even start with. Then it goes down.
And then correct. And then it goes down based upon time.
Based upon time and yeah. So
it's some other factors. But
them saying it goes down from 275% earlier to you, that was a lie.
Hold on. That was my argument. These ninjas, they had the nerve to say, hold on. They see this was I'm damn near on the verge of saying that it was disingenuous because I knew, hold on. I watched that interview. I watched the first interview that you showed. I think it maybe been like 5 days, a week ago or something like that. I watched that one. And then I watched the other one that you played where Bill Gates' wife was talking. And basically said that, oh, we want to test it on black and native people first. Like hold on, like we some goddamn space monkeys or like we like a lab rat or something. Like our people set the standard for things to be tested on to see if it's effective or not. And that's where I kind of lost my interest during that conversation, but it did come off as very disingenuous because once they threw up the number, once they threw up the percentage of 75%, I already knew it was a scam from their point, but he had to entertain the people in his chat, which are regulars to the chat. And I'm not beefing with that. Shalom and respect to the people that was in his chat. But once they use an identifying number of 75%, I knew for a fact because I watched the video before, Bill Gates never said that. So I was correct in my statement. They put words in Bill Gates' mouth. I'll mute out.
Let's pass it around. We got OTK and we got Israelite William to the stage. Let's start with you, OTK. You were up here first. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you heard so far? And we aren't finished yet. I still got to finish the video.
Yeah, man.
But I'm just letting everybody get in and chime in.
Yeah, peace and salute to y'all, man. You already know. Man, I'm loving this. I'm loving this.
Let's go.
Because when we say this out our mouth, like A1, if you was to do a bill and you was to say this out your mouth, even though your research is coming from these doctors and stuff like that who's in the field, they will say you pseudo.
Mm-hmm.
But
and they're going to try to say he's pseudo. But I got, I'm going to show you the fallacies that they come with when they try to come at him at the end of this. And how to defend him.
Yeah, I'm just loving this, bro. I'm just loving this. I chime in when I chime in. I'm loving this. Let's go.
Israelite William, how you feeling today? Shalom. It says you're muted if you're trying to talk. Father Izzo.
Oh, my bag too, man. Peace, A1. Peace, Humble. Peace, Oli. Peace, Omar, man. My bag, man. 1,000 pardon. Peace to y'all brothers, man. Much love and respect. All is well.
Oh yeah, you already know OTK Salakia for not telling you peace and shalom too, brother. Much respect, man. Love you, bruv.
All right, I'm gonna let the video play while Israelite Williams figure that out.
As the virus evolves. And that's never going to be able to get us to the nirvana that we seek, which is herd immunity, because it's leaky. Does that make sense?
Yes. That makes sense to me. That because people who are vaccinated can still spread. The vaccine doesn't stop you from spreading the virus.
Precisely. And it's actually only about, on average, something like about 50% protective from you getting infected if you've had the jabs. And that actually only lasts for about 6 months. Whereas if you have been infected and recovered, like I have, and to my great surprise, although I was infected and had serious COVID in late February of 2020, I got infected with the Boston outbreak, which was very early in the States. And I thought I was never going to be the same again. I just got my pulmonary function tests back, and I'm 100%. I'm within normal limits. So this disease, it kills. I don't wish to, am not saying it's the flu. Believe me, I've had it. You do not want to have this disease if you can avoid it. I had it very early when we had virtually no drugs. Matter of fact, I discovered one of the drugs that appears to be effective by treating myself, and that's Pepsid. I'm not here to push Pepsid, but that's the situation I encountered, and yet I survived, and my body is recovered. So for most
This is Relay William. Is your mic working? You got it?
Yeah. You can hear me?
Yep. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
Yeah. I'm just watching, man. It's interesting and all of that. But my thing is, right, you hear me? Not to be off topic, but I just want to use your platform because I'm calling out barbarians, so-called barbarians and all of that. So when you get time after you finish your presentation and all of that, let's get back to that. I'm going to call out some barbarians for debates and all that. You heard?
I got you, for sure. Let's get back into it. I got you at the end.
All right,
of us. This is a survivable disease that doesn't necessarily cause long-term damage to your body. For those of us that are at very high risk, very old, with multiple pre-existing conditions, and even in the very young, the honest truth is that we've had a little less than 400 deaths, pediatric deaths, since the beginning of the outbreak. That's people up to the age of 18, a little less than 400. Now, the annual death rate in the pediatric population from influenza tends to hover around 600 to 800 per year, just to compare, okay? Of those little less than 400 deaths in children and adolescents, virtually 100% of those had major pre-existing conditions like morbid obesity or significant obesity or heart disease or other things, okay? So if you're a healthy young person, your probability of dying is, from this disease, if you get infected, is infinitesimal. It is teeny tiny, something like 0.000, maybe another 0%. Okay? And
I showed the numbers yesterday. I gave it a 1% chance of dying if you caught it for a certain age range and, depending on your pre-existing conditions. But, the fear-mongering people would never tell you that. CNN wouldn't have told you that. Mainstream media was trying to scare people into their homes, into a corner, into a Pooh Shiesty mask. Like, it was crazy.
Hey, A1, you know what's crazy though? He said that even if you are healthy or whatever and you have a child or whatever, hold up, I missed that the way he said that, but he said that a kid can be born with like problems like obesity or stuff like that when he was talking about the pediatric stuff.
No, he was saying the kids who were born with obesity, who that's like a pre-existing condition to be overweight.
Okay.
They
So
were the
the
ones who
vaccine
were
don't
dying.
cause no pre-existing conditions with the
No,
kids.
no, no.
Okay.
If you have a pre-existing condition, you're more susceptible to succumbing to death.
Okay.
And
What
he was
about
and
these
he was
people
talking
who
about
got the
and he was talking
vaccine
about
shot and they had kids after they got the vaccine shots? I thought that's what he was saying too. My bad.
No, no. Last night though, I did go over a bunch of. I went over Pfizer's data that they were forced to release from the judge,
Fact.
and it covered some sudden infant death from people who were pregnant. Their kid, was
Mhm.
almost immediately aborted. Uh, there were a few of those cases. It was a bunch of
Birth
stuff that
defect.
yeah, there was a few. It was a bunch of stuff that they never, told us, but they knew about.
Right.
That
That's
they
why
were
I asked you
for.
that question because I know you went over it yesterday. That's why I asked you that question because I wanted you to reiterate it. You know what I mean? I love the way you teach, bro. You're good. You're good.
Yeah. Somebody else wanted to get in here before I go ahead. Let Dr. Robert Malone speak.
Um, yeah, I just want to say that for OTK, when he was talking to, he said pediatric, but he also made it clear that he was talking about kids, newborns all the way to 18 years old, I think he said. And then the point that Dr. Malone just touched on in this video, he said he contracted he keeps saying disease. I don't know if there's something else that I'm missing, but virus, disease, he contracted it, and he said he treated himself with Pepsi and overcame the virus. So this is what I'm saying
Damn.
Yeah.
to the community. Like, he's actually saying he didn't go take the COVID shot because he got it to get better. He didn't take it to contract it and he waited until he got it naturally and naturally let his immune system, and then he took the precautions for himself, the safety of himself.
Big
That's
facts.
why I say everybody has the choice to take that shot if they think it'll help them or not take it. And that's on your basic feelings. That's all.
Hey,
That's my argument.
don't Pepsids help build up your immune system or part of your immune system too? What is Pepsids? I don't want to get the wrong impression. I heard that before, but you know what I mean? A1, do you know what Pepsids is?
Yeah.
And
Let me
he
look
said
it up
he's
though,
not
so that way I
trying to
can give
push.
you the.
Yeah.
So I
My
don't
bad. That was
mischaracterize what it is. Just giving a broad definition. I don't know
right.
what it is
Right.
specific. Stuff
But
like
you're
that.
right, Oli. He let his natural body heal itself. And he said a key thing earlier. He said that the pre thing is where they inject. Now we all know anybody who ever took the flu shot, they inject the flu in you. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's no different with this other vaccine. They
Right.
injected it in you, parts of it in you.
Yes.
Well, with this vaccine, they're not injecting parts of it in you. What they're doing is downloading the model, and then they're growing it, and
With the
then
nanobite.
yeah, it's different.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
the
it's different.
same
Yeah,
as them growing
that's
the
some
virus.
old
Because
GI
before they just
Joe.
used to grow the virus naturally, but it takes
Right.
longer. So
Okay.
to them, it's a benefit that they can do it in a speedier time and reproduce
Oh,
it. Um,
okay.
but
Some old GI Joe shit, man. That Cobra was fucking with nanobites long time ago.
yeah, this get
Programmable shit. Let's go.
For most of us, that's the case. Our probability of death from this is very small unless we have one of those major pre-existing conditions. So the point is, you've all been subjected, I'm going to say it, to a heck of a lot of fear porn. And that maybe serves the interests of the pharmaceutical industry. It serves the interests of the major media outlets that, by driving you with fear, they get readership and clicks and everything else. and many of these major outlets like Google and Facebook have significant investments in not just pharmaceuticals, but in vaccine companies. So you really got to be careful. We got a whole lot of conflict of interest going on here, and a lot of people controlling your thinking through the information they present to you. And you've seen it in action recently. If you were a skeptic, all of the, just bizarre inundation of press and information about ivermectin as a horse drug. I breed horses. Okay, I use ivermectin to clear out the bots and the worms. In Africa, Merck has been donating millions and millions of doses for decades to Africans for river blindness and other conditions. And ivermectin is extremely safe when dosed at the right levels. All of this media chatter about don't use horse ivermectin is just it's noise. It's a distraction. I don't know, it appears that our media has been captured by our pharmaceutical industries. And those that spend time trying to ferret these things out see that there's a lot of evidence that this is the case.
Yes. Well, I could show you. Let me just go real quick. So ivermectin is on the WHO list of essential medicines. You would never know that if you were a casual consumer of news or even a serious consumer of news in the United States. You would never know that. You would think that this is some kind of horse medicine drug instead of what it actually is, and a medicine that's been prescribed to billions of people around the world and is on the WHO list of essential medicines. In fact, this is from the NIH. The NIH says it has had a measurable beneficial impact in improving the lives and welfare of billions of people throughout the world. That's from the NIH. They're talking about ivermectin, and it has immeasurably beneficial impact in improving the lives and welfare of billions of people throughout the world. Again, that's from the NIH. And this is from the NIH. The NIH is saying that they're not saying that COVID doesn't work. They're not saying that ivermectin does or doesn't work. They're saying that there's insufficient evidence for either for or against the use of ivermectin for the treatment of COVID. So what they're recommending is that well-conducted clinical trials need to be taken care of so they can provide more specific evidence for the guidance. And why do they say this? The rationale for them saying we need studies is because it's been shown that ivermectin has been shown to inhibit the replication of SARS-CoV-2 in cell cultures. So now the NIH, CDC, is now recommending that doctors prescribe this in controlled trials. One of those trials I'm in. I'm in one of those controlled trials that is being submitted for. I'm a data point in a trial because I've got long hauler syndrome, and so that's what. So this isn't. So that's right from the NIH. NIH says ivermectin shown to inhibit the replication of SARS-CoV-2 in cell cultures, and they recommend that doctors start giving it to people for studies. So it's the exact opposite of what you're hearing in the mainstream news media, and a lot of us suspect it's because of the undue influence of pharma. In fact, the people who invented ivermectin won the Nobel Prize for Science. So William C. Campbell and Satoshi Omura. Now, this guy's invented hundreds of pharmaceuticals. These people are the smartest guys and you would never know that, by the way. You would watching the news or listening to the news here. And by the way, this is from the Farmer's Journal. Everybody's saying that ivermectin is a farm medicine. Well, here's what the Farmer's Journal says. The compound ivermectin was developed into effective treatments against parasitic diseases that affect humans, particularly among the world's poorest populations. It radically lowered the incidence of river blindness and lymphatic filariasis. I don't even know how to say that word, as well as Thank you. As well as showing efficacy against an expanding number of other parasitic diseases. So even the Farmer's Journal knows that ivermectin is unbelievably useful in treating many parasitic diseases. And here's Matt Taibbi said earlier in June, ivermectin, can a drug be right wing? A potential COVID-19 treatment has become hostage to a larger global fight between populists and anti-populists. So the people, the not only is the regulatory capture happening because of big pharma, but the journalistic capture is happening. And here, for instance, here's a typical news hack from The Intercept. His name is Ken Klippenstein, and we've outed him before on the show. And his stance is that vaccines should not be voluntary. He thinks that everybody should. That's his position. And so I tweeted out this from the NIH. I tweeted this out from the NIH. This is right from the NIH. I didn't make it up. It's issue 1, January 1st, 2021. It says the use of ivermectin is associated with lower mortality in hospital patients with coronavirus disease 2019, the ivermectin in COVID-19 study. And without comment, I tweeted out the study from the NIH. That's what I did. Here's what Ken Klippenstein from The Intercept said. Jimmy Dore is a horse dewormer med guy now. It's right there. It's from the NIH. So he doesn't want to contradict. He's not saying the NIH is wrong. He's saying Jimmy Dore is a horse dewormer guy. It's completely anti-science. So
I just want to point out that this is the type of argumentation that you get from most of the pseudo killers. This is how they respond when you come with something or some science that they haven't heard about. That's why it's like, man, the conversations are going in circles. I'm not getting anywhere with these gentlemen. But, maybe discourse is on the way, on the horizon. Who knows? I'm going to keep I'm going to remain humble, leave room for me to be wrong, and, keep the calendar day open in case they hit me up. But they got to do better than this.
Someone said, can he link to a medical study? If you want to argue the quality and accuracy of that research, that's one thing. But to blithely dismiss Jimmy Dore as a horse dewormer med guy when the drug exists in form safe for human use under medical supervision ain't it. Didn't matter. This tweet where he called me a dewormer guy got like 12,000 likes. It was very popular on Twitter. Nobody bothered to look that I was tweeting out without comment the study from the NIH. It wasn't from the National Enquirer. It wasn't my opinion. And I tweeted it out without opinion or comment. I just tweeted out an article from the NIH, and that's how strong the propaganda is. That's the stranglehold that the big pharma has on the establishment media. And that's a billionaire-funded, pro-censorship Intercept. And there they are trying to squelch actual scientific information from the NIH, and they're doing it in the most anti-science way possible. It's despicable what Ken Klippenstein did.
And, yeah, to say the least, the way the pseudo-killers act is very unscientific and anti-science. Science is supposed to be debated. The only thing that disproves bad science is better science. But they rather come with slander campaigns and jokes. It's not proving your point. But I digress.
Intentionally misleading people, and the people that are following him are so intellectually lazy they won't even bother to click on the study that he's commenting on to see that it's from the NIH. It's not made up, and it's science. So people don't mind being anti-science to pretend to dunk on someone for being anti-science. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. I'll show you a little bit more. And I tweeted out, I said, I don't know what's going on here, but I tweeted out an article of 18 studies from the NIH, not my opinion, about ivermectin. People being anti-science to dunk on me is a very weird trend. So there it is. I even circulated it's from the NIH, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because
Okay, and we're gonna get into. I got a presentation on Robert Malone and ivermectin as well. Um, Jimmy talks for quite a minute here. He goes over some funny stuff though.
Bro, we use ivermectin to deworm our pigs,
Hmm.
our hogs. We also use it to deworm our dogs, but too much of it will kill a dog. So you got it depending on the dog weight. You don't use no more than 1 cc with a needle, but
Yeah,
anything what I mean with their weight. But that's a hog dewormer, man, and horse.
yeah. So before it was that, it was for human consumption, and they used it to cure river blindness in Africa and some other stuff.
River
But
blindness, all these sickness that come from over there.
here you go, anti. Don't be anti-Africa today, man.
No, I'm anti-disease, dog. All these shit came from over there. I ain't talking about just Africa. I'm talking about Europe. I'm talking about Asia, all that shit.
No, I feel you. Uh, and before I get into my presentation, I want to go over this video from Dr. Robert Malone. Let me see what you guys see. Not Robert Malone. Um, what's his name? Dr. John Campbell. And then I got a presentation for y'all. Increased cancers after mRNA vaccines. This is what new reports say, and he's going to be breaking down some of these numbers for you.
Well, a warm welcome to this talk. Now, there's been concern for some time now from talking to various experts about the increased risk of cancers, probably all types of cancers or many types of cancers after COVID vaccines. Now, of course, we're deprived of data in the United Kingdom between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. We just can't get that information freely. But there has been a study done in Italy. And what this shows is increased incidence of cancers 6 months after COVID vaccinations. And I'm going to give you that now. Just let me give you the main figure.
And when he says that they're just limited on studies in the UK, it's because there's actually a restriction and law that says that they can't do studies that pit vaccinated versus unvaccinated. So they're actually taking legal action to keep people from studying this where he's at, which is very telling, very telling. That's not how science is conducted. They're censoring people. Let's push this information forward.
Is here before we look at where we got it from. This is the rate of first hospitalization of cancer for any site.
Real quick.
Let me give you the main figures here before we look at where we got.
Okay, this is the source for the Italian study from PubMed. If anybody wants to screenshot this and get those links and go ahead and check that out. I'm going to go ahead and play the video now.
It from. This is the rate of first hospitalization of cancer for any site. Now, what these workers did, it was a whole province in Italy, nearly 300,000 people. And they followed these people up for 2.5 years. And what they found was that of that whole group, the unvaccinated, 0.85% of them received a first cancer admission during that 2.5 year period. But for the vaccinated, it is 1.5. So a much higher percentage of vaccinated being admitted to hospital after 6 months during a 2.5 year follow-up if they'd received the COVID vaccine. And of course, this is real data and quite concerning. So rate of first hospitalization for cancer of any site, unvaccinated group, 0.85% of them were admitted with a first cancer diagnosis. Vaccinated group, a much higher 1.15% admitted, based on a population of nearly 300,000 people. Hospital admissions with a cancer diagnosis, there was 3,124 people admitted. So of this population group, nearly 300,000, this is the number that had cancer. The percentages were 0.85 for the unvaccinated and 1.15 for the vaccinated. And this result was significant. The chances of that arising, even with this relatively small sample size, only 1 chance in 1,000 that this result arose by chance. Now, let's look at where we got this from. This is from this paper here, Experimental and Clinical Sciences Journal, peer-reviewed, of course, made publicly available. You can download the PDF. The full paper is there. A little difficult to follow in places, but I'm going to explain it as best I can. Now, here's the data that they actually came up with in this graphic, which summarizes most of it. And what we actually see here, I know you can't see this, but I'm going to go through it in some detail. This is all cancers: colorectal, lung, breast, uterine body, ovarian, prostate, bladder, thyroid, and blood-related, like leukemias and things like that. So they are the references there, which of course I always try and give you. Now, let's have a look at this in a little more detail. So people that had vaccinated with at least 1 dose, people that vaccinated with at least 1 dose, their chances of getting colorectal cancer, the hazard ratio was 1.34. In other words, 34% more likely to get it. This is at a 6-month follow-up. Breast cancer, 54% more likely to get breast cancer in the vaccinated group. Bladder cancer, 62% more likely to get it than the unvaccinated group. Breast cancer, so that was after at least 1 dose of vaccine. After 3 doses of vaccine, 3 or more doses, risk of breast cancer actually went down somewhat to plus 36%. And bladder cancer was a 43% higher chance of getting bladder cancer. And all of these results are significant. So all of these are statistically significant results showing increase in these cancers 180 days after the first vaccine, or 180 days after the 3rd vaccine, if they'd had more. Let's carry on and look at some more data from this. After 1 or more dose at 180 days. So all cancers up 23%. That is a significant increase. And when the statisticians actually worked it out, that's the difference between 0.85% of the unvaccinated group getting a cancer and 1.15% of the vaccinated group getting a cancer. It turned out, when they allowed for the variables, at a 23% increase. Colorectal cancer up 34%, again, significant. Breast cancer, also a significant increase. Now, lung cancer appeared to be down by 10%, which of course is good news. Uterine cancer up 75%, ovarian cancer up 66%. Remember, this is after 1 dose of vaccine at 180 days after that vaccine had been given. Prostate cancer was up 1%. Bladder cancer was up 62%. That was a significant increase. Thyroid cancer up 58% and hematological 33%. Now, all of these ones here, where I haven't written significant, that means that the increase here is not significant. It's not a significant increase. Now, it looks like there's a genuine increase. But when you take into account the fact that, thankfully, only 3,124 people were admitted with cancers, when you broke that down by cancer type, sometimes the numbers weren't sufficient to give a statistically significant result. But given that so many of these are increased, I would be very surprised if it was a larger sample, which of course we don't have. But if it was a larger sample, for example, all of the population of the UK, then I'm afraid my suspicion is that these would be, I'm afraid, highly significant. But we don't know that. We can only say what the paper says. So as of now, that's not significant. Uterine's not significant. Ovarian's not significant, in that it's not statistically proved. But the bladder, as we said, the colorectal, breast, bladder are statistically significantly proved. So let's look at the situation after 3 doses, 180 days after administration of the 3rd dose. Now, Here, all cancers are up 9%. Now, note it was 23% after 6 months. Now, I think there's two factors at play here. One is that those people that were predisposed to get cancers basically had already developed it by this time, because 180 days after the third cancer is going to be obviously a lot longer after 180 days after the third dose of vaccine given is going to be a long, long time after the first dose. So perhaps the 23% increase in cancers at 6 months means that people that are going to get cancer after this may get it early. We don't know that, but this is, of course, this is only follow-up of a year. For cancer, we need follow-up of decades, of course. That was the whole problem with these things. There was no long-term studies, and they vaccinated the control groups in very short order in most studies. So the whole thing was a complete debacle. But anyway, is that a slight glimmer of hope? Maybe. But of course, we won't know the answer to that for the next 10, 20 years as more cancers, as more people are diagnosed with cancer over that period of time. This is 180 days after the third dose of vaccine. Colorectal cancer up 14, not significant. Lung cancer down 5, not significant. Not saying there's not a genuine increase, not saying there's not a genuine reduction, but the numbers weren't big enough to get significant statistics. And of course, this is based on 95% confidence. So if they're only 94% confident a cancer had gone up, like good scientists, they claim that that was not a significant result. And we have to be 95% sure. The 0.05 threshold is the one that is being used, of course. Anyway, breast cancer up 36%, and that was significant. 180 days after the third dose, significant increase. Anyway, uterine up 20, ovarian up 86, not significant. Probably genuine, but not a significant result. So maybe only 90% sure that they're accurate. We need bigger numbers. Prostate down 3%. Bladder up 43%, but significant. So significant increase in bladder cancer, which is not a nice cancer to, well, no cancer is nice to get, but bladder's a nasty cancer to die from, to be quite honest. It's not a nice. Thyroid down 3%, hematological up 5%. I mean, these smaller numbers, with the fact that they weren't significant, probably just noise. It's probably not too significant. But I'm afraid we are seeing 23% increase in all cancers 6 months after a first dose of vaccine. Slightly less after a year, but we simply don't know what it's going to be like after 2 years, 3 years. Now, hopefully this cohort will be followed up. Let me just give you a little bit of detail about this cohort to show the validity of this research, which is this one. So it is a population-wide cohort analysis evaluating the risk of all-cause deaths and cancer hospital admissions by SARS coronavirus 2 vaccination status. So it's evaluating two things: risk of all-cause death and risk of hospitalization for a cancer diagnosis. Now, the vaccinated group had a lower all-cause mortality during that period of time. This is almost certainly attributable to what we call healthy vaccinee effect, because we were told, manipulated, lied, whatever you want to call it, that this vaccine was good for our health. We now know that for many of us, it wasn't. For me, it certainly wasn't. And I know for thousands of you watching, it wasn't. But that's what we believe. So people with an interest in health tended to get vaccinated. Those that were sitting drinking a bottle of wine in a back street didn't bother going in. So we have this healthy vaccination effect. And of course, this means that the real 23% increase noted at 6 months after the first vaccine is almost certainly an underestimate, because the people that were healthier tended to get the vaccines. So the real figure could well be 29, 30% more cancers at 6 months after the first dose. Speculation, we don't know that. We can only say what the paper says, but that's the nature of the healthy vaccinee effect. This is from the National Health System Office data. the entire population, Pescara province in Italy. Followed up for 2.5 years, as we've said, from June 2021, which of course is 6 months after the first vaccination, followed up till December 2023, or up until the point that a particular patient that was being followed was admitted with the first diagnosis of cancer, or when someone died. So nearly 300,000 residents over 11. That was the number of admissions due to cancer. So 16.6% were unvaccinated. Such was the effectiveness of the propaganda campaign in Italy, as in the UK. 83% one dose, 62.2% 3 doses. Compared to the unvaccinated, those receiving more than 1 dose of vaccine showed a significantly lower likelihood of all-cause death, as we've said, due to the healthy vaccinee effect. Also, I don't know so much about Italy. I think it's the case, but if certainly in the UK, we would expect to find that, because a lot of the people that were vaccinated were in care homes, and a lot of those died way sooner than they should have done because they were given overdoses of midazolam and morphine, which of course is one of the completely buried scandals of the pandemic, the number of people that were just bumped off with midazolam and morphine who would have made an uneventful recovery. An outrageous, bloody stain on Western civilization, which is basically being ignored. But that would have enhanced the amount of people dying after vaccine. Right. Cancer hospitalization was, I said that bit. Right. So some cancer risks went down after 1 year. Can we hang too much on this? Not yet. We need more longitudinal data. But breast, ovarian, and bladder went up at 1 year relative to the 180 doses after vaccine. So particular risk here. Well, I don't know, we've got breast, ovarian, and bladder cancer. Clearly, now, of course, men can get breast cancer, but we are talking primarily about women here. So risk to women here for cancer greater than men, perhaps. Not really, because I suspect a lot of the cancer increases were genuine. It's just that there wasn't big enough numbers to be able to demonstrate it statistically. And like good scientists at the end, they say, given that it was not possible to quantify the potential impact of the healthy vaccinee bias and unmeasured confounders, these findings are inevitably preliminary. But if anything, that statement would indicate that the vaccines caused or were associated with more cancers than they were able to identify. Thinking about Bradford Hill criteria, are there plausible mechanisms here? Yes, of course. Of course. Ongoing production of spike protein will cause inflammation. Ongoing inflammation is associated with cancer. Autoimmune attacking of the tissues will cause chronic inflammation associated with cancer. DNA contamination that Dr. David Speakers told us about so accurately, so much science in that. DNA contamination probably causing cancers. Or DNA contamination there, certainly a great theoretical risk of cancer, largely by inhibiting tumor suppressor genes. Frame shifting. So the pseudouridine means that the ribosomes don't read the proteins properly, and you end up with rogue proteins getting made again, rogue proteins, inflammation. Any mutation, of course, is a cancer. I mean, our cancer starts as a mutation.
And I went over frame shifting and all of the things that he's talking about in my presentation. Scientific double standards of Unc West. Where is that at? Frame shifting. Here we go, right here. Yeah. Chemical modifications cause ribosomes to misread the mRNA sequence, and it has it producing rogue proteins causing inflammation. Inflammation fuels cancer. And this was from a peer-reviewed study from the University of Cambridge, Nature. You know, they were going over a Nature article on the pseudo killers today. You know, what they say, you can't get around nature. Definitely can't get around nature, because that's where this was printed from. So go ahead and check that out, buddy. Yeah, it's informed consent. We just want to make sure you know both sides of the argument so you can make an informed decision. Everybody has that right. No more echo chamber scholarship. Let's go.
So lots of plausible mechanisms there. Data starting to come through. The fact that the British government, for example, just to pick one government, is not releasing the detailed information of who was vaccinated and who was not versus incidence of other diseases, in my view, quite outrageous. Our statisticians are waiting to analyse this, but they can't because they don't know who was vaccinated and who wasn't relative to certain diseases. In this one province in Italy, 300,000 people we do know, and based on that population size, it's not good. Based on 50 million people in the UK or couple hundred million people in the United States, well, I think you don't need me to extrapolate that for you. This is a concern. At the moment, I think the lack of data compromises a cover-up and it's not acceptable. But sadly, this is the current period of time we are in the United Kingdom and indeed various other Western countries. I think maybe just to finish, so far it's looking like, based on a very small amount of data, the longer it is since your vaccine, if you haven't got cancer yet, it's looking from this provisionally less likely at a year than it is at 6 months in terms of percentage. Now, the increase is still there. But does that mean that the risk is declining with time? Heck, I really hope so. I really hope so. I really hope that this is true. But we simply don't know. But bear in mind early warning signs of cancer. So, for example, if we just take breast cancer there, early warning signs, breast awareness is important. Any asymmetry, any new changes in the size of one breast versus the other, any dimpling of the skin on the breast, any inversion of the nipple, any discharge, blood or pus from the nipple, any hard mass in the breast, get it checked out by an experienced palpator and get medical opinion as regards further assessment of that, because of course all cancers, the earlier you catch them the better. Just to take one more example there, bladder cancer, any blood in the urine must be explained. So if ever you get blood in your urine, if you're a man, if you ever get blood in your urine, go to the doctor immediately. Or even if your urine changes colour. So I had blood in my urine once, and it wasn't bright red, but there was a subtle change in colour. And because I emptied 10,000 urine bags, I recognised that subtle change in colour as being blood and was able to get that addressed. You can get dipsticks from some pharmacists to test for blood, so if there's any blood there. Women, of course, pre-menopausal, no problem. Post-menopausal, shouldn't be any blood. Menstruating women, if there's blood in the urine, then test mid-cycle. So if there's blood in the urine at the time of menstruation, don't worry about it. Just test again in 2 weeks' time in the mid-cycle period, and there shouldn't be any. So if women have got any blood mid-cycle, pathological sign, get it checked out. And be aware of the early warning signs of cancer. We've done videos on that before. Ovarian, sadly, often presents late. I think we should be doing much more ultrasound assessment for ovarian cancers. We looked at the early warning signs of colorectal cancers, change in bowel habits, thin stools, blood, of course. Any blood in the stool should be explained. Be aware of early warning signs of cancer. The earlier it's treated, the better. I'd like to say we're ending on a hopeful note, but based on differential figures between 6 months and 1 year, we can't say that yet. It might not be me, but
widely available. We need to allow physicians to practice medicine, stop putting these barriers in place that keep physicians from practicing proven early intervention strategies. This idea of only treating people after they get in the hospital is just crazy. It makes no sense at all. Furthermore, so that people are able to rapidly identify whether or not they actually have this virus, as opposed to respiratory syncytial virus or influenza or any of the other respiratory viruses that are circulating at the same time that mimic SARS-CoV-2 infection. We need to make rapid test kits available in the home. There's many examples of rapid test kits. They are deployed in many countries throughout the world, just not here for some reason. I don't get it. Okay. And then the last, so those are, vaccines for the people that really need it, not for everybody, because we're just generating mutant viruses that are going to overwhelm the vaccines. Number two, early intervention with imperfect but quite effective drug combinations and make those available, allow physicians to practice medicine. Number three, rapid test kits that will have many false positives. I'm trained as a pathologist. When you widely deploy tests for screening purposes, you always set them so that you have false positives. And then when they come in, you can confirm with more specific tests. Number four, there are multiple examples of computational tools, apps, things that you can load on your computer or your cell phone and key in your own information privately that will tell you about what your risk is so that you can make an informed decision about whether or not you think you're in one of those high risk groups and you should take vaccine, as opposed to this, give a child a hammer and everything becomes a nail approach where we're just going to jab everybody on the planet with a vaccine. Very good for Pfizer's business and Moderna's business and J&J's business and AstraZeneca's business, not so good for the rest of us. Okay, so we just got to stop this crazy. I don't know how we do it, except for folks have got to, this is a different kind of woke. This is waking up and using your brain. Look at the information that's available. Think for yourself. Don't.
Yeah, and I just don't, the pseudo killer's too woke for me, I guess. Because I don't think they're using their brain. I think they just show up to defend vaccine like they're getting a check from Pfizer themselves. And, I'm at a loss. But I'm a loss for words.
And then sit there and argue you and call you and tell you ignorant.
Yeah.
And this pathologist, this trained pathologist and actual engineer of mRNA just said exactly what I said. And everybody knows these things, but they try to tell you that you're wrong. That's the thing that be hitting me. And they tell you that you ain't safe and this ain't safe for the community. What you doing ain't safe. Because while I agree with you about the findings, and that it could help people, I also know that it could hurt people. The reason I know this is because I'm small. I'm a small stature guy. I ain't ever been too immune to being sick and stuff in my childhood. And so I feel that my immune system works well enough that the vaccines that they gave me as a child and stuff, seem to have worked. I don't know if that made me sick. I don't know if there's other people who took those vaccines who had side effects. It's the same thing. It's just today I'm making the choice for me. And that choice for me is an educated choice because there is research that you can go look. And then, as this trained pathologist just said, you make that choice for yourself. I don't want to be, well, I ain't going to even say nothing.
Facts,
I'm just
facts.
saying.
And I'm not advising anybody to take it or not to. I'm not here to give health advice. I'm just here to make sure people have the opportunity to make informed decisions. At the end of the day, um, I think that's something that's been robbed and stolen from the community with the way that people push their echo chamber scholarship at such a high rate. Their numbers are doing good, so maybe it's good for business, but I'm not crossing over. I'll consider that intellectually selling out. But nonetheless, yeah, go ahead. Oh, you got it. You let this play, Oli, or you want to go again? Okay. I can't hear you saying that. Are you muted?
I'm tripping. I'm on the wrong device. I'm not a specialist, just like you said. I'm not an expert in this field. However, I can do investigations because I am part of the population and we need to know about these things. I can't blindly just go in here and say, well, yeah, these people say that, and then go do it. They wanted us to. They blindly wanted people to do that. While we have people who were in the back at the time trying to tell them that it ain't safe. It just took time to get it out there. And these are the same people who they are claiming don't exist, and that we're just ignorant to the facts of. I didn't say that all vaccines are unsafe. I didn't say that this vaccine was unsafe. There's a possibility that it could be unsafe for each individual. And so what should happen, instead of pushing everybody take it, everybody should go take a personal, like he said, inquiry, find out all of the risks and see if they're in high risk of any of that thing, and then make an informed decision. As That's it. And you can go ahead and play some more. A1 if you want to. I don't know if you're talking, you muted.
Oh yeah, I was just saying you're absolutely right, man. See if it's actually a good fit for you. Um, get that app to see if you're in one of the high risk groups instead of just saying everybody should take it. Because I was listening to the pseudo killers yesterday. They was talking about jabbing babies and giving babies the vaccine. I'm like, oh man, this is just like they're going too far now. They got health advice for everybody, but don't got no. They'll be the first ones to try to point out somebody who isn't licensed to do that. That's why I said, man, just cut me in and I'll go light on you. But they messed up when they started roasting me when I was in the chat. All I said was all vaccines ain't created equal. They wanted to roast me. So, you know, now it's my turn to have some fun. Let's get into it. Let's let this finish and then I'm going to go into my presentation.
Let the media pump ideas into your head. Look at the actual information and apply your common sense. This doesn't take, you don't have to be somebody with a stupid long time of postgraduate education and MD and all that stuff. This is simple stuff to figure out. If you wish, you can find many of these articles and pointers to articles on my Twitter feed at RW Malone MD. But
okay, yeah, that's the end. So let me go ahead and share this screen over here. Where we at? Where we at? Let me see what y'all see. I think that's on the screen. Um, I done did too much. Okay, done. Okay, yeah, that's on the screen for y'all. Let's get into it. Dang, I hit the same thing twice. I hit the same thing twice. Slideshow. That's what I wanted to hit. We just went over the explosive truth about vaccines and COVID with the inventor of mRNA vaccine technology, Dr. Robert Malone. This was the second episode. I have a few more coming up. The Robert Malone question: history, credit, and the allergy to nuance. Because it definitely seems like these gentlemen and many people who try to um, discredit Robert Malone as some lone wolf, somebody who's overwhooping his contributions. Uh, they're allergic to nuance, and I'm going to show you how to deal with some of their basic arguments. Okay, science is a method, not a monument. To understand scientific truth, we must examine its greatest empirical triumphs. We must observe the evolving narratives and unexpected applications. We must identify the cognitive traps and logical fallacies that distort it in the public sphere. A lot of that going on when you're hearing mention my name. You feel me? Every time. Let's go. Hall of Discourse, the Malone anomaly. Scientific contribution. Dr. Robert Malone co-authored early pivotal experiments in the late 1980s, proving mRNA could be delivered into cells to direct protein production. Okay, this is who he is. Because they love to attack the scientist and never the science. So when they come and try to do this, you know what I'm saying? You need to know what his actual contribution was, so that way you can go ahead and reintroduce them to Robert Malone, because it seems like people have forgotten. Okay? The public distortion. During the pandemic, he was framed by some as the sole inventor of mRNA vaccines, heavily criticized by peers, and elevated by podcast media as an independent voice. So the whole thing, he wasn't the sole creator. There were co-authors in these experiments and papers, or co-authors in the papers he wrote, and co-contributors in the work that he did. And that's okay. That doesn't take away from him being the inventor. He didn't put sole inventor in any of his titles. It's something that people just try to focus on to sidestep from actually having to deal with the argument that's on the table. And we're going to get into that. The polarized narrative matrix. Okay. The sole inventor myth, declares Dr. Robert Malone, the sole inventor of mRNA vaccines. And this is how some people who are super anti-vax will try to paint them. It's just because they also lack nuance, the same way that we find pseudo killers and these super pro-vax people. We find that they lack nuance, and they use it in their argumentation, and it's just horrible. Okay. The flaw when you see the anti-vax people do this is they treat decades of biomedical research as a one-man hobby project. Like Dr. Robert Malone didn't come up with this in his backyard by himself, y'all. He had help. He was at labs. He was at the Salks Institute. He was doing this. He was really in the field, which is more to his credit. So people who are anti-vax, you need to recognize the fallacy if you're coming at it like that. Okay? Now, the super pro-vax, like the pseudo killers, what they'll do is historical erasure. They're going to treat this early research as so insignificant that history could erase it without a footprint. Okay? And that's a fact. That's fallacious. The flaw demands simpler stories of one winner and one loser. Like they want, and that's not how it works. The rejection of nuance is what's going on here. Neither narrative survives careful examination. So be careful of leaning too far to one side. The mechanics of scientific advancement. Let's go. Okay. Reality is rarely as accommodating as a simple story. As we see sometimes, the truth is always a lot crazier than some of the myths and stories that people can actually make up themselves. Okay? People want a hero. They're looking for a hero. That's why people assume that he's trying to champion himself as one, when he's just laying his credentials out there for people. And they're misconstruing the game as a way to discredit him. And, you know, I'm rebuttaling these argument points before they even come with them. Because I know all they got is the same 1-2 punch. They ain't got it down yet. Okay, public debate demands isolated flashes of genius. One hero, one villain, one winner, one loser. That's not how science works. Okay? Thousands of experiments, countless failures, competing ideas, generations of researchers building upon one another is how science works. So he was the one that put out the early models, again, that showed that this was possible. We have about 20 years, 30 years of research built on top of foundations that he laid. And he still is active in the field. So not only is he the client, he's the the player president. What song was that? Yeah, something like that. You know what I'm saying? Experience on top of experience. I'm just saying, don't let these people try to easily dismiss this man as some lone wolf, ostracized by his colleagues. He is ostracized by his colleagues, but for daring to speak against the media, people were losing their jobs over having an opinion outside of what big pharma said you were allowed to think. This is unprecedented. This censorship, science isn't done this way. The censorship on science, unprecedented, all-time high. We would think that all people who love science would be stepping up, voicing their opinions and frustration at how censorship was conducted. Like, if an idea is bad, let it get peer reviewed, let it get slapped down. They were taking people off of social media, people with Harvard degrees, people with over 30, 40 years in the field of virology and immunology. Well, let's get into this. Proof of concept is not the same thing as finished medicine. Neither is it nothing. Okay? And again, what Dr. Robert Malone offered us was proof of concept. You know, he showed us that this type of technology was possible with his early experiments, that you can transfer that you can transfer RNA encased in a lipid nanoparticle, which is essentially just fat. Okay. The input. Let's go over the graphic. Messenger RNA can be delivered into cells. Proof of concept for RNA therapeutics. The mechanism. Delivery utilize lipid-based systems. The output. Cells successfully produce proteins from those instructions. This is what Dr. Robert Malone offered to the community. So don't let people dismiss him as some type of quack. He's none of that. He's been around. His name rings bells. Mainstream media put a slander campaign out on him for daring go against their instructions. So recognize the attacks as people just repeating mainstream media talking points. You know, they Google something real quick and that's what it said, and they're gonna try to repeat it. Never even looked at his claims, which is, again, is fallacious. Deal with the argument, not the person making it. But let's continue. The architecture of innovation, okay? And this is something I'm using as an analogy to explain how fallacious their behavior is when they come trying to dismiss his accomplishments and ignore the arguments being made. Imagine dismissing the Wright brothers because airliners have jet engines. The Wright brothers, foundations, excuse me, the Wright brothers, okay? They created the early model for the plane. Granted, it may not have been able to get you from LA to New York, but they laid the foundation and the proof of concept for flying. Their contributions aren't to be dismissed, and they're, if they were to speak out on something against aviation, shouldn't be considered a quack. Granted, they're not here now, but wouldn't be considered a quack because their contributions were 20, 30 years ago. And you definitely wouldn't write off what they did as nothing. Modern airliners today have jet engines, GPS, composite materials, a bunch of other stuff. People built on top of what they did. It doesn't discredit who he is. And that's really the only argument that people can come with. The only one I've seen so far. Foundations matter precisely because others build upon them. Pretending early experiments are irrelevant because later scientists solved additional problems, misunderstandings. That's scientific progress. So don't let people run that 1-2 fallacy punch on you. Science is a relay race, not a solo marathon. Malone's early lipid delivery experiments improved, okay? That's where we starting at. What they used to build upon this was improving mRNA stability, reducing unwanted immune responses, and developing sophisticated lipo nanoparticles in their delivery systems. We went over some of that as they were talking about how Fauci mixed it with some human lipid nanoparticles. But that's another podcast for another day. And through all of these contributions, we have modern practical mRNA vaccines today. But this is also the difference in what we're dealing with. We have to understand that this vaccine is the first of its kind. Nothing's ever been used like this. So let's see who, we're going back to the beginning. I'm taking y'all all the way back to the beginning. We're going with Robert Malone. Acknowledging later contributions does not diminish early work. Recognizing early foundations does not mean one person invented today's vaccines. History accommodates more than one contributor. So when you see that in the title, it's just the way he introduces himself, and so do all the other people. They say, hey, I'm the inventor of mRNA vaccines. Nobody tries to discredit them because they had help. And they don't have to bring up everybody's name every time they go into every room and they're asked to say hello. It's just illogical. So don't let people run this fallacy on you. The curious case of selective skepticism. Pseudo killers got this bad. Yeah. What we have here, every publication, interview, and award is accepted. Scientific people they admire. Every publication, interview, and award is accepted. They're about to bring on some specialists or some expert, they said. It's cool because he agreed with them. So since they agree with him, they're going to accept every publication, herald every interview, and champion every award this person ever got. This becomes questionable evidence of their credibility. You feel me? Now, when it comes to the scientists the pseudo killers don't like, they try to dismiss decades of documented research and want it to suddenly evaporate, want their whole reputations to suddenly evaporate. And they try to call them quacks and fringe when they've never been. They tend to deem these scientists that they don't like entirely irrelevant. This isn't skepticism, it's selective skepticism. If evidence deserves examination, it deserves examination regardless of whether it supports our preferred narrative. Which is why I choose to delve into these men's research and what they're speaking on to see if there's any validity to it. Instead of letting these gatekeepers, the pseudo killers, tell me what to think. Let's continue. Taxonomy of cognitive errors, the internet's favorite logical shortcuts. First, you're going to ad hominem, okay? He's wrong because I don't like him. He's wrong because he's fringe. He's a fringe doctor. He's got fringe scholarship. When they say stuff like this is ad hominem. Emotionally satisfying, but scientific questions are not resolved through personality assessments. Sales do not consult Twitter before translating mRNA. Let me go ahead and see who we got up here. We got Jill up here. Shout out Jill. He's in the tournament. He's got a face-off coming up.
I think it was today, wasn't it?
No,
Yesterday?
no. You didn't have one today. Your face-off is September 5th, Saturday. I have you on the jumbo calendar right here.
Oh, I could have swore I saw a flyer that said August the 8th.
August 8th. Let me pull it up real quick. If I did, that would have
I was on. I was here, but I didn't see any link, anything, so I didn't know what was.
We'll give you a little shameless promo. I'll pull up the flyer for you right now. We'll double check that. How you feeling today, though?
Good, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing amazing, man.
Yeah, I just came in. I'm not going to take any of your time, but I just came in to find out what was going on with that. Because I got a flyer here that says the 8th, August the 8th at 8 o'clock. So I don't know if that was changed.
That might have been. Let me see. If it did, that was a mistake. I actually have you scheduled on the YouTube for the 5th of September.
Okay. All right. Good.
Where are we at here? Hold on. I'm pulling up
8 p.m. August the 8th. That's the flyer I'm looking at.
Hey, you're absolutely right, though. That is what the flyer says. That was a mistake because
no problem.
I made all the flyers to be in sync with each other and all look exactly alike. So the copy and paste didn't change it on that one. And it was
no problem. No problem.
Sorry, that was somebody else's date.
Okay,
but
no
I'm
problem.
glad that you do have the correct date now. So it's Saturday, September 5th. And if you go on the YouTube and live, you can see I have them all scheduled out. So your date is correct on the YouTube.
Okay.
For the future presentations.
All right. I just wanted to clear that up. Appreciate you.
Yes. Thank you for checking, bro. Thank you for checking. I make mistakes too. You know, that's why I said I'm gonna check. I ain't gonna just say you lying or you don't know.
No, I thought actually I would have missed it if it was at 8 p.m. last night because I was asleep.
Yeah, and I'll definitely be checking in with you prior. I won't just hope you show up. I'll email you the day before, like, yo, tomorrow, is everything good? So I know if I need to move some stuff around.
All right, God bless you, brother.
Bless you too, man.
Peace.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, let me add this other one back to the stage. Where was I at? I was over here throwing the pseudo killers on the grill. You know, first the ad hominem attack. Oh, he's fringe. Oh, he's a lone wolf. Oh, the people in his community don't agree with him. The other experts. Ad hominems, man. Let's get it out of here. Genetic fallacy. He was on what's the name podcast. So they don't know what they talking about. They be spreading misinformation over there. Okay. Does underlying molecular biology change depending on the recording studio? Ideas are evaluated by evidence, not by the furniture surrounding the microphone, gentlemen. And I'm expecting y'all to be more scientific. Y'all claiming to be the scientific authority of the community, but then y'all are just walking, talking fallacies every time I pull up. Unc West, Cedric, I believe Cedric got it this way. Unc West, okay? The appeal to authority. Experts say, all the major scientists say, Fauci says, expertise reflects years of study, but does not eliminate the need to examine evidence. Conclusions must remain open to testing and replication. So go over the nature study that I brought. Go over the cells study that I brought. Go over some of that instead of just trying to appeal to authority. Now it's time for y'all to actually think on y'all feet. Somebody's actually challenging this in the right way and bringing some alternate studies that don't agree with what y'all been saying. And you're not going to be able to logical fallacy your way out of this. Not with me. I'm more seasoned, a veteran at this. You know what I'm saying? Confirmation bias. Consuming only sources that praise or only sources that dismiss. Neither approach encourages understanding, which is why the fact that you just discredit these scholars and toss their stuff to the side doesn't help anybody. If they're actually fringe and pseudo, you should be teaching people how to defeat their arguments, not running and hiding from them anytime they come out and trying to crash out and insult your way out of the conversation. Let's get into it. Okay, and I just broke down the ad hominem, attacking the person instead of the argument. Evaluate the empirical evidence, not the man, Unc West. You know, Sir Ghouls was doing this the other day too. We had Sir Ghouls on this heavy, trying to say, oh, his PhD is in nursing. He was talking about the one Dr. John Campbell. Like, well, nobody said he was a medical doctor. We know what it's in. Like, why are you, you know, positioning yourself to go against arguments nobody's made yet? Calm down, little Wody. We might get there. We might not. We didn't though. We were watching him actually talk to Dr. Angus, you know, one of the world's leading oncologists, virologist, immunologist. He does all that. He worked on the HIV vaccine, a bunch of vaccines. So it was a nurse and a doctor having a conversation, and he just felt the need to keep correcting his credentials, even though nobody misquoted him or attributed him to actually being a medical doctor. He was just the one interviewing the actual doctor. Fall back, man. They be such in a rush to throw a logical fallacy at you. It's crazy. And it's like, this is the best y'all, you know? I understand. I'll continue though. And I just went over to the genetic fallacy, rejecting data purely based on its source before evaluating it. You know? And the straw man, misrepresenting a position to make it easier to attack, or seeking only information that confirms existing beliefs while ignoring contrary clinical data. You know, you're going to get that all over the pseudo killers page. That's their whole spiel. The epistemological engine. First, what you got to do, you got to isolate. Okay? What is the precise claim being made? Do that when you're dealing with these gentlemen. And do that when you're dealing with anybody's argumentation. Two, you got to measure the argument. Measure the claim, I should say. What empirical data supports or contradicts? You feel me? As an example, we bring up phase 3 trials. People could talk about that. But I also don't think they want to talk about that. That's another podcast, though. I'm going to save that one. I'm coming on that one, too. We're going to go over the trials and the actual testing that was done. Okay? But nonetheless, let's go to number 3, track. Then you got to track it. How has the evidence evolved over time? New studies are coming out. Have you guys been checking them out? Have you guys been checking out the ones that don't agree with your position, as well as the ones that do agree? I'll make sure I check out both. I'm going to go over, I cover Robert Malone and the fact that he leads with solely, but the fact that it's a fallacy for you to focus on that. Excuse me. And number 4, are the critiques aimed at the clinical data, or are they aimed at the person? Are they going to focus on calling somebody fringe, pseudo, or are they going to deal with the argument on the table? You feel me? And it's funny when these gentlemen filter everything through confirmation bias. It's laughable. Whole streams they done did, hours of content, filtering everything through confirmation bias. Okay, look at this graphic here. This is the pre-existing belief filter in the middle right here. Okay. On the right, we have validated comfort. It's going through to the left side to through the filter. It's discarding the reality of the situation, and on the other side is coming out all the validated comfort. The purpose of evidence is not to reassure us that we are already correct. Its purpose is to help us become less wrong. Y'all are more worried about being right than getting it right. And it's only the people that suffer. You know, I digress though. Let's continue. A more interesting historical question. What does the historical record actually show? The answer is refreshingly straightforward. Okay. And up here we have questions. Was Malone right about everything? Should Malone receive credit? You know, what does the historical record actually say? This slide right here, the synthesis of nuance. He provided meaningful early contributions to RNA delivery and proof of concept experiments, right? You put that with the decades of additional innovation by researchers to create safe, effective products for people to use, and you have what they would call mRNA technology today. So to wipe him from the record or say to diminish his contributions, we're not going to do that. These statements aren't contradictory, they're complementary. Nuance disappoints those seeking flawless heroes or historical erasure. History is stubborn that way, and so are the pseudo killers. You feel me? Let the evidence lead, sir. The story of Dr. Robert Malone is ultimately about how societies remember scientific discoveries. Science advances because each generation builds upon previous work rather than pretending inconvenient chapters never happened. Scientific papers possess an irritating tendency to outlive internet arguments. Reality has little interest in our preferred narratives. Fortunately, it has an enduring respect for evidence. You know, so shout out to the pseudo killers because they're going to try to dismiss this guy as a fringe quack who you shouldn't check out, but they can't do that. You know, and point it out when they do that they're in error, and you're hip to his contribution to science and the foundations he laid for what people are using today. And again, science is a method, not a monument. To understand scientific truth, we must examine its greatest empirical triumphs. We must observe its evolving narratives and unexpected applications. We must identify the cognitive traps and logical fallacies that distort it in the public sphere. You feel me? I thought I had a couple more slides, but yeah, now we're at the end of that. So now you know who Robert Malone is. And watch out for those fallacies that they're going to try to hit you with. Watch out for that ad hominem. Watch out for that genetic fallacy. Watch out for the appeal to authority. And watch out for the confirmation bias, man. Start calling them out on that. You feel me? Yeah. And let's get right back to this right here.
Tomorrow we have a vaccine. Would you take it?
Vaccine when Trump was president. Here's Joe Biden.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You could be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president announced tomorrow we have a vaccine, would you take it? Only if it was completely transparent that other experts in the country could look at it.
And let me pause that, because what's transparent about censoring people instead of having open public debate about the data? Censoring people isn't how science is conducted. Not only was this vaccine the first of its kind, the way that people were censored about disagreeing was some of the first of its kind. This authoritarian regime keeping their foot on the necks of science has got to stop. And if you really love science, I'm talking to the pseudo killers, you would be speaking out about this as well. Because an attack on them is an attack on every scientist. It's cool when they're attacking scientists who don't agree with you, but what happens when you're the scientist people aren't agreeing with? Then it's not fair. So you have to think about it like that. You can't, it's not different strokes for different folks, or it's like, you know, we got to be more responsible than this.
Only if we knew all of what went into it. If Donald Trump can't give answers and his administration can't give answers to these three questions, the American people should not have confidence.
But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Let's read. Oh my God, there's the president and the vice president fomenting vaccine hesitancy. They would get kicked off YouTube for that.
And yeah, the first people fomenting vaccine hesitancy at the top of their lungs, as loud as they possibly could, were Joe Biden and the Democrats. Let's not forget, never forget, like they say about 9/11. It was y'all who was fomenting vaccine hesitancy first. It was y'all who was saying don't trust the government and the FDA, and if the FDA say it's safe, you still ain't taking it. If Donald Trump and the FDA, well, yeah, Donald Trump speaks for the FDA. If it came out, he would have been speaking for them. If he says take it, I'm not taking it. Wagging her head like it's, you know, sassy black woman out there. They gonna eating it up. Eating it up. Sassy Indian woman. My bad. Let me be accurate.
So let me be clear. I trust vaccines. I trust scientists, but I don't trust Donald Trump. And at this moment, the American people can't either.
So that was him fomenting vaccine hesitancy. Here is Andrew Cuomo. Watch this. They gave him an Emmy for his handling of COVID, where he was killing thousands of old people, because, you know, here we go.
Is the vaccine safe? Frankly, I'm not going to trust the federal government's opinion.
The American people don't trust the process. I don't trust the process. I don't trust the president, and I don't trust the FDA.
So there you go. There's your three favorite Democrat shit libs. Andrew Cuomo, they gave him an Emmy. I think they took it back. And then there's Kamala Harris, and there's President Joe Biden. Everyone's three favorite shit libs.
And the reason we can't even trust these folks today is because when they got in office, the lies that they were telling to the American people. If people are vaccine hesitant, it's because the actual people in power deteriorated the trust between the people and the officials disseminating the information through their lack of transparency, omission of facts that they knew, and flat out lies.
Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person, it means that instead of the vaccine being able, instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person to person, spreading and spreading, sickening some of them, but not all of them. And the ones that it doesn't sicken don't know they have it. And then they give it to even more people because they didn't recognize they were, right? Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way, now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
And that was a lie. But nobody's going to take her Twitter down. Nobody's taking these videos down off of YouTube. This is medical misinformation. The vaccine doesn't stop transmission. But Joe Biden and Rachel Maddow and every mainstream media host was telling you this at the top of your lungs, fear-mongering you, telling you that you were going to lose your job if you didn't listen to them, and that the safety of the community was on you. That this was a pandemic of the unvaccinated. It didn't make any sense, because at that point, if that lie is true, then why should you care if I have the vaccine? You got yours. You protected, right? Oh, no, they were weak. Yeah, they didn't offer us much protection, actually. Come to find out. So, you know, you can't trust these people. Here's something that came out that I do believe.
In terms of the definition of people dying of COVID. So the case definition is very simplistic. It means at the time of death, it was a COVID positive diagnosis. So that means that if you were in hospice and had already been given, a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that even if you died of a clear alternate cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death. So everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death. But
everybody that was listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of death. They were over it. So when the pseudo killers on here, you know how many people died? They overcounted. We even got Democratic scientists and people from the Democrats who came out with that information. You know, shout out Dr. Ezekiel. Is it Ezekiel? I can't see. That's so small. Director of the Department of Public Health, though. She said everyone who is listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of death, but they had COVID at the time of death. And statistics show that if you got COVID, you know, you had a 99% chance of living. There was a higher chance for you to get the side effects than it was from actually dying from COVID. There was a higher chance of you getting side effects from the vaccine than it was from you dying from COVID. These are some statistics you should look at. But, you know, I digress.
They had COVID at the time of death. I hope that's helpful.
Every summer, I try to do a little extra reading. Here's a few books I've read recently that you might enjoy. How to Lie with Statistics.
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsors.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
And these people lied to us, man. They lied to us.
Our Verify team is here to help you sort out fact from misinformation. And today, we're checking a claim President Biden made during his recent town hall about the COVID-19 vaccine and how effective it is. First, here's what the president said.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Social media lit up, and Troy wrote us to ask, I want to know if President Biden is spreading disinformation regarding COVID and the vaccine. I would be.
And ain't nobody took his Twitter down. Nobody done snatched his Facebook page. He didn't have Facebook censors over all of his posting videos. Because nobody cares as long as they're lying at the behest of Big Pharma. They done spent all this money on these vaccines. Bill Gates invested all his money. He want this return. Y'all about to take these shots.
Be thrilled if these vaccines mean you won't get COVID. Does it mean that? Well, for answers, we turn to Thomas Dzinski at the IU Fairbanks School of Public Health, Brian Dixon with the Regenstrief Institute, a healthcare research organization, and the CDC. They all agree you can still get COVID even if you're fully vaccinated.
The vaccines were never designed to prevent you from being infected by COVID-19.
Breakthrough cases occur.
They knew that the whole time, that the vaccines were never designed to prevent you from getting the vaccine. So when they got up there and said it, they was lying. They was lying. They was lying. And it wasn't like it was one time. This was all they did was lie to y'all about it. Y'all don't remember? Let me show you.
You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID.
And when people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
Dr. Fauci says he has COVID again.
If you've done the right thing and gotten vaccinated, you deserve the freedom to be safe from COVID-19. And this morning, I learned I tested positive for COVID-19 as well.
Until all of us
are part of widespread vaccine programs, no one is safe.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has tested positive for COVID-19.
If you are vaccinated, you are protected. They are effective.
Vice President Kamala Harris has announced that she's tested positive for COVID-19.
With 3 doses that you'll be prevented not just from serious illness, but from getting this virus, this Omicron variant, and therefore giving it to others.
Victorian Premier Daniel Andrews is in quarantine for 7 days after testing positive to COVID.
So I'm fully vaccinated. It gives me some comfort. The fact that that's there, not for myself so much, but the people I'm coming into contact with.
Anthony Albanese has just tested positive for coronavirus.
Having received 2 doses of AstraZeneca, it's a very effective vaccine, protection from symptomatic illness and therefore risk of transmission to others.
It is great that companies have developed safe and effective vaccines. But we can't seem to make them quickly enough to stop the global spread that threatens all of us.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren just announcing she, in fact, has tested positive for COVID.
With the ongoing circulation of the COVID virus in our communities. If you're eligible, as of today, to get your 3rd dose, please do so.
Like so many other Victorians and Australians, those dreaded double lines came up.
So if we put a clamp on COVID-19 and prevent it from spreading from anyone, even if they have minimal symptoms.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau just tweeting out that he has tested positive for COVID. This would be the 2nd time the Prime Minister has tested positive.
You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Hey, folks, guess you heard. This morning I tested positive for COVID.
Milk.
Bye.
TV. Vaccinations. They now say it's okay. If the president announced tomorrow we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You could be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president announced tomorrow we have a vaccine, would you take it?
Hello, my name is Dr. Christina Parks. I received my PhD in cellular molecular biology right here in the state of Michigan from University of Michigan Medical School. And so I'm very well versed in the science of both these mRNA gene therapy vaccines, this kind of technology, as well as what a vaccine is designed to do in the body, what it can do, what it can't do, and the fact that this is extremely complex science that has been oversimplified in the media to basically take away our freedom of choice. What I want to address today in this limited time is the fact that vaccine requirements and mandates are based on the faulty assumption that the vaccines in question prevent transmission of the pathogen, right? Does the vaccine for DTaP prevent transmission? No. Does
They was lying so bad that black people and people had to go up and come and correct the lies that they were telling the public. Shout out her PhD in cellular molecular biology, Christina Parks from the University of Michigan. Shout out all my people in Michigan. You feel me? But they had to come say, hey, they're using this lie to also try to force mandates. They were trying to force the shot on everybody under this lie that it prevents you from contracting COVID. This was the game that they was trying to run. This shit was completely politics. And this was done by the Democrats. Unfortunately, I'm not here to politicize this whole thing, though. I'm not here to defend Trump. I'm not here to defend the Democrats either. I'm an independent. I bash both sides equally. So you're going to get an episode on Operation Warp Speed and how it was stupid. We'll get it. That's another day, though. Today, we focusing on these people trying to force mandates on your children through a lie that the vaccine stopped transmission. And this is why you saw all those political figures saying, yeah, if you're safe, if you take it, you won't get it. Then they slowly started all scaling back. And it was like it was coordinated. How did all these people get the same damn script? It was definitely a pandemic. Let's go.
Does the vaccine for flu prevent transmission? No. Do the vaccines for COVID prevent transmission? No. In fact, they were never designed to do that. All right, so you're asking, what about this 95% effectiveness? If you look at those clinical trials, they do not say that they prevent transmission. They expressly say that they're measuring whether they attenuate symptoms. So they're 95% effective based on their clinical.
And the pseudo killers that tell you, well, I don't care. I don't take health advice from Joe Biden. I already knew that they didn't stop from transmission. Well, if you don't take health advice from Joe Biden, why? I know you don't take it from Donald Trump, but you want him fired. You want him to go to jail too for the things he said, even though that's somebody you wouldn't take advice from. You got to pick a side because your bias is showing. Either you're going to be objective and you're going to be a scientist, or you're going to be a political pawn, regurgitating mainstream media talking points about science you ain't never looked at. Let's continue, man, because it's a mess over there on the Community of Skeptics channel, man.
Trials at attenuating symptoms for the first variant, which is essentially gone in our population. Right now, the predominant variant is the Delta, and CDC Director Walensky basically said that these vaccines have no ability to prevent infection by and transmission of the Delta variant. So our policy needs not to be built on the hope of what we think something we want it to do, but what the data actually tell us. So do these viruses prevent, do the vaccines prevent the virus from infecting and replicating in the nose and nasopharynx? No. They've only been shown to prevent that replication in the lungs. They're different. The mucosa is very different than the lungs. It's very different than the blood. You inject it to the blood, you make antibodies in your blood. The virus isn't infecting your blood. It's infecting your mucosa, and you don't produce any IgA to neutralize it. In fact, recent studies have shown that the vaccinated, especially with the Delta variant, and the unvaccinated have similar amounts of virus in their nose and throat. In Barnstable, Massachusetts, the CDC tracked an outbreak of 469 cases of COVID. 74% occurred in fully vaccinated, and 4 out of 5 of those hospitalized were vaccinated. All right, so maybe they are mandating this because they just didn't know with the COVID. And so my main complaint is with our health agencies and the CDC, who basically know better and are misleading the public. So let's look at DTaP, which the scientists and the CDC have known since 2014 that the acellular pertussis vaccine does not prevent people from getting infected with the pertussis bacteria and passing it to others. In fact, it was never designed to do that. The vaccine was designed to neutralize the pertussis toxin. Pertussis, we know it as whooping cough. It can be fatal for children under 6 months. So neutralizing this toxin saves lives, all right? I'm not going to debate that. But what it doesn't do is neutralize the bacteria. So what happens is fully vaccinated children go to daycare, they pick up that bacteria, and they come home and they give it to their newborn brother or sister. They get deathly ill and they go to the hospital. Hopefully our medical professionals are able to save them. But who do they blame? Now the CDC is blaming anti-vaxxers for the limitations of this vaccine design. I suggest that they be transparent and tell parents that although it is preventing severe disease in their children, it is not preventing transmission because we have created a whole class of asymptomatic pertussis carriers who are increasing the disease. Now, the old DTP vaccine that many of you who are my age or older got did prevent transmission. When we switched to the safer acellular version, they knew that it was never designed to prevent transmission. It was safer, it had less adverse events, but pertussis cases have gone through the roof. There's a resurgence in pertussis because of the design of the vaccine, and the vaccinologists know this. They're trying to address it, and so we cannot mandate that something that does not prevent transmission. All right, what about the flu vaccine? Well, they have shown that basically there's no difference, there's no statistical difference if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, whether you get the flu or not. But it's even worse because although that first year it is somewhat effective, it's about 65% effective at preventing symptoms in you, after that it actually has negative efficacy. And I want to address this because it's very important. Vaccines are made to a specific variant, and when that variant mutates, the vaccine no longer recognizes it. And so it's like you're seeing a completely new virus. And because that's so, you actually get more severe symptoms when you're vaccinated against one variant, and then it mutates, and then your body sees the other variant. So there's the potential, and the science shows that, in fact, with the flu, if you get vaccinated in multiple years, you are more likely to get severe disease, you are more likely to have more viral replication, and you are more likely to be hospitalized, both in adults and in children. We are seeing the same thing in COVID with the Delta variant. And so we are mandating that people get a vaccine that could actually make them more sick when they're exposed to the virus. In fact, this week, a paper came out, and what it showed is that with this Delta variant, when you're vaccinated, your body makes antibodies that are supposed to neutralize the virus, but they were supposed to neutralize the old variant. When they see this new variant, what they're doing is the antibodies are taking the virus and helping it infect the cells. All right, that science was just published this week. We need to be looking at the science, and we need our policy to reflect the science, and we also need it to reflect our rights. Okay. And so, as a PhD who knows the science, I'm in the category of the most vaccine hesitant group. Yes, PhDs are the most vaccine hesitant, followed by people who have less than a high school degree because they know what they don't know and they don't trust their government. And many people, the other group that is very vaccine hesitant are African Americans. 70% of African Americans have not taken this vaccine. Why? Because they don't trust their government. Do they have reason not to trust their government? Well, between the years of 1930 and 1970, the CDC conducted the Tuskegee experiment, where they took untreated males with syphilis and they refused to treat them. Even after antibiotics became available, they still did not treat them, and they did not tell them that they had syphilis. They told those people that they were there to secure their health, and they did not secure their health. They abused them. You say, well, that was in the past, although I don't think 1970 was that long ago. Well, in 2012, whistleblower William Thompson came forward and said, we published a study that said MMR does not cause autism, but we lied. In fact, we shredded data that showed that when black boys are vaccinated on time, they have increased rates of autism diagnosis, and we shredded it and we left it out of the paper. As an African American and a PhD, I want to ask each of you, are we going to exclude 70% of African American people from the workforce and from education? Right, my ancestors did not work this hard. I come from a family that worked very hard, and I'm very aware that my privileges are dependent on the work of my grandmother and my great-grandmother, and I have great respect for these people that put me where I am. And yet you're telling me that my son will not be able to be educated if, based on the history of African Americans in this country, that he doesn't want to be vaccinated? All right, so I will leave you with that question. Who are we going to exclude from the workforce? Are we going to continue with discrimination and segregation in the United States of America? Thank you. immediately recognized it as gene therapy technology. They denied it, and now that is widely accepted. My name is Dr. Christina Parks. I have a PhD in cellular and molecular biology. This uniquely qualifies me for understanding this technology. This is actually what I was trained in. And so when these came out, I immediately recognized it as gene therapy technology. They denied it, and now that is widely accepted. Both the J&J, the AstraZeneca, as well as the Pfizer and Moderna, which are the mRNA platforms. I'm here to testify. I want to be very clear in mind. I don't want to complicate it with a lot of technical details about what is at stake and what is critical here. This is not about whether there should be a vaccine and whether people should be able to receive a vaccine. This is about the fact that this genetic vaccine technology is not safe. Now, I know for the Novavax, it still caused myocarditis, so that's a separate conversation. But this genetic technology is not safe, and if there were liability, whereas the manufacturer or the government were liable for any injury over this period of like 20 years after the vaccine, that would be one thing. But in the absence of product liability, it falls to you to ensure the safety of your citizens, and that's why we're here. If there were another route by which their safety was ensured, then we wouldn't be dealing with this. Next slide, please. So the need for an informed consent is critical here. And there are very few people that really understand this very complex scientific technology. So we need to be asking whether our healthcare professionals have the information they need to adequately understand and explain the risks versus the benefits of this new genetic technology. And to my mind, they really don't. Next slide, please. So traditional vaccines do not force the cells to make a viral protein. So on the left, you see a traditional vaccine where you're injecting a viral protein or part of a protein and an antigen. It may cause some sort of reaction, but eventually the body usually deals with that and it moves on. In a gene therapy vaccine, if you want to call it that, is very, very different. What you are doing is actually using nanolipid particles to deliver this genetic information to the cells. Once that genetic information gets inside the cell is turned into a manufacturing plant for the protein. In this case, it's a manufacturing plant for the entire full-length spike protein, which is what caused most of the deleterious effects of COVID. And so it is made in the nucleus. It is made in the mitochondria, where it really disrupts energy production. It is put on the cell surface, which was the intent, but is also secreted into the blood where it can go to other organs. So because it's a foreign protein, the body is going to attack any cell making this viral protein. This is a key reason why this type of technology is not safe, and it needs to be sort of recalled or moratorium put on it until it is better established and tested, I would say, over a period of probably about 20 years. So this is an argument whether there should be a COVID vaccine or whether people should be able to receive it. It's whether this technology should be promoted or allowed to our citizens in the absence of any liability. Next slide, please. So the goals of gene therapy technology, and so this is why it was very surprising that they used this technology, are to get the target genetic material into as many cells of interest as possible. This is not necessary for a vaccine. It's also to get the mRNA to be expressed for as long as possible, because generally you're trying to have a therapeutic effect. Again, this is not necessary, but it wasn't changed in these vaccines. It still is a goal, and it is still what they do. A previous presenter said that the RNA breaks down over a few days. That is true for your natural RNA, but this is stabilized RNA with pseudouridine, and it is stabilized so that we know that in 60 days, it is still in the cell, and it is still directing the cell to make spike protein. There's other studies that implicate it for even longer periods. So this is not a surprise because it's a goal of gene therapy. That's why this technology is not appropriate for use as a vaccine. It also has as a goal to express as much of the target protein as possible. If it were a therapeutic protein, you could understand why that would be necessary. So again, none of these are necessary for the efficacy of a vaccine. Next slide, please.
The known risk of gene therapy technologies are cancer, hyperinflammation, immune system dysregulation, autoimmune disorders, genomic integration, where this genetic information actually gets inside your DNA and can be passed to your children. So the regulatory guidelines for gene therapy technology require 10 to 20 years of surveillance to pick up signals for cancer and autoimmunity. Careful screening for genomic integration into germline sex cells, careful screening for increased prevalence of blood disorders and cancers such as leukemia and lymphoma. Next slide, please. Genetic vaccine technology causes the body to attack itself because the cells are making a viral foreign protein. Thus, this technology is not proven safe for general use. Long-term 20-year safety studies and manufacturer liability are a must. And my last slide, please. Specifically with regard to the spike protein is the inflammatory toxic part of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And we have just made the body a manufacturing plant for the most problematic part of this virus. So your cells, if any foreign protein, your immune system is going to attack those cells. And that's what we see in myocarditis. That's what we see in a lot of this injury. The immune system is destroying the cells that are making the spike protein. But if those are your heart cells or your kidney cells or cells that you need, that becomes a problem. While there may be an acute injury leading to death from this vaccine, that's not the only problem. This is going to become a problem because we've seen spike protein in patients up to 2 years out after receiving the vaccine. And so this chronic production of a foreign protein results in chronic immune activation and eventually this dysregulation of the entire immune system. And we don't have long-term studies on that.
And if y'all miss me going over that in my presentation, let me share this tab instead. Make sure y'all can see my presentation. I covered this. You know, modified mRNA is persistent in tissues far longer than early models assumed. The assumption was that it was only going to last 24 to 72 hours. But again, they're seeing it up to 3 years out. This video we're watching is a little old. She said 2 years in this one, but they're still seeing it. So the body's still producing spike protein. This is peer-reviewed findings from cell and pharmacology research and perspectives. You know, they confirm the presence in the lymph nodes, the blood plasma, the heart muscle, amongst other places. Again, it's leaking into the bloodstream. It's not staying isolated into the arm area, the deltoid, where they originally thought. You know, that was the assumption. The reality is a fraction of the lipid nanoparticles are escaping local tissue. It breaches the bloodstream and initiates systemic distribution. So if somebody says your body's pumping full of nanoparticles, they're not being facetious at all. You know, and the biological impact, the payload delivery and spike protein generation occurring in vital unintended organs across the body, from your adrenal glands to your liver to your spleen and your heart, are now starting to produce the spike protein, which the body is starting to attack. Again, just one of the many problems I covered in this presentation. If you missed the episode, Unc West and Scientific Double Standards, go check it out. I definitely covered this, and I'm going to do another episode where I go over this information again because I really feel like it needs to get out. There's peer-reviewed research that's contrary to what you find on these other channels with their echo chamber scholarship, and we're going to be talking about it. But back to what PhD Dr. Christina Parks was talking about. Where was Shody at? Here we go.
All of this promotes runaway inflammation, which is a major driver of disease, especially cancer. Thank you. The SARS-CoV virus itself can also replicate in the gut, produce the spike protein, and cause inflammation and problems in the gut. Then all of that can leak through into your blood, spread to your organs. I'm seeing a lot of chronic health problems, even in the very healthiest people that I know are struggling with health. That means our more vulnerable populations are really going to go down. And again, this is going to drive anything that you have wrong with you. So you have multiple sclerosis every time you get COVID, or, if you're exposed to this contamination, whatever it is, it's going to make that worse. Whatever your health issue is, it's going to set it on fire. And so it's going to be a slow depopulation event. The way the spike protein was designed, this was entirely predictable. So I can't say whether it was nefarious at the outset, but the spike protein was designed to be inflammatory. It causes cancer and sets the immune system on fire.
I don't know what more needs to be said other than that. Let me run that back for the people in the back, because this was predictable.
The SARS-CoV virus itself can also replicate in the gut, produce the spike protein, and cause inflammation and problems in the gut. Then all of that can leak through into your blood, spread to your organs. I'm seeing a lot of chronic health problems, even in the very healthiest people that I know are struggling with health. That means our more vulnerable populations are really going to go down. And again, this is going to drive anything that you have wrong with you. So you have multiple sclerosis every time you get COVID, or, if you're exposed to this contamination, whatever it is, it's going to make that worse. Whatever your health issue is, it's going to set it on fire. And so it's going to be a slow depopulation event. The way the spike protein was designed, this was entirely predictable. So I can't say whether it was nefarious at the outset, but the spike protein was designed to be inflammatory. It causes cancer and sets the immune system on fire.
But they'll call me an anti-vaxxer just because I say that this mRNA vaccine wasn't created equal. And that's the truth. These are the facts. PhD in cellular molecular biology from Michigan State. Shout out Christina Parks. Shout out all my people in the D. Shout out everybody I know in Michigan. I see Cosmo Cal in here, definitely representing. Shout out Michigan, baby. Michigan's Natural Living might be in here somewhere. Shout out Michigan's Natural Living as well. She said it for you right there, loud and clear. I don't, this is science that, the pseudo killers want to act like doesn't exist. And it's at this point, I just know I can't trust them on this topic. Like, how much are y'all getting paid, bro? Y'all finally made it. Like, I ain't know. I sold out though, but y'all finally made it. You got it. It has to be something like that because it's given agent. The way they just show up to defend the word vaccine. They don't want to talk about none of the science. They don't want to talk about what the molecular biologist talking about. You feel me? They just want to sidestep you with the fallacies. Remember I told you to watch out for the ad hominem fallacy, the appeal to authority, the genetic fallacy, and the confirmation bias. This is the pseudo killer playbook right here. First thing I'll say, oh yeah, he's fringe. We're not gonna listen to him. It's emotionally satisfying, but scientific questions are not resolved through personal assessment. Cells do not consult Twitter or or who the popular scientist is before translating mRNA. Okay? Watch out for that, man. They good at that one. Good at that one. What did I want to play next, man? What did I want to go into next? Next, I wanted to go into this. This is something that a lot of people don't talk about. This is a Children's Health Defense. You can check them out on, it's a paper. They put out articles. They usually covering a lot of this stuff. Judge gives FDA 8 months, not 75 years, to produce Pfizer safety data. Okay. And this article is from January 7th, 2022. But they were trying to hide the data from us for 75 years. And you just heard Christina Parks say, like, this is pretty much a depopulation event. It's a slow depopulation event. She's expecting to see worse cases of cancer and everything as time goes on. The spikes of protein is going to continue to replicate itself, setting your immune system and offsetting whatever pre-existing conditions you may be prone to. You may have, or ones that you don't have yet that you may be prone to. So, and they wanted to hide this data for 75 years. We'll be well long gone by then. I'll get into some of this article. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration will have 8 months, not the 75 years it requested, to release all documents related to the licensing of Pfizer's Carminti COVID vaccine. I don't know what that word is. Oh, anyway, a federal judge ruled Thursday. In his ruling, Judge Mark Pittman of the U.S. District Court of the Northern District of Texas quoted President John F. Kennedy writing, "A nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth and falsehood in an open market is a nation that is afraid of its people." Judge Pittman rejected the FDA's claim that it could release redacted versions of documents at a rate of only 500 pages per month, which would have meant the full cache of documents wouldn't become public until 2096. The documents in question relate to the Freedom of Information Act filed August 2021 by the Public Health and Medical Professionals for Transparency, a group of more than 30 medical and public health professional scientists from institutions such as Harvard, Yale, and UCLA. So these scientists from Harvard, Yale, and UCLA wanted to go over the data. They told them, we're short-staffed. We'll send you a couple pages a month. By 2096, we'll get it to you. They're like, nigga, is you crazy? Did you hear what dude said on the phone? I know that's what they was talking. They was texting each other in a group chat like, what? And so again, when they try to act like there's no scientists who don't agree with this, like I know it's Harvard, Yale, UCLA scientists who don't agree with this. We're going to be bringing all of these people out because the pseudo killers will have you believe that you got to be crazy and to have any questions, crazy to not just trust their word for it. And at this point, it's dangerous. In this 4-page order, Judge Pittman ordered the FDA to produce more than 12,000 pages of documents before January 31st or thereafter to produce the remaining documents at a rate of 55,000 pages every 30 days, with the first production being due on or before March 1st, 2022, until production is complete. And yesterday, if you missed yesterday's episode, I went over 9 pages of the adverse events, things that we caught them lying about, things that we know Joe Biden knew now because they had the data. They were just holding it back. He had the data. So when he got up there and said, you're 100% safe, it's 95% safe, they slowly started going back and kept scaling it back until it was, we never said that the vaccines would stop you from getting it. Then they tried to all the way backtrack to that. Like, we got a short memory. Like, these clips can't be compiled and we can't put them in order and have y'all saying them on repeat. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So I know he had the data when he was up there lying to people. That's how I know it was a lie and not them just miscommunicating. It wasn't none of that. It was a campaign because these people was trying to get their money, man. Everybody has to take the shot. Okay? In his FOIA request, the PHMPT asked for the FDA to release all data and information for the Pfizer vaccine, including safety and effectiveness data, adverse reaction reports, and a list of active and inactive ingredients. PHMPT, and that's the group of Harvard, Yale, and UCLA scientists, had initially requested expedited processing of his FOIA submission on the basis there is a compelling need for the swift release of the documents in question, further arguing that the documentation should be fully released within 108 days, the number of days it took the FDA to approve Pfizer's vaccine. So they gave him the same amount of time that they had to release the vaccine to release that data. Clock starts now. When the organization's request was rejected by the FDA, the PHMPT filed a lawsuit against the agency. How dare you tell us that we can't help you? We're some of the top scientists in the country. Science isn't done this way. And again, this is what I keep talking to the pseudo killers when they act like we crazy for our distrust. of the government and the way science is being done right now. When the first people fomenting vaccine hesitancy, you know, were none other than the dang on Democrats who they rallying behind themselves right now.
Democrats were against the vaccine when Trump was president. Here's Joe Biden.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president announced tomorrow we have a vaccine, would you take it? Only if it was completely transparent that other experts in the country could look at it.
Only if it was completely transparent, right? Then they turn around, try to tell us we got to wait 75 years to get the data while simultaneously trying to mandate it on our kids and think that we not going to recognize the flim-flam. I recognize the flim-flam. I recognize when I'm being lied to. And damn it, I got questions and I got a problem with this. I didn't realize this was so small on the screen, but I'm sure if you zoom in, you can read that article. Let me continue with some of this article over here. Let me zoom in a little bit for the people at home. Here we go. Okay. When the organization's request was rejected by the FDA, PHMPT filed a lawsuit against the agency. The FDA, in its argument, recognized that it had an obligation to make the information public, but it claimed the Center for Biologist Evaluation and Research, which maintains the records in question, has only 10 staff members, 2 of whom are new. What, Indeed ain't hiring them? What are you talking about? You only got 10 people. All the government funding that went to this, that was one of the weakest excuses I've ever heard. They tried, though. Susan Burke, and let me continue with the article. Susan Burke, head of the FDA's Division of Disclosure and Oversight Management, said it takes 8 minutes a page for a worker to perform a careful line-by-line, word-by-word review of all responsive records before producing them in response to a FOIA request. As a result, the FDA initially claimed that it required 55 years to fully release redacted versions of these documents. The agency later amended this request to 75 years. A great win for transparency. I'm being sarcastic. In his order, Judge Pittman recognized the burden placed on the FDA in meeting the timeline for the release of these documents, but nevertheless made clear that it must be a priority for the agency. Here, the court recognizes the unduly burdensome challenge that this FOIA request may present to the FDA. But as expressed at the scheduling conference, there may not be a more important issue at the Food and Drug Administration than the pandemic, the Pfizer vaccine, getting every American vaccinated, and making sure that the American public is assured that this was not rushed on behalf of the United States. Pittman, in addition, quoting Kennedy in his order, also drew on the words of former U.S. President James Madison. A popular government without popular information or the means of acquiring it is but a prologue to a farce for a tragedy, or perhaps both. Knowledge will forever govern ignorance, and a people who mean to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power which knowledge gives. I like that. Force them to get this documentation out fast, and then we found out that they had, babies dying from sudden death in infants and pregnant women. We didn't know none of that when they was talking about, well, you're safe if you get it. We didn't know that these were some of the adverse effects. Again, Unc West and them got everybody in white collar t-shirts dancing to the music like it's a dang on it's an ad for the medicine I never wanted to take. And the list of side effects is way worse than what they was trying to cure, depending on what age bracket you were in. You weren't high risk anyway. There was a 99% chance you were going to live if you got COVID, if you didn't have pre-existing conditions. But nonetheless, let's continue. This is a great win for transparency and removes one of the strangleholds federal health authorities have had on the data needed for independent scientists to offer solutions and address serious issues with the current vaccine program. Issues which include waning immunity, variants evading vaccine immunity, and as the CDC has confirmed, that the vaccines do not prevent transmission. And you see how they had to put as they finally confirm, finally, because they have been lying to you. No person should ever be coerced to engage in an unwanted medical procedure. But this is what you get when you go to the pseudo killers channel. You're being coerced to engage in an unwanted medical procedure, whether you're in the group that's high risk, whether you're not. They were talking about sticking babies the other day. I don't get it. But nonetheless, and while it's bad, and I'll continue with the article, while it's bad enough the government violated the basic liberty right by mandating COVID-19 vaccine, the government also wanted to hide the data by waiting to fully produce what it relied upon to license this product until almost every American alive today is dead. That form of governance is destructive to liberty and antithetical to the openness required in a democratic society. So, I'm glad somebody called it out and put a stop to it. And this is the stuff that you just can't get the pseudo killers to talk about or acknowledge. You know what I'm saying? It's very one-sided. It's very echo chamberish. It's giving cult-like vibes over there. And they tried to accuse me of having the cult-like vibes. But we weren't the one trying to censor the conversation. We were the one trying to create an open debate for it. We're not the ones trying to give health advice like we're getting a check from Pfizer themselves. I don't tell anybody to take it or not to. You, on the other hand, will say we a rabbit ass nut if we don't stick our arm with this experimental mRNA vaccine, which is the first of its kind. Nonetheless, these Harvard, Yale, and UCLA doctors don't agree with you. But I'll continue. PHMPT pledged to publish all of the FDA documents on its website. In a filing submitted to a federal judge in November, the U.S. Department of Justice, arguing on behalf of the FDA, initially claimed the agency could process some 329,000 pages of documents at a rate of only 500 pages per month in order to have time to redact legally exempt material. And again, go ahead and check this article out. The title is Judge Gives FDA 8 months, not 75 years to produce Pfizer safety data. And, I covered what this data was yesterday. So I did things a little out of order to try to move things along. But yesterday we went over 9 pages of redacted data. Find out that they had infants, pregnant women's babies suddenly dying, things like that we didn't know. So we didn't know that pregnant women were at risk for them losing their child, and they had the data for that. But they chose to get up here and tell you. What did they tell y'all? Let me show you what they told y'all.
Heard this morning I tested positive for COVID.
And when people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
Yeah, they were telling you you're going to be safe. Specifically, 100% safe and effective. But
our Verify team is here to help you sort out fact from misinformation. And today, we're checking a claim President Biden made during his recent town hall about the COVID-19 vaccine and how effective it is. First, here's what the president said.
You're okay. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Social media lit up, and Troy wrote us to ask, I want to know if President Biden is spreading disinformation regarding COVID and the vaccine. I would be thrilled if these vaccines mean you won't get COVID. Does it mean that? Well, for answers, we turn to Thomas Dzinski at the IU Fairbanks School of Public Health, Brian Dixon with the Regenstrief Institute, a healthcare research organization, and the CDC. They all agree you can still get COVID even if you're fully vaccinated.
But nobody took Joe Biden's Twitter. Nobody took his Facebook for disinformation. Because again, nobody cares when you're spreading disinformation at behest of Big Pharma. It's not until you get to telling the truth about some of the stuff that they're doing that they'll take you down. We had every mainstream media host up here lying to y'all. You know, Rachel Maddow, she makes $30,000 a month to scare
It
the
means that
bejesus out
instead
of
of the
y'all.
vaccine being able, instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person to person, spreading and spreading, sickening some of them, but not all of them. And the ones that it doesn't sicken don't know they have it. And then they give it to even more people because they didn't recognize they were, right? Instead of the virus being able to hop from person to person to person, potentially mutating and becoming more virulent and drug resistant along the way. Now we know that the vaccines work well enough that the virus stops with every vaccinated person. A vaccinated person gets exposed to the
That was a lie. And this misinformation is still up on YouTube right now. You know, how do you think I got the video? You feel me? So again, misinformation at behest of Big Pharma, it's okay. A lot of people scare him at behest of Big Pharma, it's okay. Nobody gets reprimanded. No redactions. It's crazy and it's scary because they've deteriorated trust between the public and the people, you know, the government. And now we don't know who to trust at this point, and it sucks. You know, nobody should be shocked that vaccine hesitancy is at an all-time high. You can't spend years telling the public, trust us, we have the science, everything is under control, and then expect people to simply forget when the story changes. You know, during COVID, governments and public health institutions, they made statements that were later walked back, contradicted by, you know, new evidence every damn day. Some officials, some of these people, they were just speaking with their chest out. Like they knew 100% for sure this and that, you know, and that the evidence justified what they were saying. And then we kept seeing policies change. We kept seeing the messaging change. They kept trying to scale back on what they had said because they realized that, hey, this shit is about to come out. It's just about to hit the fan. Well, Biden pardon us on the way out. We'll be cool till the end. You know? And it sucks. Fauci pleading the fifth 111 times. Like, nigga, you already got a part and you can tell the truth now. We can't, you know, transparency matters. How about you build trust with the American people instead of continuing to deteriorate it with your lies and omission of the truth? You plead the fifth when something might incriminate you. You can't plead the fifth if what your answer isn't incriminating to a crime that you may have committed. So he was telling on himself right there with that. You feel me? And here's the problem. Trust is easier to destroy than it is to rebuild. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and all these people make the mistake, people can forgive a mistake. Science is supposed to change when better science comes along. But when the government or institutions communicate with absolute certainty, dismiss legitimate questions, dismiss critics, censor people who have Harvard degrees, have been immunologists and virologists for over 50 years, or appear to move the goalposts without explaining why to anybody. People don't just question one policy, they start questioning the entire institution. This is how you get vaccine hesitancy. Now that doesn't mean every vaccine is dangerous. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I simply say all vaccines aren't created equal. You know, this doesn't mean every government statement that they made was false either. It certainly doesn't mean every criticism of vaccines is automatically somehow correct. But it does mean that there's a legitimate question we need to ask. Did government and public health institutions contribute to the distrust they're now complaining about? And I think we have the answer when you look at videos like this and see that they were the first ones fomenting vaccine hesitancy before anybody. It was Democrats.
When Trump was president, here's Joe Biden.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president now.
You know, they were the first ones talking about some hell no. I don't trust the shit over here. I don't care what the FDA say. I ain't doing nothing. I don't trust that president. Now, when we don't trust this other president, we saying the same thing. Now we anti-vaxxers. Now y'all upset with us. And, my hypocrisy only goes so far. My hypocrisy only goes so far. So shout out all the scientists who dared risk their careers, 50 years, 30 years in the game to tell what they sought to be the truth. Most of these people, they didn't need money. They were telling the truth because they were concerned about public health. They couldn't be bought by Big Pharma. Some people move with integrity, and that's not what we got from anyone in government about this situation. This is not how science is conducted. You don't censor scientists who disagree. You prove them wrong. You set up a forum for public debate, and you show which science is superior. You don't censor them. This is crazy.
Tomorrow we have a vaccine. Would you take it? Only if it was completely transparent that other experts in the country could look at it. Only if everybody could look at it. I just showed you how they tried to hide it for 75 years. And then we still vaccine hesitant. They weren't doing anything to build public trust. They were actually moving completely the opposite. It was the worst gaslighting. It's like dealing with a girl who say she love you, or females a guy who say he love you, but he moving foul behind your back and he texting other people. It's like, come on, man. Like, at this point, how am I supposed to trust y'all? I'm just supposed to play stupid, stay stupid, and keep my eyes closed? It don't work like that. Especially when it comes to situations like this.
In terms of the definition of people dying of COVID. So the case definition is very simplistic. It means at the time of death, it was a COVID positive diagnosis. So that means that if you were in hospice and had already been given, a few weeks to live, and then you also were found to have COVID, that would be counted as a COVID death. It means that even if you died of a clear alternate cause, but you had COVID at the same time, it's still listed as a COVID death. So everyone who's listed as a COVID death doesn't mean that that was the cause of the death, but they had COVID at the time of death. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, so that lends credit to when, that happened right after the pandemic started. But it lends credit to all the studies that came out that said the deaths are being overcounted. So why they trying to scare y'all with all these numbers? Like, the numbers wasn't even that bad to consider they're being overcounted. Come to find out you had a 99% chance of living if you got the damn virus. A 1% chance of dying. Shit. They never told you that on TV, though. You would be censored and taken down at the time if you tried to say something like that, even though the statistics reflected that. So, I don't know. When it comes to the pseudo killers and the government, you can't demand public trust while refusing to examine why that trust disappeared in the first place. And I'm just here to separate the facts from the politics. The evidence from the rhetoric. You feel me? Because that's all they coming with. There were some legitimate failures, and there are some conspiracy theories out there. We're gonna cover those in a future episode too. All anti-vaxxers, I guess, or people who don't support the mRNA vaccines aren't created equal. There are some crazy folks making some crazy claims, and we're gonna bring some of those up too and laugh at them. But that's just me being objective and unbiased. I'm taking the middle path. I'm not gonna lean too far to one side because I'm going to examine both sides of the argument. The community deserves that. The community doesn't deserve any more of the pseudo killers echo chamber scholarship. If they wanted a vaccine pushed on them like it's a dang Pfizer job fair, they could turn on the regular news. They don't need us for that. I digress though, man. Let me what should I end with? I dropped that link, man. If anybody want to pull up and share their thoughts, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much. Yeah, the panel been open. Come up here and talk. Y'all just had me doing my thing for a minute. Come up and share y'all thoughts, man. Don't ask me no questions if y'all can. I don't want to talk no more. But y'all can definitely debate each other and tell the community how y'all feel. If y'all disagree with me, y'all can definitely come up and voice y'all opinion. I'm just not gonna respond. I don't feel the need to prove myself to everybody who disagree with me. It's gonna be a million people who disagree. It's not enough time in the day. But yeah, more than welcome to pull up. I'll drop that link again. Yes, yes, yes. Come be heard. Don't be scared. The floor is open to the community. Whether you agree or disagree, come voice your thoughts. No pushback from me if you disagree. That's not what I'm here for, man. We're going to agree to disagree. I'm going to respect your opinion, and we're going to go to the next caller after you say whatever you got to say. That's how we doing it. What, is somebody in the back or something? No, ain't nobody in the back. Okay. I was going to say I thought Omar was back there because he asked me to open the thing. Did I miss anything? These other videos I got on the Wuhan stuff, so I'm gonna save those. We got Omar to the stage. How you feeling, Omar? Shalom. You muted.
Oh, there we go. There we go. My bad. I was watching it from my TV. I had to turn my TV down so I don't get that reverb. Hey, Shalom, A1, man. Hey, sometime a person that claims that they have a specialty in a certain area can be proven wrong. And I think that you demonstrated with the breakdown. But the thing why I respect how you demonstrated it, not one time did you name call, not one time did you use profane language against Brother Ankh and Brother Said. You eloquently made the argument and you pulled up sources from validated doctors that actually disagree with Ankh's and Said's sentiment dealing with these vaccines. So excellent job. You didn't have to use slander. You didn't go on a tirade. You didn't have to cuss them out, use profanity. You didn't have to put the brothers down. You came with love and how I respect on how you did it is you just didn't run off at the mouth. You actually pulled up firsthand footage. So I think that was nasty work, man. That was nasty work, A1.
I appreciate you, man. I definitely appreciate you. I try to give y'all what I feel like y'all deserve. Y'all don't deserve none of that weak scholarship. Y'all don't deserve nobody trying to mislead y'all. So that's the last thing I'm about to try to come up here and do, just to try to look cool or get brownie points. This is a topic that obviously you see. I mean, I care a lot about, I got kids. I have to think about their health. I have to think about my health. I have to make informed decisions. But the echo chamber scholarship makes it hard for me to make an informed decision. I want to hear both sides of the argument, you know, and then I can decide who's right or wrong. But if we're censoring one side of the argument and then trying to be like, everybody agrees with this, well, nigga, because you banished everybody else off the island, nigga. There's nobody to disagree anymore. You killed everybody. That's like when the Christians be like, well, why are there so many Christians then if this religion ain't working or if it's bogus? Because you killed everybody, nigga. You trying to kill the Muslims now. You talking about? Like, but nonetheless, yeah, they banished all off the island.
But this is what I admire about how you laid out your format to make a perfect argument. And not only did you make the perfect argument, the sources that you pulled validated your point and it disagreed with them. But this is where it began to be nasty work by you. So I was over there. It was me and Oli went over there on a panel. We was talking. So what they was doing, they pulled up the Bill Gates Jones. So I remember you pulled that up first. You pulled up the two Bill Gates Jones. You pulled up the one where Bill Gates was breaking down the vaccine, and then you pulled up the other one where Bill Gates had the sweater on, and Bill Gates' wife was like, "Oh, we want to try it out on black and Native Americans first." So this was my thing. I asked him a question. I said, "Why do y'all hold Bill Gates as the authority?" I said, Bill Gates is not a researcher when it comes to medical, vaccines, or anything dealing with the medical field. I said, Bill Gates is a computer programmer who graduated from Harvard with a computer design degree in 1975 in Harvard. Bill Gates is not the voice dealing with this subject. I said, now, this is where we got to get critical. I said, if Bill Gates wanted to use certain words, Bill Gates is smart enough to where if he wanted to use certain terminology, he would use it. But then I asked him a question. I said, is anywhere in that Bill Gates video did Bill Gates mention I forgot what it was, but I asked him the question. They both of them said no, Omar. But then this is what they did. I said, so if Bill Gates didn't mention I forgot the word. I'll get it in a second.
Protection. You were talking about if you lose protection.
Right, thank you. So I said, well, and then one dude had the nerve to say, oh no, so just because how you breaking it down, Omar, they're still the protection drops, but they're still protected 75%. I said, so this is what we got to do.
Yeah, and then you called him out on that, like you're putting words in his mouth. I saw you over there kicking his butt. I was about to go live, but my peoples was like, wait, hold on. West live right now talking about vaccines. I was like, what? I'm like, there's like, oh shit, I think he might be talking about you. And then it was like, oh wait, no, he ain't talking about you, but Omar over there handling them. So I watched for a little bit.
Yeah,
I was like, good job, Omar. Good job.
Yeah. And this is the thing also. I'm not saying that I'm the voice. And this is the thing here too. Normally in those science as far as certain areas dealing with that, I would admit Unc and Cedric would actually be my superior, because my like I said, my origins dealing with science goes back. And I'm talking about when I was like 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, I was fascinated with it, but I left it alone. I recently started studying back things up, but very slow. So I can sit back and admit 98% of the chance, talking about a subject like that, Unc and Cedric would be my superior. But this is where they fell short. I just used basic common sense in that conversation, and I was just addressing all the fallacies they were saying. And then when I had basic questions, they couldn't answer. They stumbled over questions, and then in some point in times, they was like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. And then Sid came in with the basic thing, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Mute out, Omar, mute out. So I muted out. But, when you come with certain things, certain thing, and this is another thing. My disliking sometime is when a person has a specialty in a certain area, but then a person who has maybe just common knowledge of the subject addresses it from a common sense point of view, and then you get addressed with certain questions. Sometimes the person who's the expert can say, you know what, I didn't think about it that way. And I'm gonna give an example. Remember our recent conversation with Professor Ash. Remember when I told Professor Ash, I said, look, back then, waterfront real estate wasn't considered a commodity. So there was a lot of black people that was actually on waterfront property because it wasn't popping back then. It wasn't a commodity. What did Dr. Ash say? He said, you know what, Omar? He said, thank you. He said, I didn't know that. Thank you, brother Omar. That's what I like. Because even though Professor Ash has his accolades, you know what? He was humble enough to say, you know what? I didn't know that. Thanks for bringing that out. And I think sometime when we had these conversations, it's real hard for a brother to say, even when that brother's the authority of a certain conversation or a certain topic, it's hard for a brother to say, you know what? I never looked at it from that standpoint. You know what I'm saying? Even though I disagree with you now, I can look at it from your lens. Or for a brother just to say, you know what, Omar, that was a good point. I can stand corrected on that point.
That's facts. It's just about I'm trying to get it right. I'm not really concerned about being right.
Yeah, and the thing is, A1, when I went over there, I didn't go over there to try to one up them because I was really like I went over there really trying to learn because, like I said, in that area of conversation, I would consider them basically I would have to humble myself down and really listen to these brothers. But as I start to listen, and I was like, well, hold on, I do have a basic knowledge of this, and the mathing wasn't mathing, and it wasn't adding up. So then I had to ask certain questions, and when I asked those questions, then we went into the conundrum of Omar don't know what he's talking about. Omar is stupid. But it was a lot of people that disagreed with me, but there was a handful of brothers and sisters that was like, Omar is actually making a good point. And it was another brother that was like, well, Unc, I gotta be honest. I come over here, I love you. He was like, you're not addressing the question that Omar is asking you. You kind of hopscotching around it.
Mm-hmm.
So
calling that shit out, man. People starting to recognize that shit. You feel me?
I mean, but I can always humble myself down and learn from brothers. I can always humble myself down and at least look at it from somebody else's lens. You know what I'm saying? It's been plenty of times to where I've had conversations, and anybody can vouch for that. I am very prideful. I do hold my own self in dear regards. And, I do toot my own horn from time to time. But there's been times, Brother Omar said, you know what? I didn't look at it. And I go back in and I say, you know what? I was wrong. I think that's healthy.
Mm-hmm. And I like going over some of these same videos in repetition for the people who missed some of the old episodes so that way they're caught up to the information. Because I don't know if anybody caught my episode on the cancer links between the vaccine and the high rise in cancer. Um, I don't know. Yeah, let me play this again. Let me figure out how to share this tab.
From what I understand about your immune stimulating discoveries, I think they should have won a Nobel Prize. I mean, this immunomodulin 101 and the low dose naltrexone, and of course the vitamin D. So give us a bit of background. Let's start with this immunomodulin. What is it?
Well, it is a heat kill mycobacterium. And a mycobacterium is a genus of bacteria, and it's a really big one. It's really big. It is what...
I can't watch any more of him tonight. I'm sorry, y'all.
Hey, and
You go ahead, Omar. You got the floor. I ain't gonna play no more videos.
Well, no, actually, I looked up something you said. You said something about the leaky ice. Was it isotope or when it came to certain side effects that the vaccine had? I forgot that terminology you used. It was something. Was it isotope or leaky?
No, that was I didn't actually say that. That was in the video though. They were talking about it was a leaky vaccine.
Yeah, and then when you played that, it did confirm certain side effects. And remember what I said, because remember, when you're dealing with vaccinations, a vaccine can have a different effect, and this is based upon a person-to-person status. So one person may take the vaccine and get some really bad side effects, and another person can just take the vaccine and be absolutely normal. So we're talking about on a person-to-person basis, because each and every individual is unique. And then we have to deal with maybe if a person has an immune deficiency, maybe if he's allergic to certain things. So it just goes back to what I said, and also to validate what you said. See, the thing is, just because a brother get a little bit of pushback, they say, oh, A1 is an anti-vaxxer. Omar is an anti-vaxxer. We never, ever, ever said that. You never said that.
Yeah, and the same thing. That's what Robert Malone said. You know.
Thank you,
He said the same
Dr.
thing.
Robert Malone. Go ahead. Yeah, but Robert Malone said the same thing. But go ahead,
the co-inventor of mRNA vaccine technology. You know, he said he's not an anti-vaxxer. Neither is Dr. Christina Sparks, PhD in cellular molecular biology. She's not an anti-vaxxer either, and neither am I. But all vaccines aren't created equal. This vaccine is the first of its kind using mRNA technology. And it needs to be evaluated on its own merits, not based on 100 years of vaccine history that doesn't support its existence. And I saw them try to sidestep your argument when you was over there with that too. Let me share my screen again, man. Dang, I done closed that. Here, let me.
But A1 before you share your screen, and I already know some of the brothers probably gonna make fun of me. The word I was thinking about is right below Dr. Robert Malone. It was the side effects from the spike protein. But go ahead. We'll address that shortly.
And you know what? Let me share this tab instead first, so I can just play this again, so people can see what's going on right now. This is what we got to deal with.
The SARS-CoV virus itself can also replicate in the gut, produce the spike protein, and cause inflammation and problems in the gut. Then all of that can leak through into your blood, spread to your organs. I'm seeing a lot of chronic health problems, even in the very healthiest people that I know are struggling with health. That means our more vulnerable populations are really going to go down. And again, this is going to drive anything that you have wrong with you. So you have multiple sclerosis. Every time you get COVID, or, you know, if you're exposed to this contamination, whatever it is, it's going to make that worse. whatever your health issue is, it's going to set it on fire. And so it's going to be a slow depopulation event. The way the spike protein was designed, this was entirely predictable. So I can't say whether it was nefarious at the outset, but the spike protein was designed to be inflammatory. It causes cancer and sets the immune system on fire.
You know, and she's not an anti-vaccine.
They're telling the truth, and they should.
That's Dr. Parks.
Mm-hmm.
She's a specialist. She has a PhD. She has a PhD in what? Cellular and molecular biologist. This is Dr. Parks speaking from a PhD point of view in this specific area, dealing with the conversation that we having. Because see, this is another thing that I brought out. Like I told them, they put up Bill Gates and they was like, oh, Bill Gates said this and said that. I'm like, well, first of all, is Bill Gates intelligent? Yes. Is he rich? Yes. But this conversation has nothing to do with computer programming, which is Bill Gates' specialty from Harvard back since when? Graduation, 1975. So we're talking about, hold on. In this conversation, Dr. Parks, the woman you just showed, she has a specific PhD in this conversation we dealing with. So what Dr. Parks just said, what she said supersedes anything Bill Gates has to say. Because
or the pseudo killers.
Thank you.
Or the damn pseudo killers. So it's like, okay, you know, I hear what they saying, but I know it's just gonna be a circular argument. So, and I've been through it with them. They just got more aggressive than me, made me end up getting nasty back, and I didn't want to do that a second time. So I'm just started doing my own shows. And when they said my name, it was making fun of me. The one day I was in the comments, I'm like, okay, that's all the ammo I need. I'm gonna save that for the last episode to show how it all started. First, I'm gonna go over all the information, then I'm gonna show how it all started, man.
Yeah. And then it was like, yeah, it's a certain person that you be on their channel, Omar. We ain't gonna mention no names and this and this and that. And I said, yo, first of all, let's slow down a little bit now. Cause I was like, don't get me wrong, Unc, I consider you as my brother. Said I do consider my brother, but I said I also consider my brother A1 as my brother too. So I said, and I agree with him as far as this specific subject. No, nigga, get to the point, Omar. We don't want to hear who you calling your brother. Go, get to the point. But then when I started hitting them with them hard questions, guess what? Normally it was funny because it was like, oh, you be the one to stutter. No, I had them. They were stuttering and stumbling around them easy questions that I just asked. Like,
you was beating them up, man, on some simple stuff. That was pretty funny.
And I'm not. Hold on. I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. This is what I did. I looked up a couple of things and then I just applied certain common sense to certain things. It's either the math ain't mathing or the science ain't science or the science ain't sciencing. And all I had to do was just apply basic knowledge, common sense. And then then hold on, I'm gonna go to a Bible scripture. It says let the word of God be the truth and a man a liar. So all I had to do was just go look up a few things. And if it ain't adding up, I have the right to question it. And then when I ask these questions, if you can't line it up and then you going against certain things, you know, I just had to point it out. And like I said, I'm no expert. I'm no expert. And I'm not gonna say that I made it look, you know, kind of easy because they did jam me up a few times. But then I came back with good retorts, basic conversation, and questions that they had that they fumbled around and they had a hard time just kind of just asking. But I will say to give it a fair assessment, just to be honest, to be fair, I will admit I did get lucky in that conversation. I can't be honest and said that. It just so happened the things that I was saying and the information that I brought out, it just so happened to be on my side. But it had a little bit to do with luck and a little bit of research too. So
Hey, good job, brother. Good job. Yeah, because they be scamming and flamming. That's for sure.
yeah, and then they we didn't necessarily talk about the spike protein, but we did go into boosters, and then we went into the booster conversation, and then we went into the mutation conversation. So hold on, in variants. So when I asked them certain questions, I said, look, dealing with a disease, does a disease have the ability to become immune? And once it becomes immune, would you consider that a mutation? Now, once something mutates, will the original, no matter if you call vaccination, vaccine, or cure, once a disease mutates, with the original vaccination or so-called cure, would it be viable as a cure once these variations and mutations of the original disease occur? Would the original vaccination be effective? And you know what these ninjas said? They said absolutely. Now, the last time I checked, depending on what variation, what disease, would you consider it a booster, or would you have to kind of maybe start back from ground zero, and based upon the variation of or the mutation of the original disease, would you have to update? Would you have to update, not present a booster, but go back to the foundation and then look at the variables and the mutations, and then just make something that's better, which is not a booster? Would that be a fair statement, A1? Depending on the disease, depending on if we're talking about COVID, measles, dealing with the vaccination.
Wait, ask that question again.
I know it was kind of loaded. So, like I said, if we look at certain things like measles, or we look at COVID, now when you take these diseases from its original state and dealing with taking it from the original state, once these diseases has a different variant or a mutation from the original vaccination, and it mutates or has a different variant, can you use the original vaccination or cure to be effective once it has a different variant or a mutation? Or would you have to kind of look at the original vaccine and just make improvements to be able to deal with the mutation or a different variant?
My bad. I zoned out, man. I was looking for this other video. I ain't even gonna cap to you, man. That question was long.
Well, no. So hold on. Let me shorten. I know some time. Yeah. So when you're dealing with certain diseases, and like I said, for instance, if we take an example, COVID, or even if we take something like measles, let's say they made a vaccine for the original variant of COVID, or they made a vaccine for the original variant of Damn, I'm jamming my own self up. Oh, my bad. Or like I said, if we're dealing with, if they made an original vaccination for COVID, or if they, I got it, or if they made an original vaccination for measles. Now, diseases evolve. Diseases have mutations. They have different variants. So if you made if you made a vaccine for the original variant, or when it was first discovered, and that disease has a mutation, can you use the original vaccination to be effective if that disease mutates or converge over to a different variant? Somebody can probably word it better than me, and I apologize about how I word things.
Yeah, you were saying it evolves. That's what you were saying, and changes over time. Which is true. I don't. What was the question though? I missed it again. As soon as you got to the end, I started zoning out again. I'm looking for this video.
Okay.
I'm really trying to find this video that I can't find from Christina Parks.
So Dead Lex, that's my point. Dead Lex said, no, Omar, if the virus mutates, you need a new vaccine. So Dead Lex, that's the conversation I was having with Unc and Said. You know what Unc and Said said? Guess what they said? No, Omar, you're wrong. You don't need a new vaccine. You know what they said? All you just need to do is just take a booster. Is a booster, hold on. If we look at a new vaccine or a booster, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Are those the same thing or are they different?
Yeah, you're just gonna be taking them for the rest of your life. It's like you take the flu vaccine, but is the flu going anywhere? Nope.
Thank you. So a booster, a booster is different from just starting from ground zero and making a new vaccine. Am I wrong or am I right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
A booster ain't starting all over with a new vaccine. It's supposed to be like an updated version for the new variant, but essentially it is a different vaccine. So you're producing a spike protein that's supposed to be.
Thank you. So that goes back in order on what you have at the bottom: spike protein, boosters, mutations, and the public trust of it. That's all. That's all I was trying to bring out. And it was like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're wrong, Omar. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And then hold on. And then I had my wife look it up. She looked it up, which leaving COVID alone, talking about vaccinations when it came to measles. And guess what? Unc said you just take a booster shot of measles. There is no such thing as a booster shot for measles.
Man, yo, this is crazy. Coming up with shit, man.
This was crazy.
It's getting bad out there, brother.
Yo, Unc said, Omar, you're wrong. He said, all you just have to do is take a booster shot. He said, all you have to do is take a booster shot of measles. And then that's when I broke it down. I was like, well, we're talking about 1954. And then they said that the people that got the people who got the shot before, I think, it's either 54 or 64. And then if you didn't, just being around people that you had an immunity to it. But then I got the math and I was like, as far as I'm concerned, I've never heard of a booster shot when it comes to measles. I've never heard of that. And then I looked it up. It said there is no such thing as a booster shot for the measles vaccine back in 54, 64. There's no such thing. This nigga said, Omar, all you would have to do is take a booster shot of the original measles vaccination.
I don't know. Maybe they got one. I know measles did recently pop up though, so I'm sure they got something for it though. I mean, not to be defending them, but
So this is my thing. Now, I did use the word. I can admit when I stand corrected. Unc told me when it comes to measles, there is no such thing as a variant or mutation. Now, I could be wrong. You can correct
Oh,
me
okay.
if that.
Don't give me the line about it. I have to look into it. But I know I did see some cases of measles popping up in the last 48 hours somewhere. So
Thank you. So my question to Unc at that point, I said, now we know we had a recent spike as far as measles. I said, is it the same? Well, like I said, I didn't want to use the word because they put limitations. I didn't want to use the word variant, but people understand what I'm saying. So I was just basically saying the measles that people the recent outbreak that's happening right now with measles, is it the same version of measles back when it first started during the
shoot,
outbreak of
look it up.
1954?
Look it up and tell me.
It's not. It's
Okay.
not. It's not.
Yeah, I ain't know. Yeah, so well, now we know it's the same version, just popping back up again. I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm definitely I'm over here still trying to find this video that I'm never gonna be able to find. I'm about to give up.
What video are you looking for?
It's this old video of Christina Parks from like 3 years ago. I'm gonna find it
Oh,
on IG. I know where to find it.
the
I gotta go through her
the one
page all the way to the bottom.
the one
But
lady you just played.
yeah, she had this presentation she did. And it was on YouTube, but it's not on there no more. So yeah. Gotta start back from the beginning on that one. And then I'm saving all this other stuff for specific stuff. Like I got Fauci clips of him lying and all of that. But I'm saving that for his episode. To show how he deteriorated public trust too. Horribly.
Yeah, didn't Fauci plead the fifth like 105 times? So, my bad, 111. my wife just corrected me. She said, "Nah, baby, it's 111."
It's wild, man. It's crazy.
Hold on, and this is what's crazy. A1. Maybe about 25, 30 minutes ago, you just showed the footage of Fauci saying, "Oh, if you," because remember that remark that I put that you put up on the bottom, when you show what I put. I said that's crazy work. Yeah, so I was just like I heard him say that before.
Yeah, man, it's shitty out here, man. I don't know who to trust no more. And remember, the first people fomenting vaccine hesitancy
And get a vaccine. Who's going to take the shot?
were these people.
When we finally do, God willing, get a vaccine, who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay.
They were the first ones fomenting vaccine hesitancy. So, and public distrust in the government, the FDA, and the vaccine. Never let them forget. Never let them forget, because they'll try to make all of this stuff QAnon and Trump conspiracies. And they were the first ones out here doing this.
Yo, A1, tell me if I'm wrong. Now, my memory might not be as sharp because this was a while back. Was that Bush? Hold on. Was that what's this doofus name? The president?
Biden.
Yeah, Joe Biden. Hold on. What was that? Was that Biden who went on national TV and they made it look like was it somebody? It was somebody who they made it look like they was getting a shot, but it was like a staged needle.
I forgot who that was. I remember.
It was like a movie prop. Hold on, it was like a movie prop. They said, "Look." They was like, "Look, I'm getting a vaccine," and it was like a needle from a movie prop to where you press down on it. It looked like it's going in, but the motherfucker wasn't. Who was that? Who was that? Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, that was funny. And then Biden was it Biden who he said, "Yeah, I'm getting the shot," but they said it was like a basic saline solution or something like that. Now I don't know how true that is, but I'm just going back to my memory on from what I've seen.
I want to play this next. This is from the actual U.S. Food and Drug Administration. Let me go ahead and subscribe to their channel. So you can see the source on this. This is from the FDA themselves. This is a video they have. mRNA COVID shots cause myocarditis. And let's get into this. From the FDA. This stuff that, I don't know. I just don't. Do you ever hear the pseudo killers talking about this stuff? Omar?
My bad. What was that again? You said during so that's from the FDA, which is the Food and Drug Administration. And you said what again?
Do you ever hear the pseudo killers talking about stuff like this? About how the FDA has released this stuff and has done press conferences on some of the side effects. They haven't told the complete truth, but
I gotta be honest. I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, at least you're trying to be honest. And that's what we want because, it's an echo chamber of pseudo scholarship over there. And people deserve informed consent. They deserve to hear the good, the bad, the ugly. And if you missed my episode on Unc West Special Pleading Fallacies and Scientific Double Standards, please go check that out. I'll break a lot of that down, but let's get into this. From the FDA, mRNA COVID shots cause myocarditis. This is Dr. Vineyard Prasad, Director of Center for Biologic. That's probably, they probably misspelled that. Maybe there is an S on that. Biologics Evaluation and Research, Chief Medical and Scientific Officer. Yeah. Let's see what they talk about, y'all.
Thank you all for coming. I'm going to be discussing the safety label update for myocarditis associated with mRNA COVID vaccines, which we just put forward. This came out on June 25th, 2025. The FDA approved a required updated warning, which is a class warning for all mRNA COVID-19 vaccines in conjunction with the manufacturers. I'm going to walk you through the updated warning and the basis for the warning. First of all, I'd like to thank David Kaslow and the vaccine team and Richard Forshee and the pharmacovigilance team for writing, coordinating, and deploying this safety label change. Also, I'd like to note this SLC was initiated prior to my joining the agency. And note, I'm not using the FDA branch abbreviations in the hopes that this presentation will be more accessible to the general public.
Hey, you hear how he said that? He said, yeah, all this was done prior to my joining the agency. He making sure he separate himself from the mess that these people left him. That's funny.
He just isolated his own self.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. Just so you know, I ain't got nothing to do with this bullshit that these people had going on. But yeah, I'm here. Let me go ahead and give you these updated findings and the new warning label that's going on all these vaccines. That probably should have been on it before you took it, because we definitely know about it because we already had the data. But that punk ass judge forced us to release it, so now we have to start telling the truth about all of this stuff. That's what's really going on here. Let me paint a picture for you. Okay, let's get into it.
The updated safety label. The updated safety label for the mRNA COVID vaccines harmonizes the age range across products and adds additional data about the adverse event of myocarditis and what we know. It's based on two factors. It's based first on the unadjusted crude incident rate from the 2023 to 2024 formulation, and it's also based on persistent and concerning cardiac MR findings. So this is a slide that we put together. This is the FDA analysis of the BEST system, which is an observational data system that captures myocarditis and pericarditis following immediately afterwards, the first 7 days, COVID-19 mRNA vaccination. And what you see here is that even in 2023, 2024, the last year for which we have data, you see a rate of myo and pericarditis of 8 out of 1 million in all persons in this age range. And in the highest risk demographic group, young men between the ages of 12 and 24, it's about 27 per million. Notably, the BEST data set does not allow us to disambiguate the risk by product, and as such, this is a class mRNA safety label. The second piece of evidence that is captured in the new safety label update is some concerning findings we've noted with late gadolinium enhancement. Now, late gadolinium enhancement is a radiographic abnormality seen on cardiac resonance imaging, and this is how it's been described prior to in the literature in the context of myocarditis. Patchy myocardial and focal subepicardial enhancement as an expression of potentially irreversible injury is how it's been described. The FDA...
Irreversible injury. And you just supposed to be happy you ain't dead. Scar tissue on the heart ain't no joke. You feel me? And you had a 1% chance of dying from this vaccine, but a higher chance of getting myocarditis. It's crazy. And they were trying to make everybody take this. Even if you weren't in the group that was at high risk. The group that actually wasn't at high risk were the people that were actually getting myocarditis at the highest rate. So it's just, you know, we have to use discretion. And like Robert Malone said, we need some type of app to let people know if they're in the high risk group or not. And so that way they can actually weigh their options. And the evidence can reflect them as an individual versus this blanket science they're trying to throw on everybody. Let's go.
Notably funded a study led by Jane and colleagues in 2024, which showed among hospitalized patients with COVID-19 induced myocarditis.
Oh, I'm sorry. And one more thing that you will hear a lot is that the myocarditis was mild. And like Dr. English Dogley said, you know, mild myocarditis is like a mild pregnancy. Like you're mildly pregnant or being mildly hit by a car. There's no mild. You didn't die from it, so they call it mild. Let's get into it. I know somebody who suffers, who had this as an adverse reaction to the vaccine, and they have scar tissue on their heart now. And on some of their cardiovascular, it was horrible for them. They were messed up. The vaccine really messed them up.
A high proportion, the majority, had initial late gadolinium enhancement on cardiac MR. But most concerningly, at 5 months of follow-up, 60% of these patients continued to have LGE. And our results for late gadolinium enhancement are consistent with many, many others, as I'll show you here. This was a study from Australia that followed post 6 months for post-COVID-19 vaccine-induced myocarditis. Over half of the patients were still reporting symptoms. 67% had abnormal follow-up cardiac MRs, and 35% showed what was listed as evidence of fibrosis.
Okay, so, you know, that's pretty bad. 67% showed up with some cardiac problems. 35% or something like that showed up with fibrosis. Like, whoa. This is stuff that you just don't get on some of these other channels. It's the echo chamber scholarship. They're going to tell you crazy. I guess I'm wrong for even playing what the FDA has to say about it. Let them tell it. I didn't do it right. But hey, I think this stuff speaks for itself.
I did a quick systematic review, pulling all available publications documenting late gadolinium enhancement, and these are some takeaway summaries. 92% is occurring in men, 90% have LGE at presentation, but most concerning, 72% have persistent LGE even months thereafter, very consistent with the FDA-sponsored study. Late gadolinium enhancement is not a benign clinical finding. Multiple studies document that LGE is a poor prognostic factor. That's in many cardiac settings, including for patients with myocarditis. LGE has been associated with increased future cardiovascular events and even increased mortality. We do not know the precise implications for LGE from vaccine-induced myocarditis, in part because the follow-up is necessarily so limited.
It's so new. They don't know how bad it's really gonna mess y'all up. But they letting you know that, hey, we see that it's messing some of y'all up. And if you still want to take this, now there's a warning on here, on the label. What did he say? It's been associated with increased future cardiovascular events and even increased mortality. So, yeah, you heard it here. We don't know how many people that part is going to affect, whether you get the scar tissue or not. Go ahead, Omar, you can jump in anytime.
Yeah, so long story short, these are significant side effects when you come up with a vaccine in 11 months.
Facts.
And if you go back to my second question, I gotta hold on, let me see. I'll find it for you, A1. Because going over there, I was told I was wrong. So let's go. I gotta go up on the second question I asked you. Because going over there, they told me that I was wrong. And that's why I put it in the chat. Let's see. Okay, I'm getting to it. Mhm. Okay, here we go. So this is the question that I pose. From Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna went from initial design to emergency authorization in about 11 months, making them the fastest vaccines ever developed. So my question was, would this be a correct or would this be something that I said that I put in the chat earlier? Would that be incorrect or correct? What do you think?
That would be correct.
Guess who told me I was wrong? Said and not. They said, you don't know what you're talking about. You wrong, Omar. I was like, now, don't get me wrong. Some conversations, I may not be the smartest tool in the shed. I can admit that.
Yeah, they were the fastest developed and authorized faster than any vaccine ever created before that. They literally made history with this timeline. With this timeline, they literally made history, bro. And it's scary. And it's scary that they're sitting there trying to deny that to you in your face.
Yeah, and this is why I respect you, A1. So I'm looking at my first question about 2 hours ago. I said, A1, what made the COVID vaccine unique from other vaccinations? And you started to answer my question. And then you briefly touched upon
my next point. The quickest it had ever been done, though, before it was like 4 years. from and that's the whole process from like virus
Correct.
capture to or virus isolation to them
I
licensing
saw that.
the vaccine. So
It was
yeah,
it
they
was 4
capping. They
yeah,
capping.
it was so that one was 4 years, but like I said, but like the original question, A1, what made the COVID vaccine unique from other vaccinations? The quickest one they developed was 4 years. What made this one unique from other ones is it said that, hold on, multiple key points. From initial design, number one, it was an emergency authorization in about 11 months. So it was the fastest ever. Hold on, 11 months. So even if we use the first fastest one, which was what, 4 years, it being effective, depending on the person, because we're talking about from a person to person basis, and that was considered to be rushed at that time.
Yeah, I mean, COVID-19 vaccines were the fastest vaccines ever brought from identification of the new pathogen to worldwide distribution. But obviously, they built it on decades of prior science. So I'm guessing that maybe that's their point. But that's why I brought like forth this episode today with Dr. Robert Malone. You know, he's a pioneer in mRNA technology. And he brought proof of concept 30 years ago, you know, almost 30 years ago. So I don't know, like that argument doesn't even really work over here because we got people from back then, we got people, you know, so but they were wrong. They knew what you were trying to say, and they just didn't want you to have any inch to try to make people think that somehow what they have been pushing for the last 4 years could be possibly in any way shady or not what you should be using. It's like they're getting a check or something from these people.
Hold on and check this out, A1. And then I hit him with this. I said, listen here. Nobody has me on record saying that I'm an anti-vaxxer or I'm against vaccinations. This is what I specifically said, and I'm gonna tell you the outcome on what they said. I specifically said, listen, when we dealing with this specific issues, because this is based upon a person-to-person basis. So since we're dealing with something on a person-to-person basis, I told them, I said, I think, well, no, I said, I know it would be wise to consult your doctor, weigh out the pros, the cons. Then you have to backdate certain things you're allergic to in your medical history, and then make an educated decision based upon that. And I said, now, when we're talking about making that educated decision, will it be the same across the board? No, because we're talking about on an individual basis. And I said, that's why it's important. Consult your doctor, weigh out the pros and cons, look at your medical history, certain things that you may be allergic to, and make an educated decision if it's something for you or if it's not for you, based upon on an individual basis, person to person. You know what they said? Oh, you absolutely right, Omar. I agree with that. And then I said, what the fuck are we arguing? What are we?
Yeah.
I said,
Because you still because their whole thing is it's been tested, it's safe, you should use it. And then I heard you talking about how it hasn't really been tested. Like we don't know the long-term effects of these things. That hasn't been tested. That data hasn't come back yet. Like so to say it's been tested and then try to compare it to stuff that we've already had is fallacious because it's a false equivalence. It's not that we don't have the same data on this as we've ever had on anything else. And they know that. I don't know, maybe they're just hoping you don't know. So that check that they getting from Pfizer keep coming in. But let me go ahead and let this finish on the myocarditis real quick. This isn't that much longer.
Yes,
this is from the
sir.
FDA. This is from the FDA's YouTube page. Them releasing that they will be putting updated labels on the vaccines, letting people know they cause myocarditis.
Necessarily so limited. For this reason, the US FDA and the sponsors have issued an SLC with the following two main points. One, the updated unadjusted incidence of myocarditis and/or pericarditis was approximately 27 per million, or 1 in 37,000, in males 12 to 24 years of age for the 2023 to 2024 formulation. And two, at a median follow-up of approximately 5 months post-vaccination, persistence of abnormal cardiac magnetic resonance imaging findings that are a marker for myocardial injury was common. So that's our class safety warning, and I think it's an important warning that was issued with the hard work of the team here. And I want to take a minute to talk a little.
About 1 in 30,000 people are going to get myocarditis who took the shot. It's 30,000 people in this little neighborhood over here. You know, I only know so many people, but it's a lot of cars driving by every day. That's a lot. That's not a little number.
A little bit about the history of COVID-19 vaccine-induced myocarditis, the background and history. So the first reports of this phenomenon came to us by way of Israel. As many of you know, Israel aggressively partnered with Pfizer to have a large, wide-scale distribution of the mRNA vaccines. And the first reports were reported in the Jerusalem Post in February of 2021 that a young man had been admitted to the intensive care unit with myocarditis after the vaccine. In February 2021, myocarditis safety signals were triggered in the VAERS data set. And this is a nice timeline put together by a reporter of COVID.
And it's funny that the FDA is starting using VAERS as a starting point, but the pseudo killers would tell you that VAERS is pseudo, don't use it. And I understand their reasonings behind it. But to completely dismiss it, no, I don't think that's how we should use VAERS. And I don't think that's how it should be approached. But you know, they would have you thinking that VAERS is a pseudo, there's some pseudo studies and pseudo scholarship. And it's not.
COVID-19 vaccines and myocarditis. By April 2021, there were at least 2 deaths and 60 cases reported from Israel. And reports said that these details had been sent to the US FDA and the CDC. And yet, by April 27th, 2021, then Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Director said regarding—
Damn, Israel had 60 people drop. 60 deaths from myocarditis? What? Did I hear that right? Let me go back, man.
Yet, by April 27th, 2021, then Centers for Disease Control had been sent to the US FDA and the CDC.
Oh no, 2 deaths and 60
And yet,
cases.
by April
Okay.
27th, 2021, then Centers for Disease Control and Prevention Director said regarding this phenomenon, quote, "We have not seen a signal, and we've actually looked intentionally for the signal in the over 200 million doses we've given." Yet at this time, the CDC was aware of 14 cases of post-vaccine myocarditis reported.
And I want you to pay attention to the timeline and when Israel found out versus when we found out. When Israel found out versus how long they got up on TV and lied to you and told you effective, take it, don't worry about it, you're good to go. They knew. The data was there. The studies were out. The findings had come in. Got to get that money, baby. That's what it was all about for them.
By the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense would be one of the first to publish this phenomenon, myocarditis following immunization with mRNA COVID vaccines among military members. And these early reports documented rather consistently an elevation in myocarditis risk, particularly to men, particularly for dose 2. The CDC initially in the first half of 2021 had planned a health alert network action, which ultimately was not released. And this occurred through the following series of events, which was obtained through FOIA-obtained emails.
Why didn't y'all release it? Y'all knew what was going on. Wonder why the public trust is deteriorating. I can't make this stuff up. I'm gonna continue to let this, push this information forward, right? Oh my.
A May 2024-2021 vaccine safety meeting, which included FDA and CDC officials, includes the following draft notes. Quote, is VAERS signaling for mild pericarditis now? And the answer for the age group 16 to 17 and 18 to 24, yes. On May 25th, 2021, one day following the meeting where the FDA and CDC officials acknowledged the safety concern, the Biden White House distributed talking points to top health officials, downplaying the risk of myocarditis.
Wait. The who did the what? Take the what and lead the what? The Biden administration released talking points downplaying all of this. This is the FDA telling you this. This ain't A1 telling you this. Because you know I take no political stance. I let the evidence fall where it may. This is on the FDA website, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. This is from them. This ain't from A1. The Biden White House said, no. We ain't recouped yet. We're not about to tell them that. Here, take this paper and this is what y'all gonna say. Y'all about to downplay the F out of this. Don't let these people know what's going on. But then want to call me an anti-vaxxer and say that I'm crazy, I don't trust science. I do trust the science. Censorship, them downplaying actual things when people's lives were at stake. Let's get into it, man. People died. What was they saying over there, Omar?
On May 26, 2021, 2 days after that meeting, then acting FDA commissioner and CDC director notes, quote, the FDA does not concur with the issuance of the Health Alert Network, and instead it was published as a less formal clinical consideration on the website.
Damn. So they got in the Biden administration, put a stop to that, and they just put it as a less non-formal health consideration instead of an alert. Hey, people are getting myocarditis and getting up from this. Just so y'all know, they didn't do that. Biden administration was like, no, thank you, fam. We didn't get our money back yet. Y'all can go over there and chill out till we recoup.
He does not concur with the issuance of the Health Alert Network, and instead it was published as a less formal clinical consideration on the website.
I want to hear that one more time, what Biden said.
Downplaying the risk of myocarditis. On May 25th, 2021, one day following the meeting where the FDA and CDC officials acknowledged the safety concern, the Biden White House distributed talking points to top health officials, downplaying the risk of myocarditis.
But they want Trump in jail on the Pseudo Killers channel. How about we just slap everybody? Well, no, I ain't gonna say slap everybody on the wrist. How about we just hold everybody accountable? How about we have some integrity about the situation and have some continuity in the rule of law and treat the Democrats and the Republicans equally? You don't get to omit all of the bullshit that went on under Biden and these people and try to just focus on Trump. I'm not here to defend Trump, and I'm not here to defend the damn Democrats. I'm here for my people, for real. Like, I don't give a fuck about them white folks, and I wasn't never about to let no beef with two white folks make me fall out with my brother. So we ain't gonna start that today either. But y'all need to stop making this science stuff political, because that's the most unscientific thing you can do. Stay objective, be objective, promote objectivity, and leave the politics out of it. West.
A1. A1. Remember that I said I have to stand on integrity and be honest. Guess who gave me probably 85 to 90% of the information that I use in this discussion with Ankano?
Who?
Take a guess.
Who, me?
Nope. Take a guess.
Joe Biden.
Who's my right hand and my better counterpart?
I don't know. Jeannie and Capone? Kassar?
No. Bingo!
You already know, A1. You already know.
You hear?
I know.
Hey, A1. That was crazy because because I told her right when I hopped on a panel, I was like, baby, I said I have a certain knowledge of it, but I said this all hold on, all this. My wife told me a lot of things you're showing with these doctors, Prasad, the lady, a lot of this stuff. My wife told me this stuff when we had a conversation maybe about 6 months ago. So before I hopped on Unc in the pseudo killer's channel, I had a basic knowledge of it, but I ain't gonna front. My wife was like, Omar, talk about when you first pulled up that thing, those 4 talking points about the what was it? What was those 4 talking points you had at the bottom? A1.
What you talking about? The 4 fallacies?
Correct. That was all the way at the bottom. What was the first one?
All the way at the bottom. What, my presentation?
Yeah, the spike what? The spike protein. Was it the spike protein?
Spike protein boosters, mutations, public trust.
So this there we go. Thank you, A1. So this is what's ironic. My wife, shout out to my wife Ashley. She told me about this like 6 or 7 months ago. She told me about the spike protein boosters, mutations, but not necessarily the public trust, but those first 3 points. She told me about that. So a lot of the information that I bought out was actually due to her, but she did give me a crash course really quick before I hopped on the stage. So shout out.
You know, if you lie to a Virgo, they gonna sniff it out. You can't lie to no Virgo.
You know.
We don't play that shit. That shit got to make sense when you come with your shit.
I gotta be honest, brother.
You get one shot.
I do. Like I said, so shout out to my wifey, man. Like I said, I gotta be honest. I can't come up here and act like this is all the work of Omar Muhammad. Nah. Like I said, man. Before I hopped on a panel, I was like, damn, they talking about, I said, remember that conversation we had like 6 or 7 months ago? I said, Unc and him is talking about it right now. And then all I did, because I was in the chat. All I said, good morning. I said, shalom, brother Unc. Shalom, brother said. Muhammad, come on, jump on the panel. I was like, oh shit. I already know what what they gonna try to question me on. I said, baby, before I jump on, remember that conversation 6, 7 months ago? I said, give me a quick crash course on it. So shout out to my better half, and that's a good thing. Certain areas where I fall short, she's always there to pick me up and educate me too. So I appreciate that, A1. I appreciate that, brother. I'm gonna go ahead and mute out. But salute to my wife, man. I love her. I appreciate that, A1, for the hand clap. Hold on. She want to say something. You mind, A1?
Of course not a Philip Burger. Shalom, A1. Is it on you? I don't hear nothing. Oh. No, what I wanted to say was why I know all this information. So I used to be a prescription benefits analyst for Blue Cross Blue Shield, and so I studied drugs. The FDA, they how do I say this? They're just giving everybody poison, pretty much. Everything is they don't fund anything that is natural, homeopathic, but they approve aspartame, which is rat poison, right? Make it make sense. So the FDA, anything that you see, like on the site, so you see this guy right here, how he separated himself from that entity for a reason. He's not stupid. They all know it's not a secret. But just because it says a Federal Drug Administration and it's federal, and because it's from the government, they always be like, oh, well, they're telling the truth. Wrong. And then even WHO, the World Health or that they a joke too. But you see how Fauci did, or they said it was going to take how many years to release all the information?
75.
How many years? 75. 75 years? Then now they're like, nope. But this is the thing. They was too sloppy. They didn't take their time. They tried to rush it because of other things. Because they did that, that's why so many people have woken up now. And I'm happy they did, but I don't want to say it was too late, but I lost my father to COVID. But it's just like, I know what they're doing. I know what they put, even the test. And it's really common sense, because if somebody's going to swab you for a test, they want your mucus. The same mucus you got in your nose is the same mucus that's in your mouth. So there's no reason for them to stick a Q-tip all the way up into your brain, let it swit and twirl it. It's no. The only reason why they did that for was the cohesion of what was on the tip of that cotton swab.
I never heard that point being made. I'm going to have to look into that. Look, every argument I'm going to check out.
You know how they made everybody take a test? They're like, oh, well, you don't have to be vaccinated, but we need a negative test. One of my clients was a football player, and they had to get tested every single day they went to practice. You see how many football players are dying now? But they say they're ODing, but whatever. But all I'm saying is I've known this stuff. I studied it. I studied drugs. I give more respect, unfortunately, I give more respect to street drug dealers, because the pharmaceutical industry is just to kill the population slow. That's it. That's all it's for. They're not here they're just here to aid the symptom. And that's why I'm super homeopathic and stuff like that. But it's just like the fact that people believed the government when it came to saying that this was a federal law. This is where lack of knowledge can will take your life. Because if you were knowledgeable and you knew the law, there is no federal law that mandates anybody to inject anything into their body. But if you did the research and you know that, you would have never got that. But just do a heavy metal detox and kind of OD on it, and you get all those nanoparticles out the body.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. I don't know about I'm not hip to the heavy metal detox. Shoot that information my way. Omar got my email. But yeah, it's I don't know what to say. You said it all. I ain't got to add too much to it. I appreciate you sharing your insight.
That's receipts, research. I got Bookman.
I appreciate that. A1.
I've done too much talking. I'll be back.
All right, baby. We be beating each other up sometime, but I will say, you my brother, man, and
A1 is real.
You are always respectful, and you always just really respectful. My wife says she loves your spirit, and you always are very respectful, and you are always open-minded whenever my wife talk on the panel, man. So I really appreciate your generosity and your kindness, and also just being fair and honest.
Yep, no doubt, man, no doubt. Let me let this Dr. Vineyard preside. Finish this. There's only about 6 more minutes left on this.
On May 26, 2021, 2 days after that meeting, then acting FDA commissioner and CDC director notes, quote, the FDA does not concur with the issuance of the Health Alert Network, and instead it was published as a less formal clinical consideration on the website. The rates of post-vaccine myocarditis in men between the ages of 13 and 24 from 2021 have been documented in a number of publications and public documents. In August of 2021, in an FDA regulatory action, we document that based on the health insurance claims Optum dataset, the rate of post-vaccination myocarditis from the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine was approaching 200 cases per million, or approximately 1 in 5,000.
We didn't make it that far. 1 in 5,000. 1 in 5,000. 16 to 17-year-old boys got myocarditis. What? And that's just the truth they telling. It could be more. How many people didn't even come in? What's going on here? These numbers are scary. These numbers are scary, but you'll never hear the pseudo killers talk about any of this. And you can't say it's pseudo. This is from the Food and Drug Administration themselves. 1 in 5,000? What? Let me let him go ahead and finish telling the truth that y'all probably have never heard.
Prospective study in Hong Kong published in 2021 showed post-vaccination myocarditis was approximately 1 in 3,000 for the second Pfizer dose in 13 to 18-year-olds.
Oh my God. I thought 1 in 5,000 was crazy. 1 in 3,000. 13 to 18-year-old males contracted myocarditis. Hide your kids. Do not give your... you know what? Let me stop. I'm not here to give medical advice. Y'all decide what y'all want to do with that. I know what I'm going to do with that and what I ain't going to do with that. Again, numbers you'll never hear from Cedric Ortega or Unc West. They don't want to talk about this 1 in 3,000 rate of myocarditis in young black men, while they're simultaneously claiming to be out here worried about the young black man. Let them know. We already got heart problems and high blood pressure and heart disease at a rate of like 40-something%. What's going on, brother? Let's talk about it.
Men. And using the VSD, Vaccine Safety Data Link data, Scharf and colleagues showed approximately a 1 in 2,000 risk of post-second mRNA dose in 18 to 24-year-old men.
1 in 2,000. It gets worse. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Let's continue, man. This is crazy. Because why does it take A1 to bring this information out? Shouldn't the science guys have been bringing you this if they care about y'all? I don't even go around claiming to be the science guy. I'm just tired of people lying. I'm tired of people cherry picking information. I'm tired of the scientific double standards. I'm tired of the special pleading.
There's an elegant analysis put together by the team led by Tracy Beth Hogg and others of post-vaccine myocarditis rates reported in 2021. And basically you see across different demographic categories, with the far right being men between the ages of 12 and 17, an elevated risk that in some publications exceeded 300 per million. Active surveillance from Hong Kong confirmed a broadly similar risk in men between the ages of 13 and 18. A 1 in 2,700 had experienced myocarditis and were hospitalized following dose 2 of.
So yeah, this is consistent across the board, and this is how science works. If the evidence is reproducible, no matter where you at, you know how they be trying to say science is racist? Like it's not reproducible if somebody else is doing the science. That's what validates it. You know, the Hong Kong study showing the same thing. 1 in 2,700 over there. This is crazy. In a group that wasn't even the target group for dying from this. But they were swindled and propagandized into taking it with this media marketing campaign. Everybody in Unc West white collar shirts doing the Carlton in the video, and the side effects is longer than what they're trying to cure for a group that wasn't even really at high risk. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about weighing the risk versus the damage.
The Pfizer product. And the Vaccine Safety Data Link, in a very interesting analysis by Scharf and colleagues, was found to have initially missed 64% of myo and pericarditis cases. The authors note, quote, an incomplete list of ICD-10 codes and delays in hospital claims data were responsible for the difference between the VSD reported estimate and a careful chart review estimate. Stratification by demographic factors is key to unpacking the myocarditis risk from COVID-19. In an analysis led by Benjamin Knudsen and myself prior to joining the FDA, we analyzed publications that examined the risk of vaccines and myocarditis that had 0 stratifiers, in other words, looking at all the doses given and the entire population, all the way to 4 stratifiers, which include looking only at men in certain age ranges and only certain products and certain doses. And as you can see, there is an association between looking in the right subpopulation where this is a known safety concern and the actual rate with which you'll find the safety signal. VSD chart review for myelopericarditis for the first Pfizer booster documented a rate slightly lower than I think the initial estimates, but 1 in 6,800 in another analysis led by Scharf and colleagues from.
So a little over 1 in 5,000, you know, first booster, myocarditis, boom, damage for the rest of your life. These boosters need to be, look, I don't know. I just wasn't about to let them stick me with that absent of at least 10 years of data as to the effects of this. You know, granted, you know, if a person asks for even more time of that, you know, more time, they wanted 30 years of data. You know, I couldn't say that they're wrong or crazy. But at this point, we already see that, you know, they already having to go scale back, and it's early in the game, and we already see the spike rates of cancer. We already see myocarditis in young males. It's only been like 2-3 years, so it's only about to get worse.
Kaiser Permanente. Some analysts, based on these emerging safety signals, have argued for years that there was some concern about mandatory or coercive boosting, particularly of young men, particularly those who may have also recently had COVID-19. And you can see among the authors of one such analysis, there are many names that may be familiar to you. The United States in general, I think, exhibited some potentially missed opportunities for engaging in mitigation on this important safety risk. Notably, spacing the doses of the first 2 doses further apart was a strategy deployed in Europe approximately 1 year before the CDC allowed providers to consider it. Another strategy was specific products were restricted for use in the under 30-year-old age group in multiple European countries. That action was never taken in the United States. Severity and long-term sequelae. The CDC data published from.
And it's just crazy that other countries were following this data that was coming out, but America wasn't. They didn't give a F about y'all. A lot of y'all give them talking points to downplay the situation instead of putting everybody on alert as they should have been. And they wonder why public trust is deteriorating. Even most of the people who are pro-vax have never seen this video, ever. They never seen these numbers. They didn't know the FDA dropped this. You know, shout out to FDA, man. They did their thing on this one. Nonetheless, here we are today. And I'm not even a science guy. Why did I have to bring this to the people? I just got tired of people up here strutting around with their chest out off cherry-picked information. The shit was getting on my nerves. And then I tried to have a conversation with them, and then, you know, people got aggressive. I got aggressive back. I'm like, okay, fuck it. I couldn't just talk to y'all about it. I'm going to just go live about it. I'm going to do a couple episodes. I'm going to drop my information, and y'all can, you know, do a healthy refutation and get at me that way. Maybe I'll check it out. Maybe I won't. And here we are.
A few years ago in 2022, documented clinical outcomes 90 days after post-vaccination myocarditis in 12 to 29-year-olds. Notably, at presentation, this is from VAERS submissions, so there is a reporting element to this. At presentation, 25% of these patients were initially admitted to the intensive care unit. One patient required extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, or ECMO. At 90 days after diagnosis, over 25% continued to be prescribed cardiac medications. Over 30% remained on activity restrictions to avoid strenuous exercise. Over half of these patients had more than one persistent abnormality on cardiac MR. Only 66% of these patients were known to have fully recovered, and 17% had not fully recovered by 3 months. There have also been reports of deaths due to fulminant myocarditis. This is one report in the New England Journal of Medicine. There are several other reports. As is the case with all idiosyncratic adverse events, these are likely to exist on a spectrum. There's undoubtedly some people who have mild or subclinical myocarditis, and undoubtedly.
I'm just saying, 1 in 2,500 getting myocarditis. People have died from it. Stop letting these people say that you're crazy when you say people have died from this vaccine, because they just clearly have cognitive dissonance and don't want to accept the truth. Well, let's get into it.
Also, some deaths may be implicated, and we, in our own sponsored data, find that 2% of hospitalized patients required inotropes. Myocarditis from vaccines is a distinct clinical entity, likely immunologically mediated. Many analysts have compared this vaccine-induced myocarditis against myocarditis following COVID-19 infection. Yet, many of these studies failed to disambiguate myocarditis after COVID-19 infection versus troponin elevations seen in the setting of severe illness. Furthermore, patients, many, can still get COVID-19 at some distance after vaccination, accepting the risks of both the vaccine product and the illness, though very likely the illness, the former, is mitigated, though also plausibly there may be a ceiling to that mitigation with additional doses. Hospitalizations from COVID often fail to disambiguate COVID-19 being the cause of hospitalization versus COVID.
Can't just let him slide by without saying that, because he broke that down eloquently. He say, damn, man, it's messed up for y'all out here. He was like, cause shoot, when y'all got to deal with the dang side effects of the damn vaccine, and then you got to worry about contracting COVID again. Usually a more severe version if you're already vaccinated, and you're more likely to get it. Like, it's just bad out here. This is what the study's showing. Why did he break that down like that? Let me rewind that, man. He slid that in there. Nice, man. This dude is nice. And I like that he's being honest though. But he said, like, when he first started, he separated himself from the old regime and let you know, hey, I'm the new guy here, so I ain't got nothing to do with how this was handled, but here's what's going on.
Is mitigated, though also plausibly there may be a ceiling to that mitigation with additional doses. Hospitalizations from COVID often fail to disambiguate COVID-19 being the cause of hospitalization versus COVID-19 being a bystander diagnosed at hospitalization. The rates of COVID-19 severe outcomes are declining with.
So he just said that when you go to the hospital, they're not going to tell you that you in here because you got COVID side effects. They're going to just say you got COVID and you messed up. So he let you know that the statistics are being doctored. Pay attention to what he's telling you.
Widespread vaccine and natural immunity and the evolving nature of the virus. And as such, the FDA will perform a new benefit risk assessment in this target group to continue to reassess the benefit risk balance. Take-home points. The FDA concludes that the 2023 to 2024 mRNA vaccines have an unadjusted crude risk of myocarditis of 27 per million in young men. This risk has persisted across all of the doses of the product that we've examined. Vaccine-induced myocarditis, when leading to hospitalization, is associated with baseline and persistent late gadolinium enhancement in the majority of patients in our funded study. LGE is a known poor prognostic marker generally, though the full implication of it is unknown in this specific setting. Because of these factors, an SLC was issued. FDA's SLC was initiated by career FDA staff. It represents the latest action by FDA to accurately convey the safety of these products. This may not be the final action, which is contingent on further data. The US FDA will not negotiate on safety. Because of these factors, the Commissioner and I outlined a COVID-19 vaccine framework in the New England Journal of Medicine, which broadly will require randomized controlled trials before extending additional BLAs and SBLAs to healthy Americans under the age of 65. At the same time, our framework will continue to provide additional doses to vulnerable populations based on immunogenicity. Providers should consider recent COVID-19 infection, the absolute risk of severe COVID-19, and recent safety label changes when pursuing COVID-19 vaccination, particularly in young men. Public trust. Public trust is delicate. In order to regain it, FDA will pursue safety signals with the best available scientific methods and ensure that our marketing authorizations are made only to populations where we have substantial confidence the benefits outweigh the risks. Our recent SLC action is a step towards rebuilding public trust. So I will thank you all for your time and attention. We're going to stop the recording and then we're going to turn it over to Dr. Butler for some operational matters. Thank you.
Step
now
one.
I want to talk about something that I read in the New York Times. So I was opening the New York Times.
Wait, what? I didn't see this video. This is nice that this just popped up on its own. Top FDA officials overrode scientists on COVID shots. Record shows that top U.S. regulatory rejected the recommendations of agency experts and limited the use of COVID vaccines. Okay, I want to check this out. That seems interesting. Vinay Prasad. That's this guy's name. Make sure you check him out. This is only 20 minutes. But yeah, I'm about to make myself something to eat. So, Omar, any closing remarks?
Yes. I just want to make some. Thank you, A1.
Take your time.
I want to make some.
If you could talk
I
until
will.
I make some food, I won't end it.
Okay. So let's just break this down because A1 brought up the myocarditis. So let's just hop into it. Closing remarks. Okay. So symptoms of myocarditis linked to COVID-19 vaccines, they generally appear within about a week of the vaccination. So tell me this. Does this sound like the ideal vacation? You should seek immediate medical help if you get any of these symptoms. Myocarditis, let's break this down. Chest pain or discomfort, or a feeling of tightness in the chest. Did Anka said inform y'all of these symptoms? No. Does this sound like something fun? Absolutely not. Let's push this information forward. Uh-oh, here's another one. Shortness of breath, either at rest or when active, or in a certain position such as lying down. Did Anka said inform y'all of any of this? Negative. Does this seem like something that's fun? Absolutely not. Let's drop down. Palpitations, like your heart is fluttering, racing, or pounding. Hold on, I got another question. Did Anka said inform y'all of this? Negative again. Does this sound like fun? Absolutely not. So this is the breakdown. They may not mean you have myocarditis. Uh-oh, here goes another one. Or pericarditis. But these are signs you should seek immediate medical help. So when we talk about this word called integrity, I can understand if people say, I'm for vaccinations. But at least say, look, from an honest point of view, there's going to be some pros, there's going to be some cons. But just don't make it seem like it's some perfect world when you're getting vaxxed. Oh, yeah, nothing's going to happen. You need to trust in science. Boom, 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 boom. Everything's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. Nah. What did Brother Omar say? Consult your doctor. Weigh out these pros and cons. Which, by the way, Ankh and Cedric never talked about some of the negative things that can happen. But that's here, no there. Let's keep pushing forward. Consult your medical doctor. Be honest when you're talking with your doctor. Weigh out pros and cons. And then they can diagnose your medical history. You may have certain things that you're allergic to. You may have a certain, you may have a certain medical effect that's passed down as far as hereditary. Let the doctor know. But of course, if you consulting your doctor on a regular basis, he's going to have a file of these things. Weigh out your options, and then you make an educated choice. But just don't make it seem like, okay, everything's good to go. We're clear over here. Yes, sir. We're in to go. Give them, jab them. Nah. Because everybody is built different. And like I said, we got to break this down on a person-to-person basis. And that's something I never heard them say. So are there absolute benefits as far as vaccinations? Absolutely, yes. Yes, absolutely. But on a person-to-person basis, are there certain defects that can happen? And of course, the answer to that question is absolutely yes. So the thing is, honesty is everything, integrity is everything, but at least be honest. More importantly, don't sit around and put words in people's mouths.
Facts. Because 1 in 2,500 ain't no little number. They're gonna try to downplay this, like
Absolutely not.
the symptoms are far and few in between. Like 1 in 2,500 ain't far and few in between. It was 2,500 people in your high school. Like, stop playing. Like, come on, man. Go ahead, though, Omar. Sorry about that.
No, I mean that's basically all I had to say. Like I said, there comes a point to integrity and being honest, and at least stand on business and say, okay, I could look at it from A1 or Omar's lens, and I'm not gonna put words in their mouth because we can easily pull records, we can pull receipts. A1 has never made the claim ever to be an anti-vaxxer. Brother Omar has never, ever made a claim. We can pull receipts to be an anti-vaxxer. We all, basically, all in a nutshell is all we're saying is when you weighing out these pros and cons based upon an individual basis, get a professional opinion, look at certain aspects, weigh out the pros and cons, and just see if it's beneficial for you or not. But at least don't put words in people's mouth, because we do got to have integrity, especially when we pushing this information forward. I mean, I'm basically done, A1. Hey, yo, A1, I don't know if you're talking, brother. I think you might be on mute.
Oh, thank you. I was on mute. Yeah, I was saying be on the lookout for some more of
I
these
figured
episodes like this
that. I
coming
figured
up.
that.
I still got to go over Fauci's emails, the Wuhan lab, the claim that COVID deaths are being overcounted, as well as the claim that they're being undercounted. Um, what else do I got to go over when it pertains to this? This is a few other things. The lies told. I got to go
A1,
over. I got to go over Trump's
A1, if you don't,
Operation Warp Speed. Go ahead.
my bad, A1. I do want to make a quick suggestion because like I said, we do have to have integrity and be honest. I think, well, I can't say tomorrow because it is officially tomorrow, but I think later on today, we should offer Brother Ankh and Brother Cedric to come up on your panel and we have a dialogue and we address certain things just to be fair to the sentiment and to stand on integrity and be honest to the conversation. Because the thing is, I don't like to go on a whole diatribe when brothers are not around. We're just addressing me being on their panel from earlier and the things that you brought out. But I think it would be fair if both of these brothers can come up and then we can actually have a real true dialogue just to make it fair across the board. Because brothers like you and me, we do have honesty and we do have integrity.
Yeah, they not banned from over here. Cedric was over here the other day on the vaccine show.
Yeah, he was.
So,
he was. You know,
if they wanted
just to
pop
be
up,
fair
they
to
could.
those brothers. Yeah.
If they wanted to pop up, they could. You know what I'm saying? The link is in the chat for everybody. So I ain't leaving them out. But yeah, maybe we'll schedule something in a week or two. I know I got these face-offs coming up. So I'm trying to squeeze a lot in. I had one today that I had to reschedule. So that's why I ended up pulling up with this on a Saturday. This wasn't supposed to be Saturday's show. But it's something I had wanted to get out during the week, and I had just got too caught up because I've been so busy. So I'm like, okay, perfect timing. I'll use this person rescheduling to go ahead and get this episode I missed out because it was my intention to have this out this prior week. But I've just been so backed up again. So me and them can schedule something, definitely. Yeah, and I still got like 3 or 4 more episodes to pump out on this. So it's going. I'm here for the long haul. And again, don't forget who was promoting vaccine hesitancy first.
Finally do, God willing, get a vaccine. Who's going to take the shot? Who's going to take the shot? You can be the first one to say, sign me up. They now say it's okay. If the president announced tomorrow we have a vaccine, would you take it? Only if it was completely transparent that other experts in the country could look at it. Only if we knew all of what went into it.
If Donald Trump can't give answers and the administration can't give answers to these 3 questions, the American people should not have confidence.
But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Let's read. Oh my God, there's the president and the vice president fomenting vaccine hesitancy. They would get kicked off YouTube for that.
So let me be clear. I trust vaccines. I trust scientists, but I don't trust Donald Trump. And at this moment, the American people can't either.
So that was him fomenting vaccine hesitancy. Here is Andrew Cuomo. Watch this. They gave him an Emmy for his handling of COVID, where he was killing thousands of old people because, here we go.
Is the vaccine safe? Frankly, I'm not going to trust the federal government's opinion.
The American people don't trust the process. I don't trust the process. I don't trust the president, and I don't trust the FDA.
So there you go. There's your 3 favorite Democrat shitlibs. Andrew Cuomo, they gave him an Emmy. I think they took it back. And then there's Kamala Harris, and there's President Joe Biden. Everyone's 3 favorite shitlibs, fomenting vaccine hesitancy at the top of their lungs.
How serious COVID was, how deadly. And then at that point, we didn't really understand the fatality rate. We didn't understand that it's a fairly low fatality rate.
Yeah.
Hey, so you remember when Bill Gates told the truth about how serious COVID was, how deadly? And then at that point, we didn't really understand the fatality rate. We didn't understand that it's a fairly low fatality rate. Then at that point, we didn't really.
Hey, so you remember when Bill Gates told the truth about how serious COVID was, how deadly
And
it was?
then at that point, we didn't really understand the fatality rate. We didn't understand that it's a fairly low fatality rate.
and that it's a disease mainly of the elderly, kind of like flu is, although a bit different than that. And
so he's saying that about COVID. Turns out, hey, we had everybody was pooping their pants over COVID because we were trying to scare the hell out of everybody to get everybody to take a vaccine that I had invested $55 million in, and I was about to make $500 million off of. But now it turns out it had a low fatality rate, and it was kind of like the flu was really just dangerous to old people like a flu. Anyway, I made $500 million, and you all got to be locked down and lose all your money, and all your businesses closed, and your lives were a living hell and everything. But I have a private jet, and now I have $500 million more because of all that stuff. Anyway, turns out didn't need it. It wasn't about it. But so what is the fatality rate? Well, a new study from the Dr. Jay Bhattacharya said this guy was his colleague, and he's the most cited doctor in the world. So do you pronounce his name? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Take a stab at it, Kurt. You're usually good at this.
Ioannidis?
Ioannidis. So let's say new study from Ioannidis. COVID's infection fatality rate in 2020 was less than 0.1% for those under 70, even lower than previously believed.
I believed it was low, too.
And I believed it was low. So that means 99.9% of people who got COVID in 2020 lived. In 2020, 99.9% of the people who got COVID under 70.
Is that the Delta times? Or
that was the whatever the original one, Alpha. I don't know what they called it. Maybe they did call it Alpha.
So when y'all keep hearing me say if you got COVID when the pandemic started, you had a 99% chance of living. This is what the studies are showing. I'm not making nothing up because they're trying to scare the heck out of y'all. Y'all don't remember the hospitals being full, all the bodies they showed on TV. I don't really remember all the bodies they showed on TV. And, Hollywood magic, I guess. Well, let's get into it.
So here it is, a new study, COVID-19's infection fatality rate by age of the team led by Dr. John Ioannidis, the world's most cited physician in the world, estimates that COVID's was under 0.1% for those under 70. He found that across 31 national seroprevalence studies in the pre-vaccine era, the median infection fatality was 0.0003%. So if you were 19 years or under, that was your fatality rate, 0.0000000000. And then if you were 20 to 29, it wasn't as good. It was only 0.003%. But if you were age 30 to
And my whole point is to show that this age range was the group that was least susceptible to death from the COVID vaccine. But they were the ones who suffered from myocarditis at the highest rates. All due to people like the pseudo killers just pushing this to any and everybody blindly with their chest out, like they're somehow scientists. And it's disgusting. And they're talking about people's lives are at stake, the health of the people, and people died. Y'all are helping them die. Come on, let's stop. The studies are showing it.
39, it got a little scarier. It was 0.011. And then if you were 40 to 49, your fatality rate was 0.035%. I fucking got in an argument with my brother and his wife over this. I was the wrong. I thought I was scared. They weren't as scared as me. And if you were 50 to 59 years old, you had a 0.129%. And if you were 60 to 69, that's when it jumps up. 0.5%. This comes out to 0.035% for those aged 0 to 59 and 0.95% for those aged 0 to 70. So it's even lower than 0.1%. Barely. It was even lower. Wow. So overall, according to
And these are numbers that the pseudo killers will never show you. They'll never tell you this because they're so focused on pumping fear down your throat that they're cherry picking the information that they give you. The scientific double standards are crazy. And it's like integrity. I'm supposed to trust you guys? Can I trust you guys to be objective and vet both sides of the argument equally? No. So why would I take any advice from y'all? The cat's out the bag, everybody.
Study at a global level, pre-vaccination infection fatality rate may have been as low as 0.03% and 0.06. That is so low. Like, it's not even 1%. It's not even 0.5%. It's not even 0.1%.
But it's hundreds of times more than.
Yes, that's right.
Let me just figure out how to interpret this, Jimmy.
That is how, remember how they used to talk about it? You're 100 times more likely to die if you're not vaccinated. But that's the kind of set. And the current analysis suggests a much lower pre-vaccination.
And yeah, to their credit, I mean, if they told you you had a 99% chance of surviving, would you have rushed out to get the vaccine? If they told you the truth, that you had a 99% of surviving if you contracted COVID, would you have rushed out to get it? That doesn't sell the COVID shot, does it? That doesn't sell the mandate, them trying to force it on our children. How do you get everybody in the country, including the children, people to force it on their children if you tell them they have a 99% chance of living if they get COVID? It doesn't work. You have to get on TV and lie to everybody and scare everybody like you were one of the pseudo killers. They be trying to scare y'all so bad. But they'll never talk about these numbers. That's why I say it's giving agent. How much are y'all getting paid to do this, Unc West? Because all y'all come to do is show up to defend Pfizer, defend Moderna, defend AstraZeneca, and defend the word vaccine. It's disgusting.
Nation infection fatality rate in non-elderly populations than previously selected. Again, much like the flu, if you're not elderly or have comorbidities, you weren't at risk from dying from COVID. Ionandis et al.'s findings represent a considerable downward revision from what was previously. They used to say 2 to 3% death rate. Remember they would say that shit, Kurt? I remember when they would say that. So I'm not going to read you all those numbers again, but again, super low, way lower than anybody thought. He's been studying COVID since 2020 when he published his prescient article in Stat News titled "A Fiasco in the Making." And now it looks like it was a fiasco because the fatality rate was so low. And now the case is almost obvious. Well, first of all, we know lockdowns didn't work.
We have to start going after people who said they wouldn't work.
So he said that it was a fiasco in the making. As the coronavirus pandemic takes hold, we are making decisions without reliable data. That is 100% true. So Dr. Jay Bhattacharya's colleague over at Stanford is right. And he was right in 2020. That they were just making up stuff like using masks, and they were making up stuff like social distancing.
We didn't know.
And lockdowns based on absolutely nothing. And then they told us all to take a vaccine because the vaccine would get us out of the pandemic. That was never true.
We can go back to our life. Just take it.
He also previously led the publication of a peer-reviewed WHO bulletin in late 2020, estimating COVID's overall infection fatality rate to be about 0.23% globally. And another peer-reviewed study soon after in the European Journal of Clinical Investigation, revising that estimate downward to an infection fatality rate of about 0.15% globally. So they knew this going back to 2020, that the COVID virus was not as scary as they were making you believe. And they're still doing it. There are still people who wear masks in comedy clubs, not the patrons, comedians. Still, because they still ingested the lie, and it hasn't been scrubbed out of them yet, and I don't think it ever will. When you see people with their masks on and wagging their finger at you about boosters, are they? When are they going to stop getting boosted? Why would you stop? Why would you ever stop getting boosted, Kurt?
I haven't stopped. I did a show at Improv.
At the what?
At the Improv yesterday, or
you did?
Or maybe the day before. But he goes, "Oh, thank God one person had a mask on in the crowd." He goes, "Thank God you have a mask. Someone needs to live to tell the tale of this."
Who said that?
Attell,
yeah. Someone needs to live to tell the tale.
He kept talking about third responders, the people that were bringing his DoorDash. He goes, heroes bringing heroes to heroes. A third responder.
The third responders. He's funny. All right, so there you go. They scared the hell out of you over nothing. They split up families. They had old people die by themselves. They injected kids with experimental medical treatments, all over nothing. But Kurt, you know the vaccine is a dandy. It's safe and
slowed
effective.
the rate of hospitals being clogged up with useless, sick, poor people.
That's right. It did. It slowed the spread and the contraction, and it's fantastic.
Don't have enough beds, everyone.
Oh, it's the beds. It's not the
boost up.
Keep getting boosted. We're all for the vaccine. Slows the contraction.
What do you want? Take a bed that could go to someone else?
Hey, everybody, check out my new stand-up special, COVID Lies Are Fun.
Yep. It's pretty bad out here, man. I don't know what to say. You know. And it's not going to get no better with people like Unc West brainwashing the community to sharing his cognitive dissonance and scientific double standards and cherry picking of information. It's not helping. Let's see what else. You know? I don't know. All right, y'all, we're going to end with some music from Titans Radio. Remember my motto, treat your smile like your money. Never let them steal it. We out of here. Peace.
Inside of my spirit, they thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe were delusion, I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one, who would not move the same. Silent, never undone, slow burn while I rise with a flame. Put up with love in the cut, heart in the front, what's up, I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene, I'm on my day ones, on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like a ghost, safe, locked up, can't touch, I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never stays with it. Damn, max a paper thing. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake, and I keep my peace cause nobody can fake it. It's up again, my music on again. Choose up again, my spirit's up again. Is it the noise? Been learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. Walk through the door, let the small talk fly away. Ooh, feel your pain, I feel your pain. It's a house of change, welcome to the house of change. We break the chains, look at the lines that they draw, the stories they sell that don't ever add up. my chest, every doubt I adjust. Philosophy in my veins, governments in my veins, I don't rush. Master my ways when the pressure get heavy, I'm rooted, I trust.
Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear.
It's up again, my peace is up again. They say I perfected the timing again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine with all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. That's all they do and they be like, they say I perfected the timing again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine and all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. I live in abundance, got money to spend. They say I perfected the timing again. Titans the base league, we here for the win. Born divine and all of my kin. I see they religious, they worry about sin. Hop out the Lexus and slid in the Benz. Pouring libations with all of my friends. Manifesting got me 10 out of 10. We going to the top, little shorty, get in. Yeah, watch how you address me when you step in the room. I'm the host and debater, HNAC in full bloom. I be that for lashes like work to my floor. Check your epistemics before you knock on my door. Y'all talking circular, trapped in a loop. I'm slicing through noise like a razor through bruise.
All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been golden from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars know, no, 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 oh. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show. Yeah, show you how to flex with a strong point. Wait, wait, show you where the facts and the stats and the proofs point. I've been grinding these in the late night. Wait, standing on the stage with the main light, enlightening, mind enlightening. Philosophers, scientists, historians united. Warriors of logic who want the smoke, get excited. Bring your primary sources, don't get ignited. Slide on my prompts, look it up, read a book. Never going back to the dumb, take a look. Woke, not broke, we run the show, sport the glow. Titans in the league, watch the intellect grow. Coliseum arguments locked at the door. Welcome to the show, floor full of lore. I'm the GOAT, with the flow, there's knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars flow, 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 flow. Baby, welcome to the flow, 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 flow. Seems only time when I'm speaking, reason, 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 peeking. Like the truth that they all have been seeking, my logic weakened. To them that's important, show up, don't be late to the debate. Never see myself falling, 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 falling. Picture me falling off back to ignorant and stalling. Got the citations loaded in order, crossing every intellectual border. Hey, I could've never seen a day. All this knowledge on the flow, 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 flow. I've been goated from the go, 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 go. Let these pseudo scholars go, 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 go. Baby, welcome to the show, 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 show.
I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's It's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line. Debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I'll find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reasoned proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated. Define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line. Debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact is near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line. Debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. They want mystery to rescue every gap they never filled. Then call questions disrespectful when their explanation gets grilled. But a question is a mirror, it reflects what you provide. If the answer disappears, there was nowhere left to hide. I recognize the pattern, first they claim and then retreat. First they speak in absolutes, then change the meaning when we meet. First they tell me it is certain, then they say it could be true. Then they say nobody knows, there's 3 positions, pick a view. I'm not chasing every bird just because it learned to chirp. Some ideas take a flight, some ideas hit the dirt. This is bird droppings, every record leaves a sign. I recognize the incoherence. Book you every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line. Debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the plane without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize them. Who you talking to? Who said what? Who told who? Who built the frame that you looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? Who you talking to? Who said what? Who taught who? Who built the frame that you're looking through? Who you talking to? Talking timeless while you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who told you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Yeah. Who you talking to? Every line of treasure you only find in the mind, my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mine. 2 times, we on time. Every line got another line, hide on behind the line. You hearing bars, I'm hearing structure and design. You hear a punchline, I hear ontology, a line. Who said reality started? Talking outside existence while existing to argue. Smuggling sequence in your sentence unconsciously. Then call it timeless when I ask what the process be. Who you talking about? Half these worldviews fall when you walk them out. Everybody got answers till you chalk it out. Incoherence disappear when you map it out. I studied Heraclitus flowing rivers in motion. Parmenid's froze it, I can see both in the ocean. Can't build a frame, but the frame still folded. Trying to define the world while the mind still holding it. Aristotle looking for causes and categories. Nietzsche killed guys, but couldn't kill reality. Heidegger staring into being and anxiety. I'm just asking what makes existence intelligibly. Who you talking to? Talking time, that's why you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said what? Who built the worldview that you standing on? Everybody sounding deep to the ladder gone. And they looking real nervous when the pattern drawn. I slept these haters in they face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times, we on time. Every line of gem they only find in the mind, my mind. You know I work in the mines, digging through mines while I'm digging through mine. Blue collar, philosopher, coffee cup thinker, still plotting possible worlds while the clock getting thinner. Whole room talking loud, I just watch and consider. Cause the loudest in the room usually know the least in it. Who taught you that? Who said existence got a border where the proof at? Who talking outside reality and still attached? Using logic from existence just to move back. That's incoherent. I ain't even gotta raise my tone. I just let the contradiction sit there on its own. People wanna skip structure just to chase the throne. Till the worldview collapse and they standing there alone. They want a war record. I gave them world pressure. Every verse another hidden room in the architecture. Every line another layer underneath the texture. You hear rhythm, I hear systems trying to fit together, and I ain't culturally inappropriate, intellectually inappropriate. I'm coherently inappropriate, yeah. You hate the conclusion, but the structure still hold. That's why the room get quiet when the logic unfolds. Who you talking to? Talking time, that's why you speaking in sequence too. If it ain't coherent, it collapse on cue. Who you talking to? Who said that? Who taught you existence started? Run that back. Every worldview crack where the pressure at. Who you talking to? OLEE on a late night broadcast. Hourglass eye, watching timelines cross paths. Earth in the other eye, both sides balance. Nature and time, that's the code in the canvas. No wings, still different type of hell. Different type of hell. Yeah. Different type of animal. Now everybody better listen up. For my people in the struggle who never gave a what. Even when life try to press you down, turn your frown to a smile. I make styles just to lift you up. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Steady hustling, steady grinding. Getting money every time I put my time in. When they ask what I got up under my sleeve, they never gon' believe when I tell them it's all timing. Everybody want a real life attitude. Incoherent, now they mad at you. Some people can't get it, now they laugh at you. Till they see the glow, now they copying the altitude. I never was a type, it was handed to. Had to put it together like mechanics do. Now you see I got the tools to succeed. Different mindset, different breed, different view every time I play or breathe. Quantum thoughts, I evolve every week. Young Al, been wild since a young child. Still fresh to the death, no funeral style. How could you walk in my shoes? We run the town. Big shoes to fill. Never been a clown. I'm a different type of animal. Way different type of animal. To the succeed, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Been around, fighting through the hard times till it spin around. Game tight, move smooth, never hear a sound. Big pressure every time we hit the town. Couldn't touch me with a yardstick. Running through the paper on that backyard business. Chasing dreams, chasing cream to the team. Rich 5'8", but I'm standing on that stand tall mindset. See these monkeys trying to pull me from the tree. Yeah, they put me down before that just turned me to a beast. So I hopped into the streets, showed the hungry how to eat. Oklahoma on my back, now I'm bringing pressure to the beat. Cold hard world, colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely get to sleep. Dreams feel close, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still a student of the game, don't qualify to teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. I'm not an animal, life just got wild. So I did what I had to do, the other routes was foul. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, I just wanna make my mama proud. Quantum only is untruth, yo, we bringing it out. Why y'all watching me? Better watch the crowd. I'm a different type of animal, way different type of animal. 2 to 16, easy to see. I'm a different type of animal. Different type of animal. No fur, no scales, just feathers on me. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. Different type of animal. The wool removed, your wolves I see. No dogs, no snakes, it's feathers on me. This time, let's start. They try to open their third eye with both eyes closed. Can't see the consequences to the things that they chose. Put they self in deeper sleep, claiming that they woke, while I'm watching time and nature moving through the smoke. I fell in love with wisdom, Sophia held my hand, told me comfort ain't real if it destroy another man. So I learned to love existence without controlling all the plans. Try to hold on to forever, still it slipped right through my hands. Tried everything to get it, still slipped through my hands. Then it's both of my kids, only thing I truly love, my #1 fans. And I still smile even when life get cold, cause most things grow in the sunlight, but grow the most at night. That's something people don't know. I'm more foxy, I'm more. I love time because nature gave me something to adore. I'm more foxy, I'm more. Forever be Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes when you finally see. You get 2 eyes, but only one vision of reality. More love again. I guess I'll tell you about the secret to existence again. Feathers on me, stars above, everything alive because of love. The only time I fell in love, I was standing on the ledge. If I would've knew the ledge, I might've moved different instead. Thought I found forever in somebody else's head, but she just wanted friendship while I was thinking marriage bed. So here I go again, talking about love again, trying to explain existence through the pain again, trying to hold beauty still, but time don't ever stand. That's when Father Time whispers, son, that's just a plan. And Mother Nature touched my shoulder, said nothing blooms forever, but everything returns eventually. That's when I finally understood why heartbreak make us wiser, why loneliness time in nature had a face. I don't think they look old. Probably young forever with eternal souls. Little kids with galaxies inside their pupils glowing gold. Running through the universe, laughing while creation unfolds. Not gods on thrones, not witches casting spells. Just the endless interaction that make existence itself. One gate sequence, one gate shape, and together they became every heartbeat, every ocean, every memory, every name. Beauty and the beast, light and dark, love and grief. That's the balance. People call it contradiction, but I call it understanding. Cause I love time, cause time gave me moments. And I love nature, cause nature let me hold them. That's why I cherish every second, even broken ones too. Cause without the hurt and healing, I would never become forever be for the time of Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Forever be for the time in Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes and you finally see. You get two eyes, but only one vision of reality. Love again. I guess I'll tell you about the topic of existence again. Feathers on me, stars above, everything alive because of love. Mama Fatima, but this time I understand it. The wool removed, your wounds I see. No dogs, no snakes, it's feathers on me. This time, let's start. They try to open their third eye with both eyes closed. Can't see the consequences to the things that they chose. Put they self in deeper sleep, claiming that they woke while I'm watching time and nature moving through the smoke. I fell in love with wisdom. Sophia held my hand, told me comfort ain't really fit destroying another man. So I learned to love existence without controlling all the plans. Tried to hold on to forever, still it slipped right through my hands. Tried everything to get it, still it slipped through my hands. Them is both of my kids. Only thing I truly love, my number one friends. And I still smile even when life get cold. Cause most things grow in the sunlight, grow the most at night. There's something people don't know. I'm more fighting, I'm more. I love time because nature gave me something to adore. I'm more fighting, I'm more. Forever be Father Time and Mother Nature dancing endlessly. Open both eyes and you finally see. You get too high, the best but only one vision of reality. I'm more fighting, I'm more. Love again, I guess I'll tell you about the secret to existence again. Feathers on me, stars above, everything alive because of love. The only time I fell in love, I was standing on the ledge. If I would've knew the ledge, I might have moved different instead. spirit, they thought I would bend, I just held in my lane. They said the things I believe with delusion, I waited on truth, now they talk like I'm sane. Told you that I was the one who would not move the same. Silent, never undone. Slow burn while I rise with a flame. Put up with love in the cut, heart in the front, what's up? I had to sign off on my ego, looking up that scene. I'm on my day ones on a new wave, pouring more faith in my cup. Treating my peace like a ghost safe, locked up, can't touch it. I know they play with me, speak on my name to see if I'll break it. I let them talk in the breeze, they be posting up lies, but my soul never stays with it. Damn, max a paper thing. Yeah. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their words at you, but they can't break your spirit. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. Treat your smile like your money, don't let nobody steal it. They can throw their doubts at you, but they can't come near it. Heart stay safe when your mind's awake, and I keep my peace cause nobody can fake it. It's up again, my music come again. Truth's up again, my spirit's up again. Is it the noise? Been learning the highways. It's quiet thinking when I'm in the right lane. Ignore the bright lights in the driveways. Walk through the door, let the small talk fly away. Ooh, feel your pain, I feel your pain. It's a house of change, welcome to the house of change. We break the chains, look at the lines that they draw, the stories they sell that don't ever add up. Say they want love, then they move out of fear, contradiction and no way to tell love. I had to sit with the mirror, that's why I react when I know it's all dust. Logic over all my triggers, breath in my chest, every doubt I adjust. Philosophy in my veins, governments in my veins, I don't rush. Master my ways when the pressure get heavy, I'm rooted, I trust. Truth don't shake and my soul won't trade it. Peace of mind is the crown I wear. It's up again, my peace is up again.
Motivation. Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it. No paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb yet. You wasted time, God no can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip your mindset. Yeah, if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking refinancing everything to stay alive. Before you get yourself a play, create a Power 5. Self-directed IRA will make it certified. You saving up for your health because they hurting guys. Got to go insure your life. That's life insurance, right? Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k, make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business, 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 black business. One turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Now one turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wanna be free. Oh, yeah. Wait till I'm free. Oh, yeah. Wait till I'm free. Then my sister don't gotta pay bills no more, then she'll be free. Then I can have my mama ride foreign like she's supposed to be, then she'll be free. Cause baby boy got it. Mama, don't you reach up in your wallet, not when you're with me. Oh no, no, no. So when I'm free, I'ma be right back home where I'm supposed to be, not in these streets. Trying to make a living for myself and my family so I can breathe. So if they need new shoes, I ain't gotta worry, cause it's all on me. Yeah, 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 yeah. The only time I feel free is with a mic, bright lights while I'm on the stage. They cheer for me. Got my whole family backstage doing the same like it should be. That would make me feel free. Yeah, yeah. That would make me feel free. I just wanna be free. Free. Wanna be free, 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 free. Wanna be free, I wanna be free, I wanna be free. I like feel like this. No, no, no. I wanna be free. Yeah, 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 yeah.
OWL, only world logic, OLEEE. Only logical explanation of existence, know the ledge.
Philosophy, philosophy, philosophy.
I mess around and catch a case with this one, make 'em wanna party in outer space with this one, We slap these haters in their face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times we on time. Every line of treasure you only find in my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mine. Yo, yeah, they fear as soon as they hear it. Smart minds salute it, the weak minds fear it. Like Aristotle, I question coherence through the eyes of a thinker. Truth become appearance. Only answers come from the questions you form with time and nature. Every question transformed. It's the mecca for the minds that was built to explore. Bird droppings on the way, now the game getting stormed. Yeah. OWL on the wall, OLE in position. Test every claim, then I check the condition. If it don't hold coherence, it don't earn recognition. That's why debate opponents keep socially distancing. See, they don't really want pressure. They just want applause. Till somebody asks questions, then the room get paused. I built this from the ground, y'all just copy and sauce. Different type of animal, different type of boss. Yeah. Can it be understood? Can it move without contradiction? Can the mind update when it finally see the friction? Yeah.
I mess around and catch a case with this one. Make 'em wanna party in outer space with this one. We stop these haters in their face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times we on time. Every line of treasure you only find in my mind. And you know I work in the mines. I don't charge a dime for you to stay out of mine. Yeah, the wool removed, it's wolves I see. No fur, no scales, it's feathers on me. I'm more 5T, more, I'm more. Was Christian once, but I'm trapped no more. It's like trying to fly with an injured wing. That's exactly why the jailbird sing. I flew to the top, left proof on things. Bird crumbs ain't enough when your appetite king. Mental worth, I done filled up the bank. You offer incoherence, so thanks. No thanks. Keep your mental pranks, I can form thoughts well. Still waiting on answers for Yahweh and El. And Satan too, if we telling the story. Why blame a devil for a human choosing poorly? I move with my mind, I don't feel what's unseen. No ghost in the dark, get to hijack me. No copy, no paste, you can't get my style. Heart on my sleeve, still walk with a smile. Yeah. Judge me by my past, take a look at me now. I ain't doing this for me, trying to make my mama proud. Quantum only isn't true, yeah, we bringing it out. While y'all watching me, better watch the crowd. I'm from Oklahoma, no high, turn a cracker to a feast. And I also know the ratchet turn an actor to a priest. Cold, hard world, but it's colder in the streets. Money on my mind, barely ever get to sleep. Yeah, dreams right there, still feel out of reach. Lights up ahead, I just want a little piece. Still student of the game, don't qualify, teach. Learn lessons every day, so I evolve every week. Best philosopher for sense, never mind, let's chill. I just know the difference between truth and skill. Between fake deep talk and the mind that build. Between people that repeat and the ones that reveal. I mess around and catch a case with this one. Make 'em wanna party in outer space with this one. We slap these haters in their face with this one. Wait, I missed one. 2 times we on time. Every line of treasure you only find